Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Brands Hatch. It's very chilly this morning. However, it is Champions Day today. Yes, before the sun sets, we will know who is our Division 1 and Division 2 champions in the British Truck Racing Championship. We will know who is our champion in the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Just 2 points separating the top two there, and double points on offer as well. That is going to be a cracker. Can Alex Keynes in the Mini Challenge VERTU Trophy get the job done today as well? So much coming up. And of course, don't forget, we invite Paul O'Neill back with us today for TCR and Civic Cup 2. Before that though, the final outing of 2025 for Track Action. They get the honour, I don't know if it's an honour actually, of going out first this morning. It's cold, it's very moist out there as well. We've decided to scrap an intermediate tyre and call it a moist tyre from now on. Somebody who's made a change is up here, is Liam Turnbull. Let's just grab a quick chat with him. Sorry guys, I'm coming here. I've got to come and have a chat only because Liam disappeared, didn't he, for a little bit.
Go under
Thank you.
There we go.
Liam, you disappeared, didn't you, to go change your tyres?
Actually, no, in the end.
Oh, did you not? Okay.
No, I took on a few different opinions and I was torn myself, but I've ended up going with the majority. Obviously, I'm only new to motorsport, so I'm taking a lot of advice from others and watching what people do and trying to learn. So, going with the majority on this one.
Do you know, it could be a sensible choice, couldn't it?
I hope so. I'm here to get signatures, I'm here to get experience, so being on what I would see as the safer tyre is probably a way to go.
What do you make of Track Action?
Yeah, I've enjoyed it. I love the fact that you've got more makes and models. I think it caters for a more interesting race. You've got different paces. I like that personally. I've only had experience in ST150s where really it's all about the driver, which I think is probably better for the drivers. I think this makes for a better race though. Excellent, look, best of luck, enjoy it, won't you, buddy? Take care. Sorry, let me squidge through as well. Somebody else who disappeared out, I wonder if he did make a difference in tyres, is Andy Wilmore over here in the number 21. Let's just see if we can have a quick chat with him. Oh look, it's Lawrence Davey, look. How you doing? You all right, mate? You good?
Right,
it's good to see you. Sorry, can I just jump in and have a quick chat with Andy? He's just just buying something off Amazon.
eBay shopping, yeah.
He literally is actually eBay shopping.
Buying tyres for this race.
Well, actually, I've come to ask you about that because Andy, you disappeared back to the paddock. Why? Did you change tyres?
Yeah, we put wets on for this morning, like racing wets, and we're not allowed to run them. So we've gone back to our AO52s, and we're gonna ride it out. It's just the way the power comes in on this car. It's all smooth, and then all of a sudden you just get all of the power at one go.
Right.
And yeah, it just pulls the car straight off the track. We was doing it on Friday. We thought, well, we'll run the proper wets, and yeah, we're not allowed. So we went race back, come back, and yeah, we've made it just in time.
Good man. I mean, listen, you guys are out first. It's a cold track. It's a moist track. It's going to be exciting out there, right?
Oh yeah, it's going to be entertaining for sure.
Oh man, thanks for talking to us. Make sure you get them before somebody else buys them, Lawrence. Yeah, good stuff indeed. Right, who else did I really want to go talk to? Actually, around, there's no Skoda Octavia of Paul Roderson. He was here this morning. He drove out. I thought we actually thought he was off to change tyres, but no, we did hear him say to the marshals he's pulled out of the race. Perhaps he just doesn't quite fancy the conditions. It is the final outing for Track Action. Perhaps no point in risking the car, which I do totally get. Now, if you just come around with me a little bit, because I did see what's happened to Dan Earl. So he seems to have just completely disappeared. He was here a moment ago. Let's just pop down here, shall we? We'll have a quick chat with Chris Van, but if you're new to Track Action, you can race pretty much anything. There is the Nippon Challenge involved in this. It's obviously for anything that's Japanese related, the Deutsche Mark Cup for anything that's German, and the Truckler Trophy, which is for French cars. You can pretty much race anything though. Let's jump in, say hello to Chris, shall we? He's just going through a few final checks. Chris, oh, it's cold this morning, isn't it?
Mate, yeah.
Oh.
How are we doing?
Not too bad, not too bad. Look, Track Action, why are you racing it?
Well, I've only just started really at the end of the summer.
Yeah.
Just as soon as I got involved, I've just met so many nice people. I've had a few problems this weekend and everyone's just mucked in and helped out. Just throughout the board, it's just been great. and great to see such a different variation of cars on the track, you know.
It is nice, isn't
They're
it?
all in front of me, so I get to see a lot of them.
You get to see a lot of the backs of them, don't you?
Yeah.
Look, the whistle's just gone. Best of luck. Really appreciate it. Thanks for talking to us. Yeah, so here we go. The track action is about to get underway. We'll place ourselves over here. Just stay with us a second, if you like, whilst we watch the cars as they head out on track today. Throughout the course of it, every single race coming up for you live. A quick note on the British Truck Racing Championship. If you tuned in yesterday, you know the final race of the day, their second race. There was the accident, of course, after about 27 seconds, so that race is gone. However, we're still having 3 races today, so it has been technically replaced with their 4th race. So they're still going to get 3 British Truck Racing Championship races in today, but yesterday's race has now officially gone, so there'll be no classification for that one. Now, the champions throughout the course of the day for track action. Though it's one last dance in 2025. No championship on the line for this one. It is a series rather than a championship. They go out for one last time, and I'm delighted to introduce for the first time today your commentator Dave Goddard to take you through the action.
Thank you very much, Ian. Yes, good morning everyone, good morning race fans, and welcome to Brands Hatch, the home of motorsport in the southeast of England, for day 2 of this first weekend in November. And first weekend in November at Brands Hatch means only one thing: truck racing and fireworks. What a cracking day of racing we have got for you. We're about to kick off with our first race for the Track Action Racing Club, their mixture of different saloon cars. That's followed by the first of our 3 truck races here today as we get ready to crown our 2 champions in Divisions 1 and 2 of the British Truck Racing Championship. We have 2 races as well for the VERTU Mini Challenge. They're identical 1600cc Mini Coopers. 3 drivers still in contention for the title there. We also have the final race for the Junior Saloon Car Championship, just 2 points in it at the top of the championship for the drivers in their Citroën Saxos. We'll also have TCR UK and Civic Cup for their season finale champions to be crowned there as well. And it'll be over to Andy McEwen and Paul O'Neill to take you through the action for those 2 races. My name is Dave Goddard. I'll be taking you through the rest of the action here today. The cars forming up on the grid then for our second and final race of the weekend for the Track Action Racing Club. They had their first race yesterday. The track is rather damp at the moment. We had a lot of rain overnight, but the sun now burning through the clouds. It is still very cold here at Brands Hatch, not quite as windy as it was yesterday, as the cars form up based on the second fastest time for each driver from the qualifying session yesterday. It is yesterday's winner, Will De Claudio, who is on pole in his Peugeot 106 GTI alongside Gary Preble, the former Pre-03 touring car champion, in his Honda Civic. They were 1-2 in yesterday's race as well. Andy Wilmot starts on the second row in his Mini JCW. We just heard from him alongside Chris Bassett, who got a podium yesterday in his Peugeot 306 GTI. The third row, Lee Hazlitt in his Renault Megane. The Welshman starts alongside Lee Pearce in his MG ZR. And on the fourth row, Dave Beecroft, the promoter of the Track Action Racing Club in his Citroën Saxo. No Paul Rodison, unfortunately. He did go back to the paddock from the assembly area and has not re-emerged, unfortunately, in the Skoda Octavia, so he's not there. Completing the top 10 on the grid is the BMW Compact, either Ben Algar or Will Arif on board that car. We don't know who's in that car, unfortunately. They're sharing it, doing one race each. That car starts alongside James Powell with his Alfa Romeo 147. Then we've got the first of the Peugeot 206 GTI Cup cars. It's Andrew Mitchell, number 95. He won the class yesterday, starting alongside the Mark 1 Toyota MR2 of David Thomas. On row 7, it's Noah Checkley in his Peugeot 206, the man from Birmingham, alongside Liam Turnbull. We just heard from him in his Ford Fiesta ST. Row 8 is Terry Loxton in a Mazda RX-8. Matt Anderson alongside him in one of the 206s. Row 9, Mervyn Beckett and Jake Donaldson in a pair of 206s. The 10th row, Chris Van in his 206. Andy Thompson had some problems yesterday with his Seat Toledo, the ex-British touring car. And at the back of the grid will be Dan Earl, who failed to run yesterday with problems in qualifying in his Vauxhall Astra VXR, but he is there at the back of the grid for today's race. So Dan Earl makes it out in the Astra. It'll be interesting to see. It's quite a quick car, that one, how he comes through the field over the course of the 15 minutes here. You can see the track is pretty damp and slippery out there. I suspect we're going to see Will De Claudio and Gary Preble run away at the front of this one. 2 drivers who've won the Castle Combe Racing Club Saloon Car Championship on several occasions between them at the circuit over in Wiltshire. They've had some great battles, particularly at Thruxton earlier this season, I remember. Andy Wilmot is an ex-British touring car racer in his Mini JCW, the red and yellow and black car there, ahead of Chris Bassett, who's more of a locally based racer here at Brands Hatch, based in Longfield, not far away from this circuit. Raced here in the Cannons Tin Tops division here. That's now part of the Classic and Modern Motorsport Club Super Saloon and Tin Top Series. Watch out for Lee Pearce in the MGZR. He's raced many different classes on the circuit and the short ovals, ex-Bangor racer and stock car racer Lee Pearce. Watch for Andy Thompson. If he's got that Seat up and running to its full potential, he could be one to watch coming through. As the cars starting to come into line on the grid then, the green and white Peugeot of Will de Claudio is on pole. The white Honda with the red and black flashes down the side is Gary Preble in the Honda Civic, the former Classic Touring Car Racing Club Pre-03 champion. I suspect he'll be back for their all-comers handicap races here at Brands Hatch next Saturday. The blue car is Lee Haslett's Renault Megane. Dave Beecroft in the white and orange Citroen Saxo. I can't see Dan Earl's Astra. Has he pulled off again? No, he was there as the cars moved off for the green flag lap, but the Astra is not on the grid, the red Astra VXR, so I think we've lost him again, unfortunately. The rest of the cars into line then. We get the green flag from the marshal at the back of the grid. It is time to go racing here at Brands Hatch. We wait for the red lights to come on, the revs rise, 15 minutes of racing gets underway, and a few cars struggling to put the power down. Lee Pearce makes a great start from the third row in the MGZR. He's up in the third. It's toe-to-toe into the first corner between Will de Claudio and Gary Preble. Now, who's going to come out with the lead? Preble's got the outside run as they come down Paddock Hill Bend. It is still very slippery out there. You can see the amount of spray. I think de Claudio's going to have the inside line for Druids Hill Bend. Pearce up in the third place. Wilmot is fourth. Haslett in fifth. A poor start by Chris Bassett in the Peugeot 306. We head down the hill into Graham Hill Bend, and Gary Preble's going for the lead on the inside into the left-hander. They're still side by side, and Preble in the Honda pulls ahead as they go into Cooper Straits. So Will de Claudio is headed for the first time this weekend. He led all the way in race one yesterday. It's Gary Preble who leads de Claudio. Wilmot in third. Pearce is down to fourth. Lee Haslett heads the second group in the Renault Megane, and Dave Thomas has made a good start. Look at the MR2 up there in P7. He must have got away like a rocket from towards the back of the grid, the Nippon Challenge runner. He's gained 5 places on the first lap alone. It's only a 1.2 mile circuit. Side by side, Bassett gets ahead of Lee Haslett. This is the group for 7th place, headed up by Dave Thomas. He's got Liam Turnbull's Fiesta behind him. That's one of the Peugeot 206s in there. That's Matt Anderson, the blue and yellow car, number 25. We've lost Dave Beecroft. He's pulled into the pit lane in the Citroen Saxo, so we lose one of our leading runners on the grid, unfortunately. Dave Thomas absolutely flying in that MR2 up the order. Side by side, meanwhile, between Andy Wilmot and Will de Claudio. De Claudio's lost a bit of ground towards the front of the field there. He's briefly down to third place as the field starts to settle in. You can see how wet it is out there. Andy Wilmot had a last-minute decision about tyres not allowed to run full racing wets in this series, so he had to nip back to the paddock and change tyres. Maybe that's why Paul Roddison's not out there. Maybe he's not got any suitable tyres for these conditions for his Skoda Octavia. Here comes the Alfa Romeo of James Powell up on the outside, trying to get on around David Thomas in the MR2. Liam Turnbull ahead of them. James Powell's Alfa Romeo on the wider line. He's got Matt Anderson and Mervyn Beckett in there. Peugeot 206 GTIs behind him. Then it's Andy Thompson in the Seat Leon coming up from the Seat Toledo, I should say, coming up from the back of the grid. He has got a Seat Leon as well. Andy Thompson's got a couple of older Seat models. Very much a freelance club racer, races wherever his cars are eligible to compete. There he is up the inside, attacking Merv Beckett's the ex-Vauxhall Nova racer in his 206. Trying to go down the outside, James Powell's Alfa Romeo. Dave Thomas holds him off. 3 minutes of the race gone. It's Gary Preble out front in the Honda. Up towards Paddock Hill Bend goes the race leader. We've lost Chris Van as well, I've noticed, in the Peugeot 206. And the safety car is coming out. Safety car is being scrambled. I'm not sure why at the moment. It's looking around the circuit to see if anybody is stranded anywhere. I couldn't see any yellow flags. Let's take a look out of the commentary box window. So we'll try and pick up the reason for the safety car, but the lead for Gary Preble was up to nearly 2 seconds, so he won't be too happy there. Ah, there's the answer. We've got a 206 stranded on the Cooper Straight. You can just see it there on the left of your screen. Now, who is that has pulled up? I think it's Noah Checkley, the number 52, that has stopped there. Now, the reason I couldn't see that out of the commentary box window is it's obscured from my vantage point behind the pit buildings. So the safety car picks up our race leader, Gary Preble, and this of course is going to put Will de Claudio right onto his tail. This will allow the marshals to remove Will de Claudio, remove Noah Checkley's car, I should say. It looks like the front of the car has dropped down. I'm wondering if either his suspension's broken or perhaps he's lost a wheel. Noah Checkley, regular winner in the Peugeot 206 GTI category this year. So Preble leads it from de Claudio. Wilmot in the BMW Mini JCW is third. Lee Pierce still fourth. Then Bassett, Hazlitt, and Liam Turnbull going very well indeed up in seventh in the Fiesta. James Powell's Alfa Romeo is eighth. Andy Thompson from the back of the grid is ninth, and completing the top 10 at the moment. No, Dave Thomas is eighth, sorry, his transponder's playing up. He's just reappeared on my timing screen in eighth place. Incidentally, a quick apology for those of you who were watching yesterday for a few technical difficulties we had in the commentary box yesterday. Lack of internet meant I didn't always have access to the live timing and the grids and results. But that has been worked on for today, so thank you to those involved there. So the leader's heading past the scene down there, and the pickup truck drags Noah Checkley's car rather unceremoniously back into the paddock. That's his race over. So we've lost a couple of runners already. Well, Dan Earl didn't take the start, nor did Paul Rodison. We lost Chris Van, who pulled up on the last lap in yesterday's race. He pulled up on the first lap in this one. Dave Beecroft pulled into the pits, and now I've lost Noah Checkley as well. So 16 cars left running. We've got 9 minutes of the race to go. The circuit is drying out slowly but surely. As Mervyn Beckett, he's battling with Matt Anderson for the lead of the Peugeot 206 GTI Cup at the moment. There's Anderson, the blue and yellow car. They're all trying to catch up at the moment to the back of the safety car, because I suspect we're going to be going back to green flag racing this time by. Yes, Noah Checkley's car has been towed back into the paddock. Looking down, yeah, it's still got all four wheels. They were able to tow it on, so I don't know what the problem was there. So there is Gary Preble, and Will de Claudio is going to be ready to pounce on this restart to try and take the lead. Lights are still flashing on top of the safety car at the moment. I suspect it is going to unleash the pack this time round. Yes, the lights, I think, have just gone out. Yes, the lights are out. It comes down towards Surtees Corner, which leads into McLaren, then Clearways and through to Clark Curve and the end of this 1.2 mile lap. So we'll be going racing again just as we come up to half distance in this second and final race of the weekend for the Track Action Racing Club. Safety car is about to come into pit lane. And Gary Preble will try to get his foot down here as they head over the start-finish line to try to keep his lead. Here they go then. Now Will de Claudio trying to keep pace with him. Will he be able to stay on the tail of the Honda as they go into Paddock Hill Bend? We're back under green and up towards Paddock Hill Bend. De Claudio does get away well. Going with them is Andy Wilmot in third place in the Mini JCW. Oh, the leader's gone out wide, very nearly into the gravel. Gary Preble, he's lost the lead. Just trying a little bit too hard. His tyres will not have been quite as warm on this damp surface after those couple of laps at reduced speed. And Will de Claudio says, thank you very much. I will take the lead of this race down towards Graham Hill Bend. Oh, de Claudio sideways. He's going to run out wide now. Hope he doesn't run wide onto the grass. Everybody else has got away okay. Gary Preble says, okay, I'll take the lead back again then. They're pushing a little bit too hard on the first lap of this restart on colder tyres. Andy Wilmot is perfectly positioned here. De Claudio back up the inside at Clearways. They're still side by side on the way towards the end of the lap. And the safety car is coming out again. We've got a car in the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend. Try and identify who that is in a second. The safety car is out again, and this time with Will De Claudio leading. Let's have a look who that is up there. I think it's Lee Hazlitt. Yes, it's Lee Hazlitt's Renault Megane. He was running in about 5th or 6th place, but he's spun. Again, cold tyres with the culprit into the gravel on the exit, well, on the entry to Paddock Hill Bend. There's the trackside recovery pickup truck. And so Lee Hazlitt, a long journey back to South Wales after a non-finish. Stuck there on the edge of the gravel, and the telehandler's going to lift him out of the way. So another interruption then, but this time we'll have a new leader, Will De Claudio, back in front, surviving that sideways moment. What a restart that was. First Gary Preble went wide through the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend, well, nearly through the gravel. He gathered it up, but De Claudio was up the inside at Druids to take lead. Then De Claudio got sideways coming through Graham Hill Bend and nearly lost it. Preble was back up the inside, and then De Claudio retook the lead through Clearways. Not so often you see 3 lead changes in the space of a single lap sprint here at the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. So the pack is further diminished. We're down to 15 cars running. The telehandler will dig Lee Hazlitt out of the gravel. One driver who has impressed me so far in this race is Liam Turnbull in that Fiesta ST, the grey car, in 6th position. Meanwhile, let's have a look at that restart. First, Gary Preble ran out wide, just clipping the edge of the gravel, and then in the background, there's Hazlitt spinning off. Has lost the rear end on cold tyres. I was concentrating on the leaders there. Somebody else ran wide there as well. That was one of the 206s. That was Matt Anderson. He lost the lead of the 206 class, I think, as a result of that. There's Preble running out wide. Through went Will De Claudio into the lead of the race. But only temporarily, because down the hill into Graham Hill Bend, he got sideways. Well, the Peugeot 106 was known for its rallying prowess in the past. Through went Preble, but not for very long, because into Surtees, McLaren, and then into Clearways, De Claudio was able to get the momentum back up the inside, and then the safety car promptly came out again, because De Claudio had taken the lead back. Lee Hazlitt's car, I can tell you, is now on the inside of the circuit, on the exit of Paddock Hill Bend, so it's out of harm's way, and hopefully we'll go back to green next time by, and it should be just a couple of laps sprint for the line. There is the telehandler taking Lee Hazlitt's car out of the way. This is going to be a very interesting battle to the flag between Will De Claudio and Gary Preble. No championship to worry about here. There's no points on the Track Action Racing Club. It is a series, not a championship. So they don't race for points. It's purely for individual glory. Victory in the race or in your class. There's so many different subclasses that it's very difficult to follow. De Claudio in the Tricolore Trophy for French cars. The Nippon Challenge is being led by Gary Preble for Japanese machinery. The Deutsche Marks Cup, well, Andy Wilmot's BMW Mini Cooper JCW is leading that. I think we're about to go back to green flag racing. And the other split is for British cars, and that's Lee Pearce's MGZR leading that. So getting ready to get back underway then. Will De Claudio is going to have to anticipate this restart really well. The safety car about to pull into pit lane, and here we go. There's just over 2 minutes left on the clock. De Claudio and Preble pull away from Andy Wilmot. Now what's going to happen into Paddock Bend this time? Is anybody going to run wide? Still very low track temperature out there. The tyre temperatures will still be low. Are they going to make it round? They certainly do this time. Will Di Claudio in the 106 leads the way. Gary Preble in second place. Andy Wilmot able to close up slightly. Chris Bassett is in fourth place in the Peugeot 306 GTI. Through Druids down towards Graham Hill Bend. This is where Di Claudio nearly slipped up a couple of laps ago. He gets it right this time through. Andy Wilmot doesn't though. He's all over the place. Nearly loses the BMW Mini, and Chris Bassett will go through. Wallop, they've collided, and hopefully Chris Bassett is going to be able to save that. No, he isn't. He spins around. Oh dear. Disaster for the third place battle. Lee Pearce could get on the podium here in the MGZR. He's trying to come through. They're all struggling on cold tyres there, and that's allowed the first two to get well clear. Di Claudio from Preble. Over the line they go with just over a minute left on the clock. We might get 2 more laps out of this. Surprisingly, Andy Wilmot has recovered that, and he's still third. Ahead of Lee Pearce. Bassett's down to fifth after that spin. Liam Turnbull's still up there in sixth position. And Andy Thompson from the back of the grid is up to seventh. He's got ahead of Dave Thomas in the MR2. There's Wilmot, Pearce, Bassett. Thompson can sniff sixth place there. Andy Claudio's run wide again at Graham Hill Bend. He's lost the lead. Gary Preble goes through again. Well, these two are going to battle right the way to the checkered flag, and they're coming round to start their final lap. This time, in this rather crazy race, made much more unpredictable by the damp conditions for the Track Action Racing Club into their last lap of the season, just about. Across the line come the leaders. Meantime, here's a battle further back. Dave Thomas and the 206 is in there. That's Mervyn Beckett who's gone to the front of the 206 GTI Cup ahead of Luke Donaldson in the black car, and Matt Anderson rather in third place. Meanwhile, here come the lead battlers up towards Druids, and Will Di Claudio is not holding back. He's all over the back of Gary Preble for the lead. Well, this is terrific stuff. Di Claudio won yesterday. Is he going to be able to get ahead of Gary Preble? He's gone wide over the curbs again. That could have lost him his chance. Yes, he's dropped back from the Honda. What a frantic race this has been for the Track Action Racing Club. A fine way to finish their season. Through towards Clearways comes Gary Preble in the Honda Civic. He's coming up towards the checkered flag. Will Di Claudio is not going to be able to fight back this time. A terrific lead duel between these two is going to be won by Gary Preble. He takes the checkered flag, the final winner of the season in the Track Action Racing Club. Will Di Claudio comes over in second, and who is going to be third? They're a long way clear of the rest. It is Andy Wilmot in the Mini JCW that comes in third. Chris Bassett recovers from that spin to take fourth place. Fifth, it's going to be Lee Pearce in the MGZR. Dave Thomas has got a line of 206s behind him. It looks like it is going to be Mervyn Beckett who wins the 206 GTI Cup category. You come over the line behind James Powell's Alfa Romeo. There's Thomas. Beckett wins the 206s. Anderson just beats Donaldson for second in class, 11th overall. We should see 15 cars, I think, go the distance there. Well done to the Track Action Racing Club, and action was certainly the buzzword there, wasn't it? A lot of action, a lot of unpredictability, a lot of sliding in their second and final race of the weekend. Provisional results of that one then. Gary Preble in the Honda Civic wins it by 0.6 of a second after a great battle with Will Di Claudio's 106. They win the Nippon Challenge and the Tricolor Trophy. Andy Wilmot wins the Deutsche Marks Cup in his BMW Mini in third place. Fourth place going to Chris Bassett. Lee Pearce, top British car home, in fifth position. Then Liam Turnbull a fine sixth in his Fiesta. Andy Thompson from the back of the grid to seventh. Then James Powell's Alfa Romeo running in the invitation class, the Italian car, in eighth. David Thomas and Mervyn Beckett round out the top 10. Beckett just winning the 206 GTI category ahead of Matt Anderson, Jake Donaldson, and the BMW compacts of Algar or Arif. We never found out, unfortunately, who was in that car for this race. And Andrew Mitchell and Terry Loxton's Mazda RX-8, the final finisher. Right, let's head down to Ian Waterhouse. He's down in Parc Fermé, and we'll shortly be able to talk to our race winner.
Right, Gary, you said to me yesterday you weren't going to let him do you twice. You didn't.
I did. I said ding ding round 2. Yeah, tricky conditions out there this morning. Really, really greasy. Trying to find the levels where the grip isn't. I had an initial brilliant start. Managed to get in front of Will on the get-go. Tough battling, a real good tough battle there. Managed to get on top, and I scampered off into the distance. And I thought, oh, this is looking good. I'm just sort of relaxing, finding my feet, finding where the grip is. And then unfortunately the safety car came, which gathers us all back up, but it's to be expected in these conditions. And on the restart, yeah, just too eager into turn 1, completely lost the back end, scampered through the gravel, obviously gifted Will back into the lead, and then it was game on to chase again. And thankfully coming down to Graham Hill, Will was also obviously trying to find grip and had a big moment and managed to lose it down through Graham Hill. So yeah, I mean, yeah, ebbing and flowing, really great battle. I know Will from old at Castle Combe, and he's always been good in the wet. The pair of us, to be honest, have always been pretty good in the wet. And yeah, it's lovely to have that old school battle again, really.
Oh, I was going to say, you two have had a few ding-dongs also. So, Will, you were just doing something to his wheel over there. What were you doing?
I don't know what you're on about. Nothing to be seen.
Do you two guys maybe go to bed having nightmares about each other, do you?
Dreams. I wouldn't say nightmares, but yeah, dreams, definitely.
Have you enjoyed your season?
Yeah, no, it's been a really good season. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. We weren't going to be here this weekend just because of the weather and stuff, but yeah, no, I've really enjoyed the weekend.
You just wanted to come cause him a few headaches, didn't you?
Well, he was last.
Way around,
he was last
He
minute.
was in, and I thought I'd give him a few headaches.
He was last minute entry, so and I saw on his Instagram he said, "Shall we?" And I was like, "Oh, of course he will." So there you go. But anyway, I don't like to run away with a race, so to have Gary here to race against, as he said, we've raced against each other for years, and we respect each other. So yeah. It's been good racing, good weekend.
Now, guys, this is a bit unusual actually. Your race, you're done for the weekend now. That's it. I mean, it's only
10 o'clock.
It's only half 10. What are we doing? You going to stick around, watch the fireworks later?
Obviously, I've still got Louis to run in the junior saloons, so Louis up in a few.
They'll be done by about half 12 as well.
Exactly, yeah. So it's nice. Hopefully, if the weather stays up, we get all the awnings packed away while they're still nice and dry. And yes, hang around for maybe the fireworks later on this evening. So yeah, enjoying it.
You hanging around, Will?
Yeah, we got 2 young kids, so we'll stay around for the fireworks and yeah, enjoy the rest of the day, because usually we're racing between and you don't get to settle. So at least we can pack the car up and then enjoy the rest of the day.
Good stuff. Thank you guys for entertaining us as always. Chris Bassett is here as well. It was actually Andy Wilmot I saw who ended up in 3rd place. Chris was on the podium. So Chris, can we grab you for a quick chat? You've joined us in here. Thank you so much. You were on the podium yesterday though. How was it? How's your weekend been? You enjoyed yourself?
Yeah, it's been a little bit different, to be honest. Not raced with these guys before, apart from 2 weeks ago at Autumn for the first time. Just trying to get a bit of seat time. Cars changed quite a bit this year, and 2 weeks ago was the first time out in the car this year. So
what have you learned then? Is this in preparation for something next year that you might be able to tell us about?
Maybe.
Do you have a clue?
No, I mean, to be fair, it's gone through quite a lot of development. Brand new gearbox this year that we've developed. So yeah, we're hoping to we're eking out tenths now rather than seconds that we were a couple of years ago, so it's going in the right direction.
So will I be interviewing you next year with the British Automobile Racing Club? Can you tell us?
We're hoping to be out and do a full season next year. Enjoyed Alton and here at Brands. Obviously I only live a couple of miles away, so it's quite local for me.
You could be owned by 11.
I might be owned by half 10.
All right, Chris, thanks for talking to us. There's the car there. Fantastic stuff indeed. Yeah, big thank you to Track Action. 2025 is done for Track Action. Do head over to their website if you want to find out more about them. Every single championship that runs under the British Automobile Racing Club, you can find out at the BARC website as well. If you're watching on YouTube at BARC, TCR UK or the British Truck Racing Championship, please do hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, because coming up next we have the first British Truck Racing Championship race of the day, and it is going to be a cracker. Let's hand back to your commentator Dave Goddard to take you through the action.
Yes, thanks very much, Ian. The circuit just being got ready for what should have been our 3rd truck race of the weekend. It has now become our 2nd after that incident that took place yesterday. We had our first truck race, of course, during the morning, and Dave Jenkins was the winner ahead of Ryan Smith, the man who is trying to become the first man to win 10 championships in a row. Stuart Oliver has 10 British titles, but he didn't win them consecutively because he took a year out to win the European Truck Racing Championship. So Ryan Smith looking to match Stewart's record. He does lead the championship after yesterday. 481 points for Ryan Smith. Stuart Oliver's on 444 by my calculations, and David Jenkins after that win is on 434. John Bowler in 4th place and Michael Oliver in 5th. They both had problems yesterday. John Bowler having gearbox problems with his MAN, and Michael Oliver, you may have seen, is the truck that brought out the red flag at the start of what should have been race 2 yesterday, which didn't take place because of a combination of a bit of damage to the pit wall after that impact off the start line, and also encroaching darkness at the end of the day. There wasn't time to run the race, so we will have 3 races today instead. I can tell you, Michael Oliver's truck has been repaired by Team Oliver Racing. I cannot believe that they have done it. They have managed to repair Michael Oliver's MAN that looked like, well, I was going to say looked like it was ready for the scrapyard after yesterday. Actually, it looked like it had already been in a scrapyard when it got back to the paddock. But amazing that they've straightened it out. They posted a photo on social media last night saying just waiting for the paint to dry. So we are going to see Michael Oliver in action, all being well, here at Brands Hatch today. Truck racing coming up next then. That's followed by the VERTU Mini Challenge. We'll bring you the grid as soon as I'm able to for the British Truck Racing Championship once the trucks are out on track. It will be based on the results of the opening race yesterday, but with the top 8 in each division flipped around. So David Jenkins should be starting from 8th place on the starting grid. Just awaiting official confirmation of the grid. The VERTU Mini Challenge follows that. We've got 3 title contenders with Alex Keens, Alfie Garford and Reese Hurd in outside contention after his win yesterday. Now the grid will line up like this for our first truck race of the day. It will be Nathan Smith, the son of David Smith, who's provisionally on pole position, with Tom O'Rourke, the Scotsman, alongside in the International Navistar. Second row, Michael Oliver in his rebuilt MAN alongside Ricky Collett. Always goes well here at Brands Hatch. Martin Gibson and Stuart Oliver on row 3. Stuart Oliver looking for his 11th title if he can overhaul Ryan Smith. Ryan starts on row 4, was second in race 1 yesterday behind David Jenkins, who starts 8th. On row 5 we've got our Division 2 championship contender. Now by my calculation after race 1 yesterday, Callum Eason is 1 point ahead of Jake Evans. Jake struck lucky that yesterday's race was red flag because he tangled with Bradley Harvey on the first corner and ended up going into the gravel. With the race abandoned, he gets another chance here in race number 3. On row 6 of the grid we've got Willem Bredig, our Dutch guest driver, not racing for points here today. He starts on row 6 alongside John Bowler, a little further down the grid than John would have wanted. He wasn't in with an outside chance of the Division 1 title until those gearbox gremlins struck. Row 7, Sami Ojanen from Finland in his Sisu alongside Bradley Harvey, number 96. Row 8 is Neil Yates. Such a shame for Neil. Was on for a podium in race 1 yesterday, but a mechanical problem stopped him up at Druids. A pipe came off his fuel pump, unfortunately, and he'll start alongside John Powell in his not an MAN XD, a DAF XD that John Powell is driving. Row 9 will be Stephen Powell, number 3. He was excluded from race 1 yesterday for not obeying the black and orange flag. That means technical probably needs to pull into the pits. Stephen Powell's truck was emitting smoke during yesterday's race. He did not pull into the pits and so was excluded. As was Archie Handy, number 40, who will start alongside him driving his dad's Iveco. His truck was found to be underweight at post-race scrutineering and had to be disqualified. And Adam Bitts suffered a disqualification yesterday as well in the Mercedes Actros, number 5. So he has to start from the back of the grid here. Trucks are now just beginning to make their way out onto track behind the Napa Auto Parts pace truck. They'll line up on the grid and then it will be a rolling start over 15 minutes for our second truck race of the weekend. Where is Ryan Smith in the Daimler Freight lineup? Will it be 10 in a row? A flying Ryan. There's the official pace truck, the DAF, bringing them round quite slowly at the moment. Just allowing the huge crowd here at Brands Hatch this weekend to get a good look at the trucks and take their photographs. Still pretty slippery out there, as you can see. There's Martin Gibson. Michael Oliver's truck is out there in 4th place on the grid for this one. What a rebuild job by Team Oliver Racing. Quite incredible. And there's David Jenkins, number 69. Race winner yesterday. That means he has to start from P8 on the grid for this one, with the top 8 reversed. as they come round to complete the opening lap. It is Nathan Smith in the clear at the moment, side by side for second place, so Rourke and Collett together. Nathan Smith starting to pull away. And up there into second place, Tom O'Rourke cuts in, and there's contact between the two of them, Collett and O'Rourke. O'Rourke spinning off, he'll be into the gravel trap. Now I suspect that could be a stoppage. Michael Oliver could get through into second place there on the inside. Yes, Oliver, I think, is that Michael Oliver or Martin Gibson in the 101? No, it is Michael Oliver. There's Martin Gibson further back in the order. Ryan Smith came through at the end of lap 1. He'd actually lost a place, was down into 8th position. So Michael Oliver in second place, David Jenkins and Ricky Collett side by side. Jenkins up from 8th on the grid. Stuart Oliver after that flying start down the outside. He's tagged the back of David Jenkins there. Together Jenkins could get forced out in the gravel. Ryan Smith says thank you very much. Well, that's best news ever for Ryan Smith here this weekend. His title contenders falling over each other. Disaster for Jenkins. He's in the gravel on the exit of Clark Curve. He's kept it going on the grass. He's going to rejoin almost in last place. He's down among the Division 2 brothers. Tom O'Rourke has extricated his truck from the gravel trap at Paddock Hill Bend, at Druids I should say. So the race starts to settle in after all that mayhem around the first couple of laps, with Nathan Smith out in front. Michael Oliver in second place, gained 3 places around that second lap after all the mayhem behind him, and Ryan Smith is up into 3rd position now, ahead of Ricky Collett. And behind them we have Stuart Oliver, John Bowler after a great start. He's certainly cured his gremlins from yesterday. Look at the way Callum Easton is going. He's up to 9th overall, leading Division 2. Jake Evans is quite a way further back. Now, this is not a race for the lead. It is Nathan Smith lapping Tom O'Rourke, who extricated himself from the gravel earlier on. So O'Rourke, in fact, is a lap down. And Nathan Smith is clear in the lead then, to the tune of 6.7 seconds now over Michael Oliver. He's under attack from Ryan Smith after he got ahead of Ricky Collett. Now where is David Jenkins is the question. He's down in 14th place at the moment. And in Division 1 he's 11th. I could put the kibosh on his championship hopes. It was such a shame for him after such a good day yesterday. Now here comes Ryan Smith up on the inside towards Surtees. Still Michael Oliver's repaired truck in second place. Can he reward Team Oliver Racing with a podium here? Nathan Smith is away and gone in the number 11. Ryan Smith up on the tail of Michael Oliver as they head up towards the Brabham Straits, and David Jenkins on the tail of Adam Bint. They're coming up on Willem Bredijk, the Dutchman in number 50. Goes to the outside, getting past the less powerful Division 2 truck. Willem Bredijk, the Flying Dutchman, comes over to Brands Hatch for this event every year. Raced at Le Mans with the British Championship as well. And now Ryan Smith looks like he's got through into second place. Indeed he has. Ricky Collett up on the high line at Druids is attacking Michael Oliver. Stuart Oliver on their tails, and he wants to get past this lot to try and stay in touch with Ryan Smith and take on his championship contender. One contender has been dropped back, that's David Jenkins. He's now back up into 13th place. He's travelling up the order with the number 5 of Adam Bint, who was disqualified for exceeding the 100-mile-an-hour speed limit in yesterday's race. If your truck is found to have exceeded 100 miles an hour at any point, and it is all carefully monitored during races, then you can be disqualified. And Adam Bint was yesterday. Here's Jake Evans, one of our Division 2 title contenders, with Bradley Harvey on his tail in the number 96. Under 9 minutes of this race to go, so plenty of mayhem in the early stages, but The race kept going, and Nathan Smith is away and gone in front of it. Ryan Smith, no relation, is up to second. Here's Callum Eason, very sideways. It looks spectacular, but he doesn't want to be doing that too much. He doesn't want to risk a spin because he's leading Division 2 and he's looking to extend his championship lead, especially with Jake Evans down in 4th in the class, although 3rd highest point scorer because Willem Bredick is not registered for points. He's a guest driver. I'm not sure if Nathan Smith is registered to score points either. We'll have to confirm that later on. It was only a late change on the entry list that Nathan took over the truck from his father David. Whether that will affect the championship standings, we'll wait and see. Ricky Collins moving up to have a go at Michael Oliver. This is for 3rd place. He's right on the rear axle of the number 12 MAN. Into paddock bend there, Stuart Oliver behind them. There goes Ryan Smith, clear now in 2nd place. Ricky Collins going right the way around the outside, almost onto the gravel. Cuts back to the inside. He won't get alongside Michael Oliver. Stuart might get alongside though. Here he comes on the outside. The bonneted Volvo VNL is going all the way around Ricky Collins and will have the inside line for Graham Hill-Benz. A bit of rubbing there, and Stuart Oliver will go through. Was that a bit of team racing by Team Oliver, I wonder? Ricky Collins now under fire from John Bowler, looking much stronger than he did in yesterday's race. Coming up just past half distance in this 2nd race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. Side by side here between, I think that's Neil Yates and Ricky Collins now. Neil Yates, who was going so well yesterday, but technical problems struck and he stopped at Druids. Is Nathan Smith being reeled in by Ryan Smith? He certainly is. Ryan's on the fastest lap, 1 minute 4.303. He's just over 6 seconds down on the MAN though. There's the rest of the pack coming through, and Ryan Smith has also got to deal with Tom O'Rourke, who's a lap down after spinning out of 2nd place earlier on. Ricky Collins still ahead of Neil Yates. There's John Bowler behind them. Martin Gibson is 8th. And behind them, Stephen Powell. He's had a very quiet weekend. Well, it's not been a great season for Stephen Powell, it has to be said, this year. The number 3. David Jenkins up behind him, so he's back up to 10th. There is Powell in the Neil Yates recovery livery, number 3. There's Adam Mintz in the number 5, still going in 12th overall, 11th in Division 1. In fact, he might be up to 11th overall now. Yes, he's got ahead of Callum Eason, who leads Division 2 by a clear margin over Willem Bredick. There's the Dutchman, who's in 3rd in Division 2. I saw a flash of yellow, that's Bradley Harvey. So Jake Evans has lost ground. He was 3rd in Division 2. Yes, he's down to 5th as they come over the line. So Jake Evans could be losing his grip on Division 2 here. Callum Eason, the rookie this year, could be heading for the Division 2 title. It won't be confirmed in this race, I don't think. Meantime, Nathan Smith is still your race leader overall, looking for his maiden British Truck Racing victory. This is the pack behind. There's Jake Evans. You can see he's dropped behind Sammy Oyen and as well as Bradley Harvey. So all is not well for Jake. Up on the outside there is Neil Yates. A much stronger weekend for him. As I say, that just gets a knock there from John Bowler. Bowler sideways as well with number 14. Martin Gibson in behind them. They're stacked up behind Stuart Oliver here. The battle for 3rd place backwards. There's David Jenkins on the tail of it. He'll be fired up after being forced wide earlier on by Stuart Oliver. Now, what's the lead gap as they come through at this time? Leaders have just gone over the line. 2.8 seconds it's down to now. Ryan Smith is really hunting down his namesake Nathan Smith at the front. Another fastest lap for Ryan, 103.729. It's got a glimpse there on the left. Archie Handy has pulled into the pit lane. Now there is Nathan Smith and there's Ryan. He's almost caught him. Clouds of steam coming off the wheels from the water-cooled brakes on these trucks, and surely it's now only a matter of time before Ryan Smith is right with Nathan Smith for the lead of this race. Leaders coming through towards the end of the lap. There's David Jenkins. He's still stuck on the back of that battle in 10th place. Now, can Nathan Smith in the DS Commercials MAN hang on to take his first British truck racing win? 3 minutes to go. He's got about 3 more laps to hang on. The gap was 2.8 seconds. What's it going to be this time through? 1.45 seconds. He's halved the gap, Ryan Smith, near enough. 103.175. He's done the fastest lap of the race as well. Nathan Smith's going to have to start watching his mirrors here. Now remember, he'll be remembering what his father did in one of the races on Easter weekend here at Brands Hatch when David Smith put in a "you shall not pass" performance. He was determined not to let Ryan Smith past him. And Ryan was getting more and more frustrated. It was great fun for the fans. Now is Nathan going to make it like father, like son here? They're coming up to lap John Powell. Good to see his DAF still running after problems yesterday. I'll be hoping he doesn't get in the way here. Battle for third still going on. Stuart Oliver, I can tell you, has got a little way clear of Michael Oliver now. Less than 2 minutes on the clock. They lap John Powell. Can Nathan Smith hang on? There's Ricky Collett on the tail of Michael Oliver for 4th place. Neil Yates behind them is 6th. And Ryan Smith is ready to make his move now. 90 seconds on the clock. It's not a question of if, but when Ryan Smith is going to make his move. Nathan a little bit sideways there. He'll have lost a bit of momentum coming up through it. Here comes Ryan Smith down the inside. Oh, no, you don't, says Nathan Smith. This is great stuff. Nathan hangs on. They're way ahead of everybody else. As the leaders come down towards Surtees, 3rd place battle is only just coming down towards Graham Hill Bend. Just between these two now. With 1 lap to go, I'm fairly sure this time. Ryan Smith puts the nose up the inside. Not quite into clear ways. Can Nathan Smith hang on? Coming through to start their final lap this time. He moves out wide, Nathan Smith, to take the line for Paddock Hill Bend. What's Ryan going to do? Which side's he going to go? I think his best chances through Druids and down to Graham Hill Bend if he can get close enough. Will he be close enough into Druids? He goes to the inside. Nathan Smith's going to be wise. It moves across, takes the inside lads. Good defensive work by Nathan Smith. Down the hill. Is he going to get the inside for Graham Hill Bend? Nathan's going to have to tread carefully here. He does exactly what he needs to do. Takes the perfect line. Always a little bit sideways on the exits. Was there contact between the two of them there? I couldn't quite tell. This is going to be really close on the run to the line. The two Smiths, line astern. Nathan against Ryan. He may have just clipped the back of him there. But I think Nathan's going to do enough to hang on. Which side is Ryan going to do? If anything, Nathan's going to force Ryan to go the long way round on the run to the line. He moves up high on the Brabham Straight. Ryan Smith back to the inside, but it's too late. And the win goes to Nathan Smith, a first ever win for Nathan Smith. Ryan Smith in 2nd. Now who is going to be 3rd? Here comes the 3rd place train out of Clearways. And I think it's going to be Stuart Oliver who takes 3rd place. 4th is Michael Oliver, then Ricky Collett, John Bowler, Neil Yates, Stephen Powell, Martin Gibson, David Jenkins, only 10th. Ryan Smith got the fastest lap of the race. Nathan Smith spins in celebration up at Druids. I'm not sure doing donuts on the slowing down lap is the done thing, but he's in celebratory mood. His first ever British Championship victory. Congratulations to Nathan Smith. We'll see it again here. This is after the race. Nathan cutting loose in celebration. Power slides worthy of Kurt Göransson. Long-time truck racing followers will know all about the great flamboyant Swede. So the provisional result then as follows. Nathan Smith takes the win, just ahead literally of the fast closing Ryan. And then the Olivers 3rd and 4th, Stewart ahead of Stud Michael, Ricky Collett in 5th place, John Bowler 6th, Neil Yates in 7th, most significantly there, David Jenkins, after being forced wide through clearways, only 10th place. Meanwhile, Callum Easton wins Division 2, and with Jake Evans only 5th in class, 4th highest point scorer, with Willem Breivik not scoring points, that is going to give Callum Easton a big push towards the Division 2 title in his debut season. So we'll head down to Pointy to speak to some of the drivers in a few moments' time.
Well, what an absolute result for Team DS Commercials. Ryan Smith, incredible effort to win second place for that race. But all eyes are on, look at this over here. The energy for Nathan Smith this weekend. What a result to step into Dad's truck and create that. Come on, getting himself unstrapped. The energy you can feel. My goodness me, what an absolute sterling result, making sure we're not going to lose the truck. As everybody in the pit lane celebrates a hug between father and son, a proud moment here at Brands Hatch. Let him get his helmet off. And we'll have a quick word. I mean, my goodness me, we watched the start of that race and we didn't know how it was going to go. We didn't know it was going to carry on at one point. Here he is at last, unwrapping himself. Nathan, well done, sir.
Thank you. Cheers. That was good, that, wasn't it?
It certainly was. I mean, you held it the entire time and it was incredible. I mean, tell us about the pressure you were feeling, you know, 2 or 3 laps before the end of the race when, you know, Ryan is closing on you 1.5 seconds per lap.
Oh, tell you what, even when Tom came off and came back on in front of me, I was bibbing, I was, get out of the way, just let me get away, because I knew that if I could get away, I stood half a chance. And then I started spotting him in the cameras like behind me, Ryan, and I thought, well, I'm not going to be able to hold him off here. And a couple laps towards the end, I thought, no, we've got enough grip, I think we'll be able to keep this. And I made him work for it and I kept it in front of him. But that was a really special one. Obviously, I raced at Donington and it was good fun.
Well done.
It was a good fun, but to come and do it with the British boys and get one up them, go on!
You can see how excited he is. I can't even get him close to his truck. Come back over here where we want you, my goodness me. So obviously we did quite well in Le Mans and now here we are. Is this the opportune moment to tell us about what we've got in store for 2026?
Can't say anything yet, but we need some sponsors. So any sponsors out there, want your name on the truck, jump on with me. But yeah, the aim is to get out for the next season of 2026 in the British. Yeah, that's the plan. But
so you've heard it here first. Great skill. Let's get some sponsorship behind him. I'll leave you to Alan. Go and have a word with Alan. Ryan, very quick word with Ryan Smith now. We'll go. Come back. Whoa. I didn't want you to get run over. We'll just stand this bit of safe pavement here.
Stay here.
Stay here. Stay still. They can drive round us. Ryan, fantastic start to the race. Chasing Nathan down the whole time. I think you're a little bit impressed with him, aren't you?
Do you know what? I'm impressed with my team and me. Arnie come on the radio and goes, you're 10 seconds behind. I thought we'll put a bit of show on, see if we can catch him, see if he makes a mistake. But when I got there, the Ryan of old would have got away past. The new Ryan's like, let's save 19 points,
yeah, absolutely.
Let him have his day, we'll have ours. He made no mistakes, he drove very well. Congratulations to Nathan, congratulations to Dave Smith. It's a win for the sport.
It is, it's fantastic. Brilliant result for everybody watching at home. The 23,000 people that'll be here at some point today. And we've got 2 races left. It's, I mean, it's looking pretty good for you at the moment.
Well, you never say never, and that's why I'm so impressed with myself. That's like a win. because the Rhine of old would have found a way past him.
We could have been in the paddock by now, couldn't we? Let's be honest.
Exactly, and you know what? Fair play to him. They're happy, we're happy, everybody's happy. Bring on the next.
That's the spirit of Nando's. Celebrations all round, and I think they're clearing out. Let's go and hand out some silverware for me in the paddock. We'll catch up with you very soon. I think it's back to Dave in the commentary box.
Right, it is time for the penultimate race of the 2025 VERTU Mini Challenge Trophy season. Alex Keynes and Alfie Garford going toe-to-toe for it. So we'll catch up with them a little bit later, no doubt. I wanted to come and talk to Ashley Gregory, though, because yesterday in qualifying, Ashley, you were lightning fast, weren't you?
Yeah, we stuck it on pole for the first time.
Gets in.
Can't beat that.
Is that, right, for those who don't know, you were obviously in a truck on a Friday as well. Do you think that helps maybe?
I don't think driving a truck helped, but I think the track time maybe did. So yeah, here we are.
There you go. That could be a little bit clue. I mean, look, we're a little bit further down the grid for this race. What can you do from here?
Well, people have won races from the back, haven't they? So that's the ultimate aim. So, you know, we were so quick yesterday. We led most of the laps until we unfortunately had an electrical failure. So yeah, we're just going to try and carve our way through and see where we finish up.
Put a show on for us, aren't you? Actually, thanks for talking to us. Let's grab Paul over here. Paul, come on. It's good to see you again. How are you? All right?
I'm all right, my friend. How are you?
Yeah, I'm a bit sad because we're coming to the end of it. But have you enjoyed yourself in 2025?
Always enjoy myself. Yeah, we've had some ups and downs, mainly downs. No, it's not been too bad. It's not been too bad. Bad tyre choice yesterday for quali.
Okay. Yeah.
We thought we'd get an early lap in before it dried out, which we did, but no one went off. Normally you get a yellow flag in quali.
Yeah.
They were good as gold yesterday, so no one went off.
So you were kind of hoping for that, were you? You kind of,
well, you lose a bit of time then, don't you?
Yeah.
And everyone has to slow down. So we would then come in and put slicks on the rear, which we did later. And then I dropped it at paddock on cold rears and red flagged. Quali, which was my first one, I think, to be fair, yeah. But
I didn't want to bring it up, but you did. So
it's fine. But no, it was a good, it's been a good year. Yeah, still enjoy it.
Can you maybe tell us what you might be doing next year? You're back?
I'd like to be back here next year, yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah, definitely.
Paul, thanks for talking to us. It's been a pleasure having you this season as always. Yes, we are about to get underway, the penultimate race of the VERTU Mini Challenge Trophy season. There is Alex Keynes up there. He could wrap up the title in this race. Right, let's get into it. Action, enjoy.
There are cars coming up to the grid then for the second race of the weekend for the VERTU Mini Challenge. This is their reverse grid race, the second of their 3 races this weekend. Top 10 on the grid from yesterday's results are in reverse, and championship leader Alex Keynes has struck lucky because after a slightly disappointing race yesterday to 9th place, he's been able to draw the front row because the top 10 are reversed on the grid. It's a partially reversed grid done by draw on the lines of the British Touring Car Championship. Monroe Renard in 10th place yesterday, so he gets pole position. Alex Keens lines up on the front row alongside him. Number 7, Stephen Chandler, and 185 Jensen Mason on the second row. Then Alfie Garford and Olivier Algieri on row 3. He got bonus points, Algieri, yesterday for fastest lap. James Sherrington and Luca Marinoni Osborne on row 4. And Louis Capezzoli, along with yesterday's winner Reese Hurd, completing the top 10 on the grid. 6th row of the grid will be Matt Luff, number 72, this year's Audi TT Cup champion, starts alongside 138 Henry Foote, who survived a trip through the gravel in yesterday's race. Row 7 will be 95 Josh Wilby, one of our title contenders, had a very quiet race yesterday. James Taylor, number 66, will start alongside him. On row 8 we have Ronnie Smith, who came through for 15th place after starting from the pit lane in the restarted race yesterday, starts alongside Louis Fleet in 6.10. Row 9 is Murray Richardson, who bounced back after a rollover in qualifying coming out of Graham Hill Bend yesterday, starts alongside Cameron Wood in the 43. Completing the top 20, Paul Manning, number 46, 13 Jacob Baldry, and then a couple of non-finishers from yesterday. Watch out for fireworks from the back of the grid. Ashley Gregory, number 22, who was quickest in qualifying yesterday and will line up on pole for race 3. Contact on the Cooper Straight puts her out of yesterday's race, as she has for company Leo Purchase, number 171, starting from the back after his car broke down on the opening lap of yesterday's race. The cars for this race are identical BMW Mini Coopers. It's the trophy or Cooper category of the Mini Challenge, sponsored by VERTU. This will be a 15-minute race. 50 points for the winner, 44 for second, 40 for third, then 37, 34, 32, 30 and so on downwards, plus 3 points for the fastest lap. 50 points yesterday went to Reese Hurd, number 59, took a clear victory over Louis Capezzoli, who came through for second, with Luca Marinoni Osborne in 3rd place. So they line up 10th, 9th and 8th respectively. Monroe Renard, who was 10th, the black, yellow and white car, line up in pole position for today's event. The car's just on their green flag lap at the moment. So Monroe Renard, number 69, the Yorkshireman for Graves Motorsports, will lead the field away. There's Reese Hurd, the blue number 59 car, for Westbourne Motorsports. Can he come through and make it a double victory? It'll be 2 green flag laps with the slightly damp conditions. Also regularly see the Mini Challenge JCW class supporting the British Touring Car Championship. Some of the touring car stars of the future in their BMW Minis here today. A lot of graduates of the likes of the Junior Saloon Car Championship, the Fiesta Junior Championship in there. The one to watch here likely to be the green and yellow car of Alex Keens, the championship leader. By my calculation, he's on 666 points when drop scores are taken into account. Each driver drops their worst score over the course of the season. Alfie Garford is second in the points on 595, Reese Hurd on 579, Josh Wilby 577, and Gabe Fairbrother on 573, although Gabe isn't here unfortunately this weekend. He picked up an injury in a crash at Silverstone earlier this season, so get well soon, Gabe. There is Leo Purchase at the back of the field, number 171. His car sadly gave up the ghost on the opening lap of yesterday's race. Of course, the grid for race 3 is set by the qualifying session, the fastest time for each driver. Race 3 coming up later on. The Mini Challenge does things a little bit differently when it comes to grid lineups. So into position, ready for this 15-minute race then. Try and give you an update at the end of the race on the championship positions. I don't think the title will be decided in this one unless Alex Keens finishes substantially clear of his 2 title rivals, Alfie Garford and Reese Hurd. Also Josh Wilby as well is still in contention, only a couple of points further back. James Sherrington on 547. So it's just between those top 4, I think, now. Let's have Stephen Chandler back, the white car with the orange wheels, on the second row of the grid alongside the Weir Tools livery car of Jensen Mason. His teammate Alfie Garford 1 place behind him. Olivier Algieri in the red car will be one to watch here as well. Revs beginning to rise then for 15 minutes of race action, and away they go. Decent start by Alex Keens from the outside of the front row, trying to draw alongside Monroe Renard on the run into Paddock Hill Bend. The 2 Weir Tools livery cars right on the tail of Stephen Chandler as well. Olivier Algieri trying to get round the outside of all 3 of them. They're all away cleanly. Into Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. It is Monroe Renard who leads the way, but only just. Everybody else queuing up behind him now. Where is Alex Keens? We'll pick up in a moment as they come down. Has Keens got in front there into Druids? Yes, he has. He leads the way down towards Graham Hill Bend, so he's going to try and put as much clean air between himself and the rest of the pack as he can here. Stephen Chandler, I think, has come through into 3rd place, only just ahead of the 2 Weir Tools cars there. One of them up on the grass on the inside almost in the right-hander at McLaren. As the pack comes through behind, there's Ronnie Smith, the white and turquoise car. He ended up in the gravel at Druids on the opening lap of yesterday's race. Had to take the restart from the pit lane. Side by side across the lanes, Alfie Garford coming through on the inside, one of our title contenders. Olivier Algieri up there on the outside, but Alex Keens leads the way. The hill towards Druids Hill Bend for the 2nd time. Algieri caught on the outside line. Alex Keens it is who leads the way. Monroe Renard in 2nd place. Chandler is in 3rd position. The man behind Chandler Motorsport runs a number of the cars in this field. Garford behind him and Algieri having a go at the inside. That looks like James Sherrington, the number 40. Reese Hurd's in there as well. Yesterday's winner is up into 7th position. On the outside there, James Sherrington, the number 40. Behind them is Jensen Mason, I think that is, in the 2nd of the Weir Tools cars. In fact, that's Louis Capozzoli, yesterday's runner-up, number 99, just ahead of Henry Foote as they come over the line. Down the hill and back up the other side into Druids. Still Keens leads the way from Renard. Alfie Garford under a track from Olivier Algieri, who's still stuck on that outside line. He just can't get back into the crocodile here. Down the hill they come, somebody running a bit wide ahead of them there. Just briefly putting a wheel on the grass. They've held it together 3 wide into Graham Hill Bend. That doesn't always work, and out wide goes the number 72 car. That's Matt Luff. Luca Marinoni Osborne was at the front of that group. They've sorted themselves out just about. Ronnie Smith in the middle of them there, the number 96 on the outside line as Luff attacks up the inside. Behind them, it's the number 66 of James Taylor. 3 wide through Clearways now and Clark Curve. Reese Hurd on the inside, trying to get past Jensen Mason. Alfie Garford's lost a couple of places in there as well. So the championship situation chopping and changing all the time. This will be music to the ears of Alex Keens out in front. So he's been able to increase his lead. 8/10 of a second clear of Monroe Renard now. Chandler in 3rd place. Algieri's come through for 4th position. And Reese Hurd up to 5th from 10th place on the grid. 3 laps completed. Hurd's currently got the fastest lap of the race. Don't forget there's 3 bonus points off of the fastest lap. James Sherrington holding off Luca Marinoni Osborne. Ronnie Smith dives to the inside, attacking James Taylor in the 66. There's battles everywhere you look, all the way down the order in this 2nd race of the weekend for the mini challenge. Not even a third of the way through this round. The gap is still just under a second. Keens ahead of Renard. There's Leo Purchase coming through from the back of the grid, passing Cameron Wood in the number 43 machine. Now Stephen Chandler trying to have a go for 2nd place. Algieri has a go at Chandler in turn though up the inside. He's certainly a very forceful driver, is Olivier Algieri. Alex Keanes has not increased his lead by a huge margin, still just under a second ahead. Things have calmed down slightly in the pack now. Well, things never really calm down in the VERTU Mini Challenge, but calm down as much as they normally do. But now they're right back on it for third place here. Stephen Chandler and Olivier Algieri. Algieri's gone through into third place. Rhys Hurd getting involved in that as well. We very briefly had red ahead of white ahead of blue there. Line astern for third place. Where have we seen that before involving minis, I wonder? Rhys Hurd is going to break that status quo on the inside on Stephen Chandler for fourth position. Here comes Louis Capozzoli. He's come through now into sixth place ahead of Jensen Mason, the navy blue car there. Looking to go one better than his second place in yesterday's race. Stephen Chandler drops behind Rhys Hurd, who's up to fourth. All this is playing into the hands of Alex Keanes, who continues to increase his lead. He could well be racing to the championship. Midfield pack heads through. Surtees and McLaren. It's Henry Fuchs, the Cornish driver, under fire from Matt Luff, just outside the top 10. His foot lost a couple of places on that last lap. And what's Monroe Renard doing? A bit of grass tracking there, coming out of Clark Curve. It lose out as a result of that to Rhys Hurd, goes around the outside. So it's now Algieri up into second place. Hurd is third, Renard down to fourth, and Chandler could come through into fourth on the outside there, out of Paddock Bend. Chandler on the inside. Monroe Renard fights back. Louis Capozzoli's trying to go around both of them. Oh, excellent move there by Capozzoli, and I think he's going to get fourth place. Yes, he's done it. Chandler will now go down the inside on Monroe Renard. There's a bit of needle creeping into this battle now. Jensen Mason says, I'll have some of this as well. Alex Keanes will be looking in his mirror thinking, well, if you're all going to squabble behind me, I'm off. And off goes Monroe Renard. Over the grass, look out as he rejoins. Just misses one of the Wearer Tools cars there. That was Jensen Mason, who had to go wide to avoid him. Well, for Monroe Renard, that last lap was more like rallycross than mini challenge. There hasn't been rallycross here at Brands Hatch for many years. Here comes Luca Marinoni Osborne now. Alfie Garford's caught in the middle. Matt Luff on the inside. Henry Foot up there on the outside. I think that's James Sherrington in behind them, is it? Yes, the number 40. There's Keanes with the lead. Algieri under fire from Rhys Hurd for second place. Capozzoli is now fourth. Chandler fifth. There's Luca Marinoni Osborne starting on pole for race one, by virtue of having the fastest second time in qualifying. The second highest lap time for each driver forming the grid for race one. The quickest formed the grid for race three, and a bit of a collision there. Leo Purchase and Ronnie Smith, and Ronnie Smith goes off onto the grass. That's where Murray Richardson rolled it yesterday. It's a bit of damage to the back of Stephen Chandler's car, I've just noticed as well there. A bit of bodywork hanging off. That starts flapping around. He could get the black and orange flag. So just under 7 minutes of this race to go.
Past the car. Thank you so much.
See that again there. Leo Purchase and Ronnie Smith coming together at Graham Hill Bend. So the lead is still with Alex Keanes by 1.8 seconds now. There's the battle for second, and Rhys Hurd has got through at Paddock Hill Bend up into P2. Through on the inside past Olivier Algieri. Not in championship contention, Olivier, after some problems earlier in the season. Rhys Hurd still with an outside chance after that race win yesterday. Here comes Jensen Mason on the back of Stephen Chandler. That's the fight for fifth position behind Louis Capozzoli. A bit of understeer there for Rhys Hurd into clearways. Loses a bit of momentum. Algieri ready to attack here for second place. The fight for seventh place, headed up now by Monroe Renard after he dropped back earlier on. There's one of our title contenders, Josh Gorby, number 95, the white and red car. He's got Matt Luff on his tail, so Wilby has risen up to 11th place. James Sherrington has dropped back a couple of spots there, the number 40. Luca Marinoni Osborne having a go at Monroe Renard. Josh Wilby now fourth rather in the points, just 2 points behind Reese Hurd heading into this race, by my calculations anyway. Bit of debris there in the middle of Graham Hill Bend. That's like somebody's lost a bit of their wheel arch. That might be what was hanging off Stephen Chandler's car. 5 minutes of the race to go. There's Chandler. There's Luca Marinoni Osborne attacking Monroe Renard and going through. That's Clearways. They've got Alfie Garford on their tails. Renard back on the inside as they head up towards these Jack Brabham straights. Jensen Mason making a move on Louis Caponzoli. That's the P4, and there's certainly something hanging off Louis Caponzoli's car there. A bit of the bumper hanging off. There's a black and white flag being shown as well to car 38. That's Olivier Algeri. That's the driving standards flag, so I'm presuming that's for track limits. That is the case. One more offence and he'll get a 5-second penalty. Luca Marinoni Osborne side by side out of Druids. The attack on Alfie Garford there. Henry Foote in behind them. Alex Keane's lead up to 2.3 seconds now. He's looking good for 50 points. Reese Hurd is currently on to score 47, 44 for second place, plus 3 points for the fastest lap that he currently holds. Where's our other title contenders? Alfie Garford is currently in 9th position. Josh Wilby 11th. There they are in this group. There's Wilby side by side with Matt Luff. Minutes of the race to go. James Sherrington under fire. This is Leo Purchase from the back of the grid, round the outside. Where's he up to now? 14th. Ashley Gregory is up to 17th from the back. All 22 starters are still running. The lead for Alex Keane's up to 2.8 seconds now. Hurd still got the fastest lap, where Keane's fastest in the first sector this time around. His last lap was his personal best. There is the race leader. 59.796, the quickest lap of the race by Reese Hurd, is still holding off Olivier Algeri. So his last couple of lap times have been a bit slower because he's under pressure for that second place. There's Ashley Gregory, the blue and pink car, making her way through from the last row of the grid. Oh, bit more debris goes flying there. Leo Purchase now on the tail of 610 Louis Fleet. Less than 2 minutes to go now. Alex Keane's looks like he's got this race under control. There's the fight per second. Reese Hurd's pulled away slightly from Olivier Algeri. It looks like it is going to be 50 championship points for Alex Keane's. Potentially 47 for Reese Hurd. This could move him above Alfie Garford in the championship. We're going to wait to see where Garford finishes. He's currently 9th, 1 place ahead of Josh Wilby. Will it be last lap this time around, or will they get 2 more laps out of this? I think they'll get 2 more. Algeri still chasing Reese Hurd for second place. Just under a minute left as the leader crossed the line, so it will be 2 more laps to go. There's Monroe Renard, our pole sitter for this race. He's now down in 7th. On the outside there, it's Josh Wilby trying to attack Alfie Garford. Now they'll be trying to take points off each other in the race for the championship. stand at the moment, Alfie Garford will get 26 points for 9th place. Josh Wilby get 25 points for 10th. So Alex Keane's taking a giant stride towards the title here, if he can win this race. Over the curve there, Matt Luff as he attacks Henry Foote. Clock has counted down to 0. A checkered flag, in fact, has already come out as Alex Keanes comes in to take the victory. Side by side across the line now. Two of the title contenders there over the line. Garford and Wilby were together. Garford got there for 9th place ahead of Josh Wilby. It's Alex Keanes who's taken the win. Reese Hurd in 2nd place. Olivier Algieri was in 3rd. It was Jensen Mason who took 4th place, and Louis Capozzoli rounding out the top 5. We'll confirm the full results in a moment, but Alex Keanes taking the win. Checkered flag coming out a bit sooner than I anticipated there, just to confuse things slightly. Apologies there. I thought they had one more lap to go. So the provisional result then, Alex Keanes taking the win ahead of Reese Hurd. Olivier Algieri rounds out the podium. Jason Mason takes 4th ahead of Louis Capozzoli, with Stephen Chandler and pole sitter Monroe Renard next home. Luca Marinoni Osborne was 8th then. Josh Wilby just beat Alfie Garford to the line for 9th place, although my timing screen has it the other way round. So we'll wait for confirmation on that one. But whatever way round those two have finished, it's certainly looking like Alex Keanes has just taken a massive stride towards the VERTU Mini Challenge Trophy title for 2025.
Yeah, welcome down everybody to a very emotional Parc Ferme, as you can imagine. Alex Keanes is our provisional 2025 VERTU Mini Challenge Trophy champion. Look at what it means. We've just let him run out there and have hugs with friends and family there. Brilliant stuff indeed. He is just having a hug there. Look at what this means. Let's have a chat, shall we? We've got Reese Hurd and Olivier Algieri over here. We'll grab Alex very shortly. Reese, can I just borrow you for a second? What a weekend it's been for you, by the way, so far. 1st and 2nd so far.
Yeah, well, I didn't expect that from Temp, to be fair. I knew it was going to be a tricky race. It was going to be wet, so it sort of evens all out the playing field. You can actually make quite a lot of moves. Got to 3rd quite quickly. And I knew Alex, by the time I got to 2nd, Alex was just gone, so there was no way of catching him. So my main 2 people today are Alfie Garford and Wilby for the championship to at least come 2nd, so beating both of them, that's good.
Listen, it's been a bit of an up and down year for you at times. You are lightning fast, but you've had more wins from anybody else. Does that mean you're going to go for it next year? Come on, Reese.
Who knows? The classic answer, we don't know. We don't know what we're doing next year, so yeah.
Excellent, Reese. Thank you for talking to us. Really appreciate it. Olivia, can we grab you for a quick chat? Just talking about to Reese there about perhaps luck hasn't quite been on the side over the course of the year, but again, you are lightning fast. Next year, does that mean you're going to come and have a go at the title?
Maybe, we'll see. I'm not too sure on the plans next year, but it's been a good year. I've been on the podium whenever I could, so we've made the most of it for sure.
You've just got quicker and quicker and quicker, haven't you, this year?
Yeah, and now we've sort of found our feet a little bit with this car. Let's hope for a nice dry race this afternoon.
Thank you so much. One more dance, of course, to go. It's been an actual real pleasure of mine is watching how quick Olivier Algieri has gone this season. We'll grab Alex round for a chat. Look, we'll just let him enjoy this moment. There he is. Alex, look, everybody else has had a hug. I haven't had one yet. Come on. Congratulations.
Thank you
even I was getting a little bit emotional seeing you pull in there, tears in your eyes. What does this mean to you?
It means everything. It's end of 3 years of hard work, 3 years of trying to be the best, and we've finally done it. It's what a way to win it as well. It's just, yeah, I can't.
I can only announce it as provisional, because you still got to do all those boring bits, haven't you?
Yeah.
But that's done. That will be done and dusted soon. You've got another race to go a little bit later. Is this really the first time now this season that you can just fully relax? All the weight has gone from your shoulders.
I mean, the whole mindset this year has just been to relax and just to enjoy it, and it will just happen. And I think we'll just keep going with that. It's worked the whole season, so there's no point.
I also understand, Rhea said to me before, Alex has asked if he can jump on the roof after the race, and she said no, but you can do it later. Okay, so you will do it for us later.
Yeah, not when the car needs to look good, but yeah, later on when it doesn't really matter.
Alex Keynes, one final time, our provisional champion for 2025 in the VERTU Mini Challenge Trophy. Go enjoy it for a little bit. You're so well deserved. Right, just join me for a little bit. Very emotional. This is what motorsport is all about, isn't it? This is what we love about it. And very shortly, right here, Junior Saloon Car Championship. It's about to be their final race of the season. Is it going to be Kerr? Is it going to be Salvador? Butler still has an outside chance. We're about to find out. Let's hand over to commentator Dave Goddard to take you through it.
Well, thanks Ian, and congratulations to Alex Keynes, our provisional champion in the VERTU Mini Challenge Trophy. We were waiting for the official result to come through there. There was a little bit of confusion further down in the pack, but it looks as though Alex has done enough with that victory. We now move on then to the Junior Saloon Car Championship. I think Ian caught up with a few of the drivers down in the assembly area a short while ago.
Well, it all comes down to this. After thousands of miles travelled around the United Kingdom, the final for the Junior Saloon Car Championship is about to get underway, and it couldn't be closer. Josh Salvador leads the championship from Ollie Kerr by just 2 points. Wilf Butler still has an outside chance, or it is quite an outside chance. I'm sure we will be catching up with them very shortly. 15 minutes of action left to go for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. In 20 minutes or so, we will crown our champion. Somebody I wanted to have a quick chat to, though, before all that is Martin Wright. Martin, can I grab you for a very quick chat? Because you were the scholarship winner, and this has been your first season with the Junior Saloons. What have you made of it?
Oh, it's been a great experience, you know, real learning curve compared to karting.
What would you say to somebody who's watching this, thinking about getting involved? Why should they take the car route rather than sticking with karting?
I think they should just get into it. I think it's much more professional, much nicer experience, you know, around the whole paddock. You know, karting's quite fraught, but this is much more, you know, friendly paddock.
What would you say has been the biggest thing you've learnt this year?
And probably how close the racing is here and this same class of car.
Look, thank you so much for being with us this season, Martin. It's great to finish on a high, won't you, as well? Yes, as I say, Josh Salvador, Ollie Kerr going toe-to-toe. Wilf Butler not quite out of it yet, but for the final time in 2025, the Junior Saloon Car Championship is about to take to the track. Let's hand over to your commentator, Dave Goddard, to take you through the action. Enjoy.
Well, we certainly are going to enjoy this one. Thanks very much, Ian. And what a showdown we've got coming up for you, with just 2 points in it at the top of the championship, heading into this final race of the season with the Junior Saloon cars. Wilf Butler will start on pole position for the finale. He's third in the championship. We'll go to the points in just a moment. Ollie Kerr starts alongside him. He's one of our two main contenders. Second row, Louis Austin, and newcomer Jake Wardle on the second row of the grid. Fantastic weekend he's had so far, sadly spoiled by a jump start in race 1. Row 3, Max Scharfegger and Matthew Swatton. Josh Salvadori, currently leading the championship by just 2 points, is back on row 4. He struggled a bit in qualifying, starts alongside Joe Wood. 80 Ollie Smith and 14 Martin Wright completing the top 10 on this grid. And then moving on back to row 6, we have Leon Holly and Sherry Ann Powell. On row 7, Bailey Roberts and Tom Algar, and Lexi Powell and Ben Ward on the final row of the grid. So going into this final race of the season, Josh Salvadori is on 597 points. He's the red car, the Lightning McQueen lookalike with the yellow wheels. On 595 points is Ollie Kerr, who starts from the front row of the grid. Wilf Butler is third in the championship. He's on 552. He starts on pole. His efforts are rather stymied by a non-finish in race 1 with engine trouble yesterday, but he's back out for this one. He won race 2, and he's still in mathematical contention. But you would say it really is between Josh Salvadori and Ollie Kerr. It's double points this weekend for the JSCC. 50 points for a win, 44 for second, 40 for third, then 38, 36, 34, so on downwards in increments of 2, plus 2 points for the fastest lap. So, whoever gets fastest lap, it could decide the title. All depending on where Josh Salvadori, Ollie Kerr and Wilf Butler finish in this race. In race 2 yesterday, Wilf Butler cleared off for a very clear win over Ollie Kerr, while Josh Salvadori was stuck in 4th place. He couldn't get past Max Scharfegger onto the podium, leaving that gap of just 2 points heading into our final showdown of the season. Josh Salvadori struggled in qualifying. This is the grid set by the third quickest time for each driver in qualifying. Fastest sets the grid for race 1, second fastest race 2. Josh Salvadori only started 9th for race 2 yesterday. He didn't have a happy qualifying at all. This will be another 15-minute race. We'll do our best to keep up with the championship situation as the race goes on. The black and white car of Wilf Butler on pole. The Simpson Race exhaust liveried white car of Ollie Kerr alongside him. Louis Austin on the second row has had an impressive weekend so far. The black, white and green car. In black and green alongside him is Jake Wardle. I think it's only his second weekend in the championship, and he could have been on the podium in race 1 yesterday had he not jumped the start and got a 10-second penalty. Salvadori on the inside of row 4 with the red car with the yellow wheels. He certainly needs to go like Lightning McQueen here if he's going to beat Ollie Kerr to the title. I'm really looking forward to this one. Waiting for the marshals to clear the grid then, and we await the all clear to get this one underway. The grand finale, it's the final countdown, the final showdown for the Junior Saloon Car Championship of 2025. Revs beginning to rise, these identical Citroen Saxo VTRs, and we're underway. And off they go down towards the first corner. Good start by Wilf Butler, good start by Josh Salvadori. He's come right the way through into 5th position as they head into Paddock Bend for the first time. Wilf Butler's got the lead, Kerr in second, it's Louis Austin away in 3rd place. Now Salvadori with a bit of luck could get 4th. That's Matthew Swatton who's got away well up into 4th place briefly. Salvadori goes for the inside. Now can he take 4th place away as they head down towards Graham Hill Bend? Yes, he's done so, he's up into P4. Everybody else away cleanly as well, as Ollie Smith side by side with Martin Wright. There's Joe Wood further back in the order. He's got Leon Holly and Jake Wardle on his tail. Jake a bit more circumspect off the line this time, I think, after his jump start yesterday. He's down into about 9th place. The lead is with Wilf Butler as they complete the opening lap. There's Louis Austin, chased over the line by Matthew Swatton, but Salvadori is now up into 3rd place. He's got ahead of Louis Austin, so the 3 title contenders are now running 1, 2 and 3. Wilf Butler leads the way then from Ollie Kerr. Now, it's 4 points the gap between 2nd and 3rd places. Lexi Powell's in the gravel. Now, where is that? I think that's up at Clearways, it is. So that's at Clearways. Now, is that going to lead to a safety car, I wonder? I would imagine it will. We'll wait and see if the safety car is going to come out here. It's yellow flags going into Surtees, McLaren and Clearways because of that stranded car. And I think the safety car is being scrambled. So the safety car will pick up our race leader, Wilf Butler. He will slow the field down in the meantime, so this will be the perfect sprint for the line then, with our 3 championship contenders running 1, 2 and 3. Now let's go to the calculations while we have this pause in proceedings and see what would happen. So as things stand at the moment, Wilf Butler would get the 50 points for the win. Ollie Kerr 44 and Josh Salvadoro 40. So Ollie Kerr would be champion if he stays ahead of Josh Salvadori within the top 3. Still plenty of time, plenty of laps to go yet. Lexi Powell's car to be recovered from the gravel. Great shame for Lexi, she's had quite a strong weekend on her local circuit. Ollie Kerr has currently got the fastest lap as well, so don't forget there's 2 extra points for the fastest lap on this double points weekend. As things stand at the moment, Ollie Kerr would take the championship with second place ahead of Josh Salvadori, but they'll be right on Wilf Butler's tail and ready to attack on the restart. Shouldn't take too long there for the marshals to bring the treble 3 car out of the gravel. And that'll be taken onto the Grand Prix loop, I think, so we should go back to green flag racing next time around. 3 laps completed by our race leader Wilf Butler. It should be a 10-minute sprint for the line here as Lexi Powell's car is towed to a position of safety. And she was almost into the top 10 in the opening race yesterday. She had some very strong battles in the midfield. Drivers weaving to keep their tyres warm. These cars identical 1600cc Citroën Saxo VTRs. Josh Salvadori, there he is, just lurking. He knows he's got to get ahead of Ollie Kerr to try and win the title. Wilf Butler would have to rely on his 2 rivals behind him not finishing if he's going to take the title. He'd pretty much have to win and get fastest lap and hope the other 2 behind him do not finish the race. You still get 2 points just for starting the race. So the safety car is about to unleash them then. You see Wilf Butler backing the field up. He's doing a Sebastian Vettel here. He's going to try and catch them out and get his foot down when they're least expecting it. When's he going to go? Now he goes. And Ollie Kerr's backing up the rest of the field now in second place. Wilf Butler has anticipated that well. He's got away. As we're about to get back to green flag racing, they can't pass until they get to the start-finish line. So we're back underway, just under 10 minutes of this race to go for the Junior Saloon Car Championship, and Ollie Kerr gets away from Josh Salvadori. Louis Austin is on the tail of the championship leader. Max Scharfegger is up into 5th place. Matthew Swatton, after his fast start, is back down to 6th. So here they come then up towards Druids. The first half dozen or so have broken away from the battle for 7th place. There is Lightning McQueen, aka Josh Salvadori. Max Scharfegger, podium finisher yesterday, is on the attack. As things stand at the moment, Ollie Kerr would provisionally be the champion if he can stay ahead of Josh Salvadori, who's looked very slightly off the pace of his rivals in the championship this weekend. The first 3 breaking away now slightly from Louis Austin in 4th place, Scharfegger 5th, Swatton 6th. Behind them in 7th place, looks like it's a battle between Leon Holley and Joe Wood. Martin Wright in there as well, the scholarship winner last year. Coming through to complete lap number 5. No change among the top 3. It's Martin Wright up to 7th, Leon Holley, forceful as ever, battling it out with Joe Wood. Behind them, Jake Wardle on his recovery drive after a slightly slow start. He's up the inside of Joe Wood in the number 7. Through on the inside at Paddock Hill Bend. There's Ollie Kerr just hanging on in that 2nd place. He knows he doesn't need to catch Wilf Butler. Butler has just done the fastest lap of the race, so if he wins this he'll get 52 points. Kerr would get 44 for 2nd. Salvadori would get 40 for 3rd. So as things stand at the moment, Ollie Kerr will be champion by 2 points. Subject to official ratification, of course. Wilf Butler has to rely on his rivals not finishing this race pretty much if he's going to take the title. Just one non-finisher, one driver out of the race so far is Lexi Powell. Martin Wright there in 7th place. There's Leon Holley. Then the battle for 9th, Joe Wood, Ollie Smith. Behind them, Sherry Ann Powell. Ollie Smith contender for this year's top rookie prize. His brother Harry won the title outright last year. It's moving up to the mini challenge this year. Towards Druids once again. You can see the dry line that's emerged after a lot of rain overnight here at Brands Hatch. Joe Wood in the Jam Sport car. It's Jamie Going's team, famous for their exploits in Ford Fiestas. We'll see them in TCR UK this weekend as well. Andy and Paul will be along to take you through that a little later on. There's Jake Wardle. Only a couple of meetings into his JSCC career. He could be a title contender next year. He continues with the formula. 7 minutes of the race to go, so we're just past halfway. It's still Wilf Butler who shows in front. 7 laps completed. He's got the fastest lap as well, 59.065 for Wilf Butler. So he's on for a maximum of 52 points. He's doing all he can in the championship. There he is. Somebody's lost a bumper there at Paddock Hill Bend in the gravel trap. There's Kerr in second. As things stand at the moment, Ollie Kerr is going to snatch the championship from Josh Salvadori. Josh needs to do the job. He needs to get ahead of his rival here into second place, because they're just 2 points apart in the championship. The gap between second and third is 4 points. There is Salvadori giving chase. Scharfegger is in fourth position. He's got ahead of Louis Austin. Further back in the order, Sherry-Ann Powell goes side by side with the bright green car of Bailey Roberts. Ollie Smith having a go further ahead of the inside of Joe Wood as well. That's the battle for 9th and 10th position. Ollie Smith has been a top 5 contender this year. Quite a weekend for him. The car his brother Harry raced last year. Bailey Roberts also in the car his brother raced last year. Kyle Roberts raced that in 2024. Ollie Smith round the outside there at Druids. He goes through. Good move there by Ollie Smith. Jake Wardle is now right up behind them. This is the main focus at the moment. The midfield fight. The lead battle is now a little more strung out with 5 minutes this race to go. Leon Holly having a go at Martin Wright. That's for 7th place. It's been a frustrating weekend for Martin so far, with a couple of non-finishes. Now we can see whose bumper's in the gravel trap at Paddock Hill Bend. It belongs to Leon Holly. He went off there in the first race yesterday and went bouncing over the grass, retired with suspension damage. And coincidentally, that was in a tangle with Martin Wright. As meanwhile, never mind that, because Ollie Kerr is having a go at the race leader Wilf Butler. I thought the battle had got a bit more strung out, but no, Ollie Kerr seems to have found a second win. His last lap was his personal best of the race. He closed by 0.2 of a second on race leader Wilf Butler. So Ollie Kerr wants to put Butler between himself and Salvadori to make things safe. It's another 6 points for the win, and Butler makes a slight mistake there. Coming through Surtees, he got a bit sideways. Now Ollie Kerr needs to keep up the momentum and try and get alongside the number 70. Just under 4 minutes of this race to go. This pulsating season finale for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. I'm wondering if Wilf Butler's run wide somewhere. Yeah, you can see his car's fishtailing around. Whether it's because he's got dirt on the tyres. You can see dirt on the side of the car. Did he run wide at Paddock a lap or two ago that we didn't see while we were watching the midfield battle, I wonder? Maybe that's why he lost that momentum. Perhaps he ran wide at Paddock Hill Bend. There's definitely a bit of dirt on the side of the car. Let's see it again here. Yes, he lost the rear end through there and he ran wide into the gravel. We missed that initially. So that's why it's closed up again. So Wilf Butler is the pressure telling here. Because Ollie Kerr, if he can get through into the lead and get a car between himself and Josh Salvadori, will be all set to win the championship. 3 minutes of the race to go. Up across the stripe they come to complete lap number 11. Gap is 2.293 of a second, and Ollie Kerr is right with Wilf Butler now. Only a couple of car lengths in it, so they avoid the damper part of the circuit on the inside. Josh Salvadori behind them. 1.3 seconds down now on Kerr. Well, he's led the championship almost since day one at Donington. But the Lightning McQueen lookalike is maybe seeing his chances slip away here right at the end of the season. Jake Wardle's got ahead of Martin Wright, and that's Joe Wood up with them. Ollie Smith has got clear of this battle. See that dirt on the side of the car. It was the giveaway that Wilf Butler had that off. He has pulled away again now slightly from Ollie Kerr. 2 minutes on the clock. Butler's still got the fastest lap of the race as well. Salvadori pushing on, but his title chances slipping away. And it looks at the moment like it is going to be Ollie Kerr by just a couple of points. Of course, it ain't over until that checkered flag goes out. Up into Druids once again. Ollie Kerr will be nervous in that car. He'll have worked out exactly what he needs to do. Meanwhile, Joe Wood having a go at Martin Wright up into Druids. That's for P10. Wright was as high as 7th early on, but he's dropped back. The leader's coming through now. Will it be last lap this time for Wilf Butler? 1 minute on the clock as he comes up to the Sir Jack Ram straight. Yes, the final lap board goes out. The last lap of the season for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Wilf Butler is going to take his second race win of the weekend. But Ollie Kerr is less than a lap from the championship. Salvadori has dropped away slightly now. I think the number 110 knows that he's defeated. He's led the championship for so long this year. Kerr's backed off a little. It's going to be 52 points for Wilf Butler, 44 for Ollie Kerr, 40 for Josh Salvadori. Subject to official ratification, the title is going to the man in the treble 2, the man from Marlow in Buckinghamshire, in the Simpson Race exhaust Saxo. They come through the final corner of the season and up towards the checkered flag. Wilf Butler is going to take his second win of the weekend. The checkered flag is in sight. Butler wins the race, but Ollie Kerr is the Junior Saloon Car Champion for 2025. Josh Salvadori comes over in third. Scharfegger is fourth. Louis Austin just holds off Matthew Swatton to take fifth position. And we wait for the rest of the pack to come home behind. So Wilf Butler signs off with a win. But subject to official ratification, Ollie Kerr is your Junior Saloon Car Champion for 2025. An independently run car as well. We await the rest of the placings to come in as well, as the Rookies Championship to be decided too. I think that will have gone to Ollie Smith, but we'll await confirmation of that. Await the provisional results. Wilf Butler takes the win, 1.2 seconds ahead of Ollie Kerr, who provisionally is your new champion. Josh Salvadori takes third. He did all he could, so did Wilf Butler. Max Scharfegger a fine fourth ahead of Louis Austin. Matthew Swatton in sixth position. Ollie Smith down in eighth behind Leon Holly. Jake Wardle and Martin Wright complete the top 10 then. Joe Wood, Sherry-Ann Powell, Bailey Roberts, Tom Algar, Ben Ward the final finish, Alexi Powell dropping out. And that concludes the 2025 Junior Saloon Car season. Wilf Butler signs off with the victory, but with second place to mark by my calculations and subject to official ratification. Number treble 2, Oliver Kerr, is this year's champion. Cars now heading back towards the outer paddock. Ian will be down there, I'm sure, to talk to our race winner and our new champion. Next up it will be more truck racing. It'll be the rerun of the race from yesterday. then there'll be a short lunch break before our final 4 races of this penultimate weekend on BARC TV. We're back here next Saturday at Brands Hatch, of course, for the Brick Car Into the Night race. Coming up this afternoon after our truck race, we've got the Milltek Civic Cup and TCR UK, their season finales and championship deciders. Andy McEwen and Paul O'Neill will take you through those. We've got the final race of the VERTU Mini Challenge Trophy. Alex Keanes will look for another win to celebrate his title. And then the decider in the British Truck Racing Championship as well will crown 2 champions this weekend in truck racing too. Later on, of course, we'll have the truck parade, the show truck parade, led by sponsors Dines Motor Services. They've got their big fleet of heavy recovery vehicles here this weekend. They'll lead the truck parade, and we've got our firework display as well. I'll be signed off before the firework display. You don't want my voice ruining it. Meanwhile, I think we can head down to Ian in Parc Fermé to talk to our winner and provisional new champion in the Junior Saloon Car Championship.
Well, we have been crunching the numbers down here in Parc Fermé, about 15 of us trying to work out exactly how it's gone. We've all come to the same conclusion. Ollie Kerr, your provisional 2025 Junior Saloon Car Championship. Fantastic race by Wilf Butler to take the race win. Salvatore gave it everything, but couldn't quite get the job done in the end. But what a show these 3 gentlemen have put on in 2025. They're all winners in our eyes, but our provisional champion, Ollie Kerr. Ollie, can I just grab you for a very quick chat? It's horrible, isn't it? We just literally grab you out of the car. You're the provisional champion. How do you feel?
Obviously that was quite a...
Oh, look at this. Well, great moment.
You drove amazingly. Obviously we've tried so hard this year. We tried so hard this year, and especially over these past 3 weeks. I can't thank Quintec Racing enough for putting in long hours in the workshop, making sure the car's top dollar for this weekend, and obviously, yeah, it's just amazing to win it.
Throughout the course of the season, there's been times where you've dropped back a little bit, but then you've just, the second half of the season, the consistency from you has paid dividends, hasn't it?
I think the beginning of the year we really struggled with the car, and then just whatever we did throughout the halfway through, we just picked up and got triple pole, and then now we're winning the championship.
Ollie, can I have a little hug? Can I have a little hug? Well done, mate. Look, go see friends, family. I'm sure they all want to see a lovely moment from Wilf Butler there as well, and Josh Salvatore. Let's go have a quick chat with Josh, shall we, if we can. Josh, you gave it everything. You really did, and you have been exceptional. Can we get a round of applause for Josh Salvatore as well, please, everybody? You're all winners. Absolutely nobody has not won this weekend. What do you make of your season overall? It's been fantastic. Huh?
Yeah, it's been all right.
Been all right?
Yeah, we've learnt a lot, and yeah, big congrats to Ollie and Wilf. Yeah, good top 3.
I tell you what, that was a fantastic race though, wasn't it? I think by turn 4 you got yourself up to 3rd. He's thinking, I can do this.
Yeah, it was all right. You know, yeah, thanks to my mates for not making it too hard. Yeah, we made the moves and got a good start and got into a good place in 3rd, but just, yeah, I didn't have any more to give.
Well, you've given everything this season. Josh Salvatore, remember the name, by the way, everybody. He's a seriously talented driver. Where is Wilf Butler? Where has he gone? Wilf, come here. It was always going to be a long shot, wasn't it? But you did everything you needed to do to try and at least put yourself in the picture. And it has been, other than race 1, it's been a pretty good weekend for you, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, triple pole, 2 race wins and 2 fast laps and a new lap record.
Any other weekend?
Yeah. It would be amazing, but yeah, just unfortunate. We've had a few DNFs this year which have set us back, obviously, and being a double points round, lost loads of points here, which just put us out of the running really. But yeah, really pleased with myself, had really great statistics all year and most race wins, most poles. Just really happy, yeah.
An awful lot to be proud of. Wilf, thank you for everything you've done for us this season as well. It's been fantastic. Wilf Butler, Josh Salvatore, and your champion, Ollie Kerr. What a season it has been. Look at that. The crowds are here in the outer paddock, the Parc Fermé here at Brands Hatch on the Indy circuit. So the 2025 Junior Saloon Car Championship draws to a close, and it is this man, Ollie Kerr, your provisional champion. Right, so we are not done here yet though at Brands Hatch. Still more to come up. A little bit later we're going to decide who is going to be the champion in TCR and Civic Cup as well. And of course before that we've got another British Truck Racing Championship. Div 1, Div 2 up for grabs. Let's hand over to commentator Dave Goddard to take you through the action.
So back to the big rigs next then. Ollie Kerr's off to celebrate his championship. It's our rerun of the last race from yesterday for the British Truck Racing Championship coming up next. So it's effectively race 2 of the weekend. We are only going to have 4 races, with the timetable having been rejigged slightly. And I think that means that it is going to be Ryan Smith on pole position, because it's based on the second fastest time for each driver in qualifying. We'll confirm that when the grid lines up. To win so far this weekend for David Jenkins and for Nathan Smith, but as he's not registered for the full championship, Nathan Smith is not eligible to score points. Thank you, Pointy, for confirming that earlier on. So Ryan Smith will have got the maximum points from his race runner-up position earlier on behind his namesake Nathan, but he will get the full points. And we can now confirm that Ryan Smith is now 40 points ahead, with only a maximum of 42 points left in the championship over the last 2 races. So Ryan Smith can seal the Division 1 title in our next race. In Division 2, it's a little bit closer. As once we've confirmed the result of our earlier race in Division 2, still Callum Eason is only a few points ahead of Jake Evans. Jake did lose a few positions towards the end of that last race. We need to confirm who took fastest lap in that race as well, but I think, without fastest lap included, I think the margin is now 7 points in Division 2. We're just checking that now. Yes, Jake Evans was 4th in Division 2. It was Sami Ojanen, who 3rd highest point scorer, who got the fastest lap in that early Division 2 race. We're just checking the charts. Yes, 7 points in it in Division 2 between Callum Eason and Jake Evans. Sami Ojanen 3rd in the points there, so it's between Eason and Evans for the Division 2 title still. In terms of the race we saw earlier on, we'll give you the points in Division 1. So the win went to Ryan Smith on points. He got the fastest lap as well. Stuart Oliver was 2nd. So Ryan Smith got 21 points. Stuart Oliver, the 2nd highest point scoring finisher. So 5:02 plays 4:62. Michael Oliver was in 3rd place. While we await the trucks for this next race, let's see if Ian and Pointy have been able to catch up with down in the paddock while I do a bit more maths.
Right, good afternoon world, how the devil are we? Here we are then with Steve Powell of Division 1. Before you get going though, I've heard a rumour around the paddock, because we don't talk about it very often. You did truck racing before you did Division 1, didn't you?
Yeah, but this is our 18th season, so we was 14 years in Division 2, and then with the last like 3.5 in. So
because I feel like we always talk about, you know, Division 1 wins and all this, that and the other, and trophies this year and stuff, but, you know, you've obviously got a pretty decent trophy cabinet at home now.
I've had a great, what would you say, like history of racing. It gets a bit overlooked when you move to Division 1. Like you said, it's always about podiums, but we won the championship 4 times in Division 2, back-to-back once. And it was great, and then we made the step up for 1 year, but we bit off a bit much so we could choose, so we went back to Division 1. And then we come back here.
Yes, welcome back everybody to the Junior Saloon Car Park Ferme. I am here with Ollie Smith, and I had to find you, Ollie, because you are the provisional rookie champion. You also stink of non-alcoholic Prosecco as well. What a season it's been.
It has been. All we had to do that race was just bring it home. We had enough of a points margin, so went out of a bang, few overtakes, and yeah, finished it.
How did you feel yesterday, like going to sleep knowing that you can wrap things up today. Were you feeling a little bit nervous when you woke up this morning, or were you confident that, no, I'm going to go do it?
I had a good night's sleep, woke up a bit nervous, came to the track, got ready and straight out. So yeah, feeling a bit nervous, but we've done it. So.
What does it mean to you then to be rookie champion?
It means a lot. We put a lot of hard work, me and the team, all my sponsors and my family, put a lot of hard work into it this year, and to come away with this is just unbelievable.
Ollie, how old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
15.
15 years old, and look, when you go back to school tomorrow, you go back to school tomorrow?
I've got another week of half term.
You've got another week of half term? Blimey, I'll tell you, when I went, lads, we're always at school. Look, what's everybody going to think when you go back to school and tell everybody what you've done?
I mean, I think my teachers are more interested than my mates, so I don't know, yeah, I'd just be happy, to be honest.
And next year then, right, you're going for the outright title, yeah?
Yeah, I think it's going to be another close battle between me and Max and Matthew, but another year racing like this won't take a miss.
Ollie, congratulations. Don't hug me, because look at this, look. Absolutely dripping. I can confirm it is no Zecco as well, by the way, non-alcoholic. So congratulations, Ollie. You are the provisional rookie champion for the Junior Saloon Car Championship 2025. Reminder, of course, Ollie Kerr is the outright champion provisionally again. What a fantastic race that was. We had to speak to Ollie, didn't we? But I understand we were having a quick catch up with Stephen Powell, so I think we can go back to that and hear the rest of that interview now.
Yeah, we finished third last year. We bought a new truck for this year off of Tom. We've had to really rebuild it and get used to it. So unfortunately I had 4 DNFs in the first 2 events this year, so I left here stone dead last, even behind Division 2. Even my brother John was in front of me and he didn't complete a race. And I don't like it when people say, I'm going to have it as a test year, but unfortunately that's what we've had to do. Now the lorry's got some really good pace now, so we're looking forward to it. And I know it's the right thing to do, because Bella, the old one, was good, but everyone ups their games, and if I'd have stayed the same, I would have just got lost. Now, if I'd have kept it this year, it might have been a different story, because everyone's been a bit closer, but Division 1 is so much tougher than Division 2, and to have 13 of us out there this year, it's really good. And when you do get a podium or a win, it means so much more than like a Division 2, if I'm honest with you, because there's not many of them. They go back years ago, there used to be 18 in Division 2.
Oh, it was, I remember, it was massive,
To win a championship.
It was separate races at one point,
To win a championship in Division 2 with 18 trucks, I mean, there was only 4 in Division 1. It was like, that was the thing to do, and yeah, it's had a bit of a turn now, but no, we're happy with what we've done, and like Neil's with us now on board, and we had Graham, and Treble 3 Motorsport, it's doing really, really well, and I'm enjoying it. Lex is out there doing really well, and yeah, I've had a tough season.
Yeah.
But I'm hoping.
But you're not the only person.
No.
That is the thing you notice across the championship as a whole, is that every truck in this paddock has had something wrong with it at some point this year.
This year has probably been one of the toughest, I think, for all the competitors. Like I said, if I was in Bella and my results last year, I think I'd be winning.
Yeah.
And I mean that. Like I say, Ryan's had it, Stuart's had it, Michael's had it, but it's good. It levels it out a bit, and like it's nice not to see Ryan run away again with it. It's good for the spectators. It's good for all of us. We all want to go out there, and everyone in the top 8, I think, probably 9 or 10, have got a chance of winning.
Yeah.
Which is really, really good, and it's a great championship. It's growing. We as Trucksport are doing a great job with the pickups next year. Is really, really good. Even you boys do a good job.
Oh, well, I don't know about that. Let's not go too far. When it comes to pickups, do you think that'll have any bearing on the trucks? Do you think it'll be not a clash, for example, more of like an integration thing? Do you think we'll see them racing back to back, or?
I think so. Yeah, I think they're going to run on our calendar. We're going to promote them, and I think it'll make good. So the paddock's going to look a lot tighter. We're going to have the trucks one side, the pickups the other side. We also have a mini championship that's coming on board for 5 events as well. So we get it organised so everyone knows, and I think it's good for everyone. The profile just lifts.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And it's like it's a pleasure to be asked to do it so it shows that we're doing a good job.
Yeah.
So and we all are, but like yourself.
Yeah, of course.
I mean,
I don't know where I'm going to find the time to do 2 lots of this.
I mean, it's taken a long time to get where we have, but not really in motorsport. And the trucks have always got the thing to advertise. Now you just got to utilise it, and that's what we are doing now as a company. But everyone, the drivers are helping. The fans are helping. It's great. The atmosphere in this paddock's brilliant.
It is.
It's really,
coming
really
back,
good.
isn't
Yeah,
it?
it's great.
Coming back.
It's
We're
really
getting
good
there.
to see. So it's I would just sometimes the racing gets in the way for me for Division 1.
I think you should just give up, mate. It'll be fine. Just stick to hanging out on your buggy.
She's not about. Do not say that in front of my wife. No, we are going out on a Blaze of Glory this weekend.
Right.
So yeah.
That means trophies, not an actual fire, right?
Absolutely trophies. No.
Right, Steve, thank you very much.
Thank you,
Great
boys.
start to
Cheers,
the
thank you.
weekend. Plenty of racing left to see from Steve Powell. 4 times Division 2 champion, but you didn't know that.
No one knew it because no one ever met.
So here we are in Division 2 Championship contender with a little year roundup, I suppose, with Callum Easton. Of course, you've been drawing with Jake Evans for a little while now. It's kind of been that 2-horse race for Division 2 this year. But looking back all the way to April, I think it was, when we were last here at Brands Hatch, what journey have you been on, to kind of get to where we are this weekend?
Yeah, so it's not really been a tricky journey, really. So we did a bit of a, and I said at the start of the year, we did a bit of a sort of like, it's not really a test day, but it was a sponsor day. And we went up there, and it was at Anglesey Circuit as a part of Napa Racing UK. And I was stood there, and my dad went, "You want to have a go in that, didn't you?" I went, "Yeah, I fancy it. I do fancy it." So
I do fancy it.
Yeah. So we was just literally doing a hairpin. And first of all, I had to learn how the gearbox went because it was all round the wrong way. So Ashley found out not long ago in testing yesterday. At turn one in the gravel.
That's not. Yeah, I heard about that. I wasn't here to. Is the truck going to be okay?
Yeah, it's fine. So that she was testing my old truck.
Right.
So, yeah. So that wasn't. It was. She could have written it off. It wouldn't have done nothing. So.
Got spares.
Yeah. That's currently out the back of our awning. So, yeah, no. So the journey's been all right, to be fair. Once we finally got it sideways at the hairpin at Anglesey, we was away, and I loved it then. And then Dad made the decision, I think it was the week before Brands, to bring the ex-Andrew Fulcher truck out, which is the one we raced all year. And we come to Brands. We was down on power, as I have said all year, probably wound everybody up, keep mentioning it. But
we're down on power.
Yeah. But yeah, so through the year, we've just been there or thereabout, and consistency is key, just to be there or thereabouts, pick up the points when everyone's struggling. So we was...
You did quite well at Snetterton in the wet. Obviously, we all remember that. Very good result. Quickly back to your trucks then, and just on the evolution of the trucks. What trucks have you actually raced in this year? Because I know there's been a couple of chops and changes. So run us through where you started and what you've been in since and what you're in now, and a bit of history with each one. Because we know in truck racing it was so and so's 2000 and whatever it was truck.
Yeah, I'm not too good with the history on them.
That's fine. You don't have to go too deep.
Yeah. So we started off the year in the Andrew Fulcher truck. That hadn't been on circuit for 7 years before we got in it. So there was a few changes to make to it. And then we had a bit of an engine problem at Snetterton. We was just nursing it, and we got the wet race, which we was praying for. And we got 7 seconds in the lead in one lap, so we was pretty good in the wet.
Good, yeah.
And then obviously we were leading the championship after Snetterton, so we had about a week to get everything ready to go to Le Mans. That was find a truck, sort a carne out, so on and so forth, all the boring stuff that comes with motorsport.
Still blooming hard work though.
Yeah, it was, yeah. So then we got hold of Steve Powell, 333, and Neil, which we grateful for letting us use their DAF. So we used that DAF at Le Mans, which got us there or thereabouts, and how the D28s work and so on. So we was pretty good out there with, I think we got a 2nd and 3/3. Nice. So kept the points up there. Come out of there on level on points, and now we're in the truck that Paul Rivette ran in 2020, was it 2023?
Yeah, so of course the last time we saw the Paul Rivette truck, was it the gearbox or the engine that had given up on him in that weekend? And it was, I think that was Snetterton as well, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That it decided to finally lose its way.
Yeah, that was in, I don't know if that was in qualifying, and they spent all weekend just still showing the truck off, and even though they had a sour weekend, but we were on about putting a show for everybody here. So we left it there. There was people in and out the cab, and it was a good weekend still, even though they had the problems. But now it's back in full flesh. It left our ownership and went to 333, which Graham Paul raced this year, and then he decided to take a step back, and now we're in it to show it what you can do now.
Show it what you can do. Big words there from Callum Easton, and still those results left to come for the 2025 season. I'll shake your hand now in case I don't get a chance. Callum, it's been a fantastic year racing with you, and yeah, let's see who crosses that line first on Sunday evening. Callum Easton, Division 2, ladies and gentlemen.
Very nice to hear from a couple of our truck races there. We are still awaiting to bring the trucks onto track for our next race. It's a rerun of the race we should have seen at the end of yesterday's programme. But of course that didn't take place because of damage to the pit wall where Michael Oliver hit it, and also it was nearly dark as well, so in the interest of safety the race did not go ahead. We will see the trucks lined up as they were for that race, so it should be Ryan Smith on pole position for that race. See the trucks being got ready in the assembly area down in the outer paddock. There's Sami Ojanen making his way forward in the Sisu, the Mad Croc energy drink liveried Finnish built truck. Willem Breedek ahead of him, the Dutch guest entry this weekend. Looking at the points then, I've been doing the mathematics while we were hearing from Ian and Pointy down in the paddock. In Division 1, Ryan Smith is on 502 points. Stuart Oliver is on 462, so there's 40 points in it at the top, with a maximum of 42 available from our final 2 races of the weekend, i.e. 20 for a win and 1 for fastest lap. So Ryan Smith can win the title in this next race. He's got to make sure he's at least 21 points clear of Stuart Oliver going into that final race. David Jenkins is now out of contention. He only picked up 9 points from the race earlier on when he finished 10th after his trip through the gravel. He's on 443. John Bowler is now on 396, and Michael Oliver 388. In Division 2, things are closer. Callum Easton is on 467. Jake Evans 460, so there's 7 points between those two. Jake Evans only the 4th highest point scoring finisher in Division 2 in race 2. And Sami Ojanen a little further behind them. There's John Powell with the Greenhouse Group DAF. Great to see him getting some laps in this weekend. He's had so many technical problems with the new DAF this season. He was last year's Division 2 champion in the truck that Bradley Harvey is now racing his DAF. Great to see John getting some laps in at least. He's down in 13th in the championship at the moment, the last of the regulars this season. So here's how the grid will provisionally line up for this next race. Ryan Smith and David Jenkins on the front row of the grid, based on the second fastest time for each driver in qualifying. Neil Yates will line up in third. He had a great qualifying session yesterday. Will line up alongside Martin Gibson in the 101, returning to truck racing this year for a couple of years racing cars. Row 3, Stuart Oliver, the only man who can now stop Ryan Smith marching to a 10th consecutive title. Nathan Smith, winner earlier on, starts alongside him. Row 4 is Ricky Collett and Stephen Powell, Michael Oliver and Adam Bint rounding out the top 10. Moving on back to row 6 of the grid. We have John Bowler and Tom O'Rourke. Tom was up from the front in the race earlier on, sadly got spun into the gravel at Druids. Then on row 7, the leading Division 2 trucks, Callum Easton will start from the front of them alongside Willem Breedek. Bradley Harvey and Jake Evans on row 8. Row 9, Sami Ojanen and John Powell. And Archie Handy will start from the back, racing his father's Iveco this weekend, as we mentioned. Normally we see him in the ex-Paul McCumiskey Volvo, Archie Handy, but taking the wheel of his father Simon Cole's truck. Simon busy with work commitments this weekend. He's just started a new business. That's taking up all his time, so electing not to race and giving Archie a chance to drive the Iveco this weekend. So hopefully we'll see the trucks led out onto track very shortly then. Just a short tea break taking place at the moment. And then after the lunch break we will have the Milltek Civic Cup, the finale for the VERTU Mini Challenge Trophy. Alex Keane's having provisionally wrapped up the title there with his win earlier on. Then it'll be the finale for TCR UK. Like the Civic Cup, Andy and Paul will be taking you through that one. The Civic Cup, Scotsman Liam McGill looking the favourite for the title. In TCR UK, it's looking like to be Adam Shepherd who will wrap up the title later on. We'll wait and see. And then we have our final truck race at the end of the programme. Plenty of noise coming from trackside behind us as well. Plenty of fairground rides. We've got monster truck rides taking place as well. I can see out of the commentary box window, and I can also see over on the bank above the Cooper Strait a lot of fireworks being set up for the end of today when it gets dark. We will bring you the firework display. I'll have signed off by then, as I said earlier. You don't want my voice spoiling the firework display for you. A big thanks to our cameraman Elliot, who's up here on the roof of the hospitality units next to my commentary box. He's going to be filming the firework display from up here. We'll have our show truck parade as well. Lead sponsors Dime will lead the parade. They've got their fleets of heavy recovery vehicles here. There's our sideshows, all the fun of the fair. The monster truck ride you can just see in the distance as well. Plenty of other off-track attractions for this big family audience here at Brands Hatch this weekend. Always a great atmosphere, always a huge crowd. It is a sellout crowd here today at Brands Hatch. For this TCR and truck racing grand finale. There is one more meeting to go on BARC TV this year. It's Brands Hatch again. Next Saturday we have the finale for the Brick Car Endurance Championship. That'll be racing into the night, supported by the Carbonate Hyundai Coupe Cup and also the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. They have their all-comers handicap races to end their season with just about any kind of saloon car you think of racing in that. Everything from pre-66 saloons right up to the Classic Thunder saloons and everything in between, including Tim Evans, who's going to be racing in the Classic Thunder division. If you're able to watch next Saturday, you can wait till you see what he's got. I won't spoil the surprise. Ryan Smith warms the tyres on his Daimler Freightliner. David Jenkins will line up alongside him. There's David, just making his way through a little bit late out of the assembly area. There is Callum Eason. Don't think he'll wrap up the Division 2 title in this race. I think that's going down to the last race of the year. But Division 1 could well be wrapped up here if Ryan Smith can win this race. Needs to make sure he is more than 21 points clear of Stuart Oliver going into that final race of the season. Basically, Stuart has to win and get fastest lap and hope that Ryan doesn't score, which is unlikely. Stranger things have happened. Looks like everybody is present and correct. One more lap behind the pace truck before they get this one underway. Five-ton race trucks, over 1,000 horsepower each, electronically limited to 100 miles per hour, 12 or 13 litre turbocharged diesel engines running these days on HVO fuel. New sustainable fuel system. It was Adam Bintu pioneered that in the championship. Now all the trucks are running on environmentally friendly HVO fuel. The grid takes shape then. Ryan Smith alongside his arch rival over the years, David Jenkins. David Jenkins champion back in 2011. Ryan could be 15 minutes away from a 10th consecutive British Truck Racing Championship. I don't think that's ever been done in British motorsport before in any form of race. I know it's been done internationally in the Middle East Rally Championship. Nasser Al Attiyah of Qatar has won 13 titles in a row. And on two wheels, the world of trials riding, Spain's Tony Bow is world champion 20 years in a row, and that's both indoor in the winter and outdoor in the summer. So technically he's won 40 world championships in 20 years. Could we see Ryan Smith go on and win 20 titles in a row? We don't know what his plans are yet. There are some rumours that he might be looking to move to the European Truck Racing Championship. We've seen drivers like Mark Taylor and John Newell go to race on the continent. Ricky Collins raced in Europe as well. So the pace truck leads them away. It will be a 15-minute race. This could be the title decider, certainly in Division 1. I think Division 2 is going to go down to the wire. There's Michael Oliver, the number 12. He'll be just wanting to avoid the pit wall this time. I still can't believe that Team Oliver Racing managed to rebuild that truck last night. I was genuinely shocked when I saw their social media post saying, just waiting for the paint to dry. Full credit to all the other teams. I know David and Nathan Smith gave them plenty of assistance in putting Michael's truck back together. It looked like it was ready for the scrapyard when it came off track. Last year, of course, they had to rebuild Stewart's Volvo after a big accident at Thruxton. So can Ryan Smith secure his 10th consecutive British title? He's almost there. Stuart Oliver, his only contender now. He's back on row 3. Tension mounts. Penultimate race of the 2025 British Truck Racing Championship season. Red's beginning to rise. Pace truck about to drop into pit lane. Smith with David Jenkins alongside him. Jenkins, after that trip through the gravel earlier, no longer a championship contender. Here they come, up towards the red lights. The pack about to be unleashed. The power comes on and away we go. Great start by Ryan Smith from pole position ahead of David Jenkins side by side. The third, looks like Michael Oliver has avoided any incident this time, as has everyone else behind. They barrel down into Paddock Hill then. What a fine sight they make in the sunshine here at Brands Hatch. Smith leads, Jenkins second. It's side by side the third between Neil Yates and Martin Gibson. Stuart Oliver in P5 on the inside as they make it round Druids for the first time. Ryan Smith has just got to keep a cool head here. When he does that though, he'll want to clear off in front, or try to, and build up as big a lead as he can. A couple of trucks run slightly wide. Ricky Collett was one of them. There's Calamisi, lost out to Willem Brede in Division 2. Oh, it's a collision there, off goes Adam Bint. He's tangled with Nathan Smith. Wallop, straight in backwards goes Adam Bint. The Oxfordshire driver in the Mercedes. The front bumper comes off. Now he's going to get it going in. Hopefully that hasn't damaged the barrier. Push the barrier in there, not serious damage as Adam Bint gets going again. So does Nathan Smith after that tangle there at the back of the lineup. So as they complete the opening lap then, it is Ryan Smith with the lead over David Jenkins. Neil Yates is in third position as they go towards Druids for the second time. So the pack charges its way through behind. Fourth place is Martin Gibson, the 101. Stuart Oliver is back in fifth place. So as things stand, Ryan Smith would take his 10th consecutive Division 1 championship and match the record in terms of title wins of Stuart Oliver. Stuart didn't win his consecutively, of course. He took time out to win the European Championship in the meantime. Michael Oliver getting chased to John Bowler. They were both outside chances of the championship. coming into this weekend, but John Bowler with gearbox gremlins from testing. He had to change the gearbox on Friday night. Michael Oliver now out of contention as well. The leaders head out of Paddock Hill Bend. John Bowler giving chase to Stephen Powell. Been a quiet season for Stephen. Great entertainer though. We heard his interview earlier. Neil Yates up there. He's desperate for a podium on his local venue. Stephen Powell at the inside in 6th place ahead of John Bowler. Michael Oliver in 8th position. And of course, the result of this race sets the grid for the finale as well, because the result of race 2 sets the grid for race 4 with the top 8 reversed. Archie Handy's going well. Who's leading Division 2? Let's look back. It's Willem Bredek leading Division 2, but ahead of Callum Eason, who's the top point scoring driver, with Jake Evans behind him at the moment. Behind them, Bradley Harvey and Archie Handy we see here. Of course, they're being reeled in by Nathan Smith after his off earlier on. Adam Binns up till he has been into the pits, but I think he's rejoining. Just to check for damage after that impact with the barriers, and off goes John Powell. John Powell has spun it. That's at Surtees. He's on the infield. Now, is that going to lead to a stoppage? He doesn't want to bog down on the grass there. The grass is very wet after overnight rain, and I don't think John's going to be able to get away from there. That is such a shame, because John's been going well this weekend, the best we've seen the DAF run. He's going to try and back up onto that escape road in the background and try and get going again, I think. The yellow flags will be out heading into Surtees. The leaders will be coming through any moment now. And yes, he's done it sensibly there. He's got it onto the escape road, onto the tarmac, and is going to be able to rejoin. 11 minutes of the race to go. Ryan Smith still leads. As things stand at the moment, he's heading for the championship. Here he comes, out of Clark Kerr. David Jenkins in 2nd place, then a gap back to Neil Yates. A recovery company boss having a cracking run up there in 3rd. Martin Gibson 4th ahead of Stuart Oliver. Now Martin in a Stuart Oliver run truck, so I wonder if he's going to move aside and let the team boss through here to try and go after Ryan Smith. Don't know if there are any team orders. Behind them we have Stephen Powell. Then it's John Bowler, Michael Oliver, Tom O'Rourke and Ricky Collett round out the top 10. This is the battle for 6th, headed by Stephen Powell. John Bowler has had a relatively quiet weekend. Michael Oliver in his rebuilt number 12 MAN. You wouldn't tell that the right-hand side was ripped off that truck pretty much after its impact with the pit wall yesterday. Certainly has been one of the stories of the weekend. Further back there's Tom O'Rourke, a better run from him up there in 9th. I can tell you Division 2 is still being led by Willem Bredek, the Dutchman, ahead of Callum Eason. So Callum Eason will be the top scorer in Division 2 if it stays like this, ahead of Jake Evans. They've got Bradley Harvey behind them as the two leaders plunge down Paddock Hill Bend once again. 1 second separates them. Ryan Smith, as things stand, is less than 10 minutes away from his 10th consecutive title. David Jenkins, though, has just done the fastest lap, so he's not going to let him have everything his own way here. Jenkins is on for 19 points, Smith for 20 if it stays like this. John Bowler under fire from Michael Oliver. Stephen Powell has got away slightly ahead of them now. It's the battle for 6th, 7th and 8th. So provisionally, Michael Oliver will be on pole for the final race. Things stay like this. Last race of the year. Wouldn't it be fitting if he could deliver a victory for Team Oliver Racing in the finale? Things quietening down a little at the midpoint of this race we're coming up to. Stuart Oliver, meanwhile, is closing slightly on Martin Gibson, his teammate now for 4th. I can tell you that, just looking out of the commentary box window, John Powell has pulled out of the race. His truck is pulled up on the inside of Halewood Rise. Pulled up after his off earlier on. He got going again, but then had to stop the DAF. The gap is 1.3 seconds now for Ryan Smith over David Jenkins, so he's responded to that little bit of pressure. And Ryan Smith surely now is heading for that 7th title. Stuart Oliver does move to the inside on Martin Gibson as they head over the start-finish line. He's going to go through up into 4th position. But it might be too little too late for Stuart Oliver. It'll only get him 1 more point from 4th to 5th place. If Ryan Smith wins this, it won't be enough for Stuart. He will win the title. And the number 1 will continue. It's been so long since Ryan Smith first got the number 1. I'd forgotten earlier what his regular number used to be. It was 88 for the early part of his career. So there's battle for 6th going on. Michael Oliver trying to hunt down John Bowler. Meanwhile, in Division 2, there is Callum Eason. He's still the leading point scorer. Willem Breedijk is leading the class. There is the Flying Dutchman. 2nd place, Callum Eason. 3rd is Jake Evans. He's got Nathan Smith recovering after that tangle with Adam Bitts earlier on his tail. Nathan perhaps is still in celebratory mood after his first ever victory earlier on. He'll be joining the championship provisionally for a full season next year. Certainly a very talented young racer is Nathan Smith. Could we see another Smith win the championship next year? He goes past the less powerful MAN of Jake Evans. His first season in the championship. His cousin Craig has raced this MAN previously. Jake dropping back from Callum Eason now. They're separated by about 3.5 seconds. There is Callum Eason in the ex-Graham Poole MAN. And there's Neil Yates, who is still in 3rd place with a slightly forgotten run. He's been all on his own for most of this race. There's John Powell's DAF that pulled over earlier on. Would we see Neil Yates on the podium for only the 2nd time this season? There's our leader. Ryan Smith now nearly 2.5 seconds ahead of David Jenkins. He's got the fastest lap as well, Ryan, 59.029. Here's a battle in Division 2. This is for 4th in class, Sami Ojanen in a rather smoky Sisu, having a go at Bradley Harvey in the ex-John Powell DAF. If that smoke gets any worse for Sami Ojanen, the Finn, he might be flagged in, because the officials take a close look out for any smoke emitting from these trucks, and he might get the black and orange flag. We saw Stephen Powell get that yesterday. Still putting the pressure on Bradley Harvey. This is for 15th overall. It's 18 trucks still running out of the 19 that started. Adam Bitts, of course, a couple of laps down after he pulled into the pits. There's Jake Evans. It's not closing on Callum Eason. It's all looking good for Callum in Division 2. A sensational debut season, though, for both of them, you have to say. Nathan Smith goes through. Callum Eason won't mind about that. They're in different divisions. Just over 4 minutes of this race to go now. And Ryan Smith continues to lead, continues to head for that title. 10 in a row. If you had said to me a few years ago that one day someone would match the great Stuart Oliver and match his record of 10 titles, I would not have believed you. But Ryan Smith is about to prove me wrong. There's that battle in Division 2, Bradley Harvey and Sami Ojanen. And there is Flying Ryan. He has lapped Archie Handy. His lead now over David Jenkins up to 3.7 seconds. And even with the new air restrictors brought in on the turbos for the top 3 in Division 1 at each round, that has not held him back. It's made it more difficult. He's admitted that himself, Ryan Smith. It's been a tougher year this year. He hasn't had things, certainly hasn't had things all his own way. His competitors have said that as well. It has been a much more competitive year in the British Championship with the new rules, and certainly a much more entertaining year. Ryan Smith has certainly not had things all his own way on his way to what is going to be his 10th consecutive championship. Back in Division 2, I can tell you Willem Bredek still leads the way. Michael Oliver still unable to get past John Bowler for 7th place. Stephen Powell pulling slightly away from them. Coming into the closing stages now. There's 2.5 minutes away from the title now, Ryan Smith. The worldwide truck racing team will begin their celebrations. The battle between Sammy Oyener and Bradley Harvey will have broken because I've just noticed Sammy Oyener has been into the pits. Maybe he did get flagged in for those bits of smoke emanating from his truck. Let's check the race control messages. Yes, he did. So Sammy Oyener did get the black and orange flag. Too much smoke emitting from the Sisu. Less than 2 minutes to go now. Ryan Smith up towards Druids. He's got Bradley Harvey ahead of him. Just needs to take it easy with the back markers. He's not under any threat from David Jenkins, who's over 5 seconds back now. He cuts past Bradley Harvey into Graham Hillbent. He's just got to keep his head cool now. He knows he's done enough. Stuart Oliver, his only title rival, is back in 4th place. Full credit to Neil Yates as well, who's up in P3 and looks like he's going to finish on the podium for the 2nd time this season. As Ryan Smith comes up towards the Sir Jack Brabham Straights. I think we might get 2 more laps out of this. 1:04 on the clock as he crosses the line. Down into Paddock Hill Bend for the 15th time. Stuart Oliver's status as British Truck Racing's most successful driver in history is about to be equal. The 10 times champion back in 4th place. We're about to have a new 10 times champion. There is Stuart Oliver slapping Archie Handy. And these two about to have 20 titles between them. But for Ryan Smith, perhaps an extra sense of prestige, because unlike Stuart, he will have won his 10 consecutively. A feat almost unequalled in all of British motorsport. 5 seconds to go as he crosses the line to start his final lap. Michael Oliver's getting impatient with John Bowler, bashes him up the back there going into clearways. They're still fighting for 7th. Get off, said John Bowler. They've got 1 more race to go yet. Still the Division 2 championship to be decided. But Division 1 is going to be settled right here. And if anything, I'm just looking out of the window, Jake Evans has reeled in Callum Eason slightly. But we focus on the man from Derbyshire, who is about to make history. He makes his way along the Cooper Straights for the final time. He's only got less than half a lap to go now. The competition was tougher this year, but it's going to be the same name at the top. In Division 1, in the Northside Truck and Van Daimler Freightliner, prepared by Worldwide Truck Racing and driven by Fly-In Ryan Smith, is coming up towards the checkered flag. Here he comes towards the finish line. It's 10 of the best for Ryan Smith, 10 championships in a row for the undisputed master of British truck racing. 2nd will go to David Jenkins, and a great result for Neil Yates in 3rd place matches his best ever finish. Stuart Oliver in 4th, his record is equal. Martin Gibson comes over in 5th. John Bowler is 6th. 7th place will go to Stephen Powell is 6th, sorry, his transponder faltered there on the final lap. Michael Oliver did get through for 7th ahead of John Bowler. And here's the battle in Division 2. The class is going to be won by Willem Bredek, but what about for 2nd and the highest point score? It looks like Callum Eason is going to hold off a resurgent Jake Evans. So the Division 2 battle will go right to the wire. We'll work out the points there as soon as we can, but first of all we will celebrate with our 10 times consecutive, I'll say it again, 10 times consecutive Division 1 champion. Congratulations for the 10th year in a row to Flying Ryan Smith. He may be a controversial figure at times in British and international truck racing, but you cannot take this achievement away from him. Full credit to Ryan Smith. And Stuart Oliver's record is equal. Now, will we see Ryan back next year to try and make it 11? An incredible achievement by Ryan Smith. He takes the win, seals his 10th consecutive title by 3.6 seconds ahead of David Jenkins. Neil Yates completes the podium. Stuart Oliver in 4th place. Martin Gibson rounding out the top 5. Stephen Powell, Michael Oliver and John Bowler had a good scrap there. And behind them, Ricky Collett, Tom O'Rourke. Nathan Smith recovering well after that tangle with Adam Bint to take 11th place. Willem Breedijk wins Division 2. Callum Eason just holding off Jake Evans to take the highest scoring place. And behind them were Bradley Harvey, Archie Handy and Sammy Oyena. Adam Bint eventually pulled into the pits after his shunt early on, and we lost John Powell as well. Okay, we will hopefully be able to hand down to pit lane shortly. I can see that Ryan Smith has pulled up down there. Hopefully Pointy will be down there in a moment to talk to our 10 times consecutive champion.
Well, there we go. Signed, sealed, delivered. It's Ryan Smith. Officially by numbers, the 10-time consecutive British truck racing champion here at Brands Hatch. Sealing the deal before the last race of the weekend. We just missed the applause from the team down here in the pit lane as there is much celebration. This is the camera you want to be talking to, Ryan. Let's get as Billy unstraps the helmet from a sterling race, a fantastic effort. We'll just wait for him to get unwrapped. Give him a chance, everyone. It's a shame he's not as fast as getting undressed as he is at racing, isn't it? My goodness. Right then. So, at last, 10-time consecutive British Truck Racing Championship. Ryan Smith, make some noise. Come on, you lot. Incredible. How do you feel?
You know, to do it once, to do it twice, to do it 3, to do it 4, to do it 10 times. You know, Arnie, he's been with me from day one, and the team, they must take huge amount of credit. And also we must mention the sponsors, because without the sponsors none of this is possible. And you know, I'm overwhelmed, you know, with I know we don't want to mention it, but with the restrictor that was probably designed a little bit to rein me in a little bit, we've overcome as a team adversity. And you know, I said it, go back to the last race with Nathan 3 years ago, the Ryan Smith was going past.
Absolutely, yeah.
You know, I've grown up a little bit, I've matured, and we banked the points. But do you know, for me, I've given it to everyone this year, or over the years, but this goes out to all the people that follow us, and them that think they can't do it, they can do it. And we're just an advert of that. We're not, we're just a street rat, aren't we? We shouldn't be winning.
I'm not saying anything.
We're off council estate, we shouldn't be winning championships. But
it's a long way from Boris, the Sisu, though, isn't it? Let's be honest.
And somebody sent me that video the other day, and you know, the championships going places, the professionalism, and I must have a shout out to all the competitors. These aren't no joke.
No.
People have come in and tried truck racing, and you know, they're very similar to cars, but people can either get used to the air brakes and stuff, and the 20 that's on the grid, you know, it's an honour to race with everyone. I'm delighted to get the 10th over. It means so much to me. Breakdowns, restrictors and other things, that's for everyone who thinks they can't. You can. 10 times.
You can. 10 times. Give us the 10. Come on. Give us the 10.
I'm off council. I can't count to 10. Thanks, Robert.
Well done,
Thanks,
Ryan. Fantastic achievement. Before you go, Ryan, one last question, Ryan. Is it going to be 11?
You betcha.
Oh, there we go. Well, that's it. An exclusive down here in the pit lane of Brands Hatch. Is it going to be 11-time champion? Watch this space. You betcha. My goodness me. Right, we're getting back down now. We've got driver signing down in the paddock for all the people here at Brands Hatch this weekend. We've still got one more race, and Division 2 is getting closer by the race. It's all to play for still between Callum Eason and Jake Evans. So please stay tuned, and we'll bring you some more racing action very soon.
Yeah. Thanks very much to Pointy down there. Congratulations once again to Ryan Smith. He seals the Division 1 Championship. Division 2, I make it 8 points between Callum Eason and Jake Evans with 1 race to go. We'll confirm that with Pointy when we can. So it's going to be a showdown later on in the Division 2 Championship. 4 races to come later this afternoon. We're going to take a bit of a lunch break now. After that, we'll have the Milltek Civic Cup. Over to Andy McEwen and Paul O'Neill to take you through that one, their season finale. See if Liam McGill can seal the championship there. Then we've got the finale for the VERTU Mini Challenge Trophy. Provisionally, the championship already wrapped up by Alex Keynes. Back over to Andy and Paul for the TCR UK Championship final, with Adam Shepherd looking to seal the title, and then our truck racing finale. That will be a chance for the Division 1 drivers to let their hair down a bit, and a chance for the Division 2 drivers to see who can wrap up the title. It's all going to be between Callum Eason and Jake Evans. So if there's 8 points between the two of them, Jake Evans basically, I think, needs a win. And with the way the points scale works, he'd pretty much need Callum Eason to not score, given the numbers here in Division 2 this weekend. A tall order, but we'll wait and see what happens a little bit later on. So we're going to take a short break now before we bring on the Milltek Civic Cup a little bit later on.
Right, everybody, come on, Pointy, be quiet. Nice to see you, Nice, yes. Now, at Snetterton, remember we did a Trucks versus TCR quiz. And by my recollection, it was TCR that won the day. Is that right, Andy? Yes, it was. So we've decided to go for a round 2. On my left here, we do have the TCR team. Andy is the captain. Andy, please introduce your team for us.
So, to my right, I have our most recent race winner, George Jackson. To my left, making his debut this weekend, Jensen O'Neill going.
Really cute, look at him, eh? Of course, we've got Trucks over here, and somebody who definitely isn't cute is the team captain, Pointy. Please introduce your team for us.
Oh, thanks, Ian. Lovely to see you too. So, to my right, that's your left, we have got, Bradley Harvey. There we go, got there eventually. Always go for Weaver. He puts the wrong surname all over his truck. It's very confusing. And then on to my left, we have championship contender Jake Evans.
Fantastic. Right, now you may remember, of course, I've got a series of questions for you. And literally simple, if you get it right, you get a point. That's simple. And we'll ask somebody if they could keep score for us, because we don't take it too seriously. Right. Guys, this is an open one, so have a think. I'll give you 1 minute to think about it, and we need to shout out your answer. So, TCR and Trucks. Adam Shepherd is the championship leader in TCR. Ryan Smith is the championship leader in the Trucks. Which out of Adam Shepherd or Ryan Smith has more points this season? You have 20 seconds, because we haven't got a minute, we haven't got that time to waste. Have a think about it. The biggest points, yeah. Who has more points this season, Adam Shepherd or Ryan Smith? You're saying Ryan Smith. What are you saying?
But is it the same point system? So it's the same points?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, but that's what I asked, and you said it was who had the biggest points.
Yes.
What do you mean the biggest points advantage?
Yeah. No, just who's got the biggest number. Does Adam Shepherd have a higher number?
He's on 460 odd. That's what I mean. So is it the same scoring system? A race when it's 41 points with 5 laps?
Yeah, they've got more races. It's close, hence the reason. You're going to say Trucks. You're saying Trucks. Okay, I think we've done you dirty here, because by BARC's calculation, not mine, it is 463 for Adam Shepherd and 463 for Ryan Smith. It's the same. Can you believe that? How good is that? So we really screwed you over, sorry. Right, question number 2. Pointy, I sent you a text yesterday, didn't I? What did I text you?
That he loves me.
Yeah, well, yeah. Okay, I did do that, yes. I also asked you for your birthday.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, now your birthday, if you don't mind me saying, I'm going to say it anyway. Yeah. It's very close to mine, actually. You're the 28th of June. I'm the 25th of June. But you're 1986.
And you are?
85. I am older, yes. So, question for you. Okay, what was number 1 in the music charts on your birthday in 1986? Do you know? Have a think. You probably won't know.
Oh, before my time.
Have a think. Yeah, if they don't get it, we'll throw it over. So have a think.
I mean,
You've got a right to not know.
I remember hearing it. It was all muffled, and then music when I came out. It was brilliant. You know? And I was like, and everyone's like, yeah. Oh God. I mean, Bon Jovi.
Do you want to have a guess? Just chuck anything.
Just the
Michael
art.
Jackson.
Yeah, go on.
Okay, it was Edge of Heaven by Wham.
Damn.
Now, Jensen, you are 16. You are a little nipper. You're tiny. Right, get this. This doesn't make us feel bad. Jensen was born on the 27th of August, 2009. All right? That is outrageous. What was number one on your birthday? Have a guess.
Something rubbish.
We will try it over.
Katy Perry or something, isn't it? Or
2009.
a bit too early, maybe.
It was a big song. 2009, August 2009.
It was big in
Can you give us any clues?
Well, I didn't give them any clues. So no.
They didn't ask for clues.
I've just given you a big clue. It's a big song. It was a huge
like
song.
Katy Perry or Gaga or something like that.
You're roughly along the right sort of line.
But not right.
No.
Okay. Let's go.
Female or male?
Both.
Oh, wow. I got a clue, mate.
Go on, have a guess. Just chuck it out there. Make it free. Taylor Swift in 2009.
Yeah, I think she's too early. She just an X Factor.
No. Do you give up? Because I appreciate you guys have got to go out soon.
No, how would I know? That's a good point. Let's say it was
Beyonce.
Yeah, Beyonce. Good shout.
It was Black Eyed Peas. What song? What song?
Where is your love? Where is the love?
I've got a feeling. Yeah, congratulations. Well done. So I think we're still on 0 points for both teams. So well done. Right. Do you know how good are you with maths? Are you good with maths? Geometry and Pythagoras and all that? Okay. Well, did you know that a male adult ostrich can sprint up to 43 miles per hour? Now, yesterday when you lot weren't looking, Brands Hatch kindly allowed us to let an ostrich loose around the Brands Hatch Indy circuit, and it managed to average exactly 43 miles per hour for its lap around a 1.2 mile circuit. What lap time did it do? Just chuck it out and have a think. First to get it right wins. So 1.2 miles, average of 43 miles per hour.
Side question, how good are ostriches at cornering?
Brilliant. It averaged 43 miles per hour, so it doesn't really matter. 43 miles an hour, 1.2 miles. It's definitely not an hour. Andy McEwen says an hour. Closest gets the point. You okay?
Yeah.
What are we saying?
I reckon 3.5 minutes.
3.5 minutes. What do you say?
We're going to say 1 minute 40.
1 minute.
40.
40?
Yeah, 1 minute 40.
Spot on. 1 minute 40. Absolutely bang on. Congratulations, TCR. Get the point there. Right, this is a good question. I've got 5 corners. I've got 5 corners from different circuits. I'm going to say the corner. First team to shout it out gets the point. Could I have some help here? Somebody to score this. Ollie, thank you very much. Where is the Mulsanne?
Turn 1, 7, 4, 3.
I think what side?
Left.
That side. Okay. How about where is the bomb hole?
Oh,
Oh, I think they both got it. I think they both got it. Where's the Hamilton Straight?
Silverstone.
Oh, okay. Okay, where's Goodwood? Ponty, listen, Goodwood.
What about Goodwood?
Where is Spitfires? You have been there this season. Pembroke, congratulations. Okay, what's the scores, Ollie? 5-2. All right, well, they've won regardless. So we may, yeah. It's like football, 5-a-side football, you're 10-0 up, and next goal wins. Right, final question, we'll do it anyway. Right, the British Automobile Racing Club became the British Automobile Racing Club, or rather changed its name to the British Automobile Racing Club in what year? Have a guess. Nearest again gets the point. Just have a guess.
1972.
1972 over there.
1987.
You get the point, it's 1949. But it doesn't matter anyway. TCR for the second time are the champions. That means we don't need to do a third quiz because it's all over. Congratulations, TCR, you're the champions. Well done, guys. Trucks, well done, you turned up. Brilliant stuff indeed. Thank you so much. Well done, TCR. Congratulations, the quiz is over. Right, we are going to play a little game of the Junior Saloon Car Championship, and it is Can I Make You Laugh? I've got some jokes, some off the top of my head, some I've had to borrow the internet for. And if you laugh, you are... Stop looking, Tom. Stop looking. Tom, you like a laugh?
Yep.
Vicky, you like a laugh?
I absolutely do.
Excellent. Matthew, you like
As
a laugh,
always.
don't you? Max, you like a laugh. And Ollie, you like a laugh, don't you, as well? Little secret, this is take 2. Ollie was already out from round 1. If you laugh, you are out, okay? I went to buy some camouflage trousers the other day, but I couldn't find any. Oh, everybody's still in, okay. Ollie's hanging on over there, look, just about. I went to the doctor, I said, Doctor, you got anything for wind? So he gives me a kite. Oh, come on, Ollie, that's a good one. Okay, I was in the bar the other day, I was in a pub, and a bloke walks in with a roll of tarmac underneath his arm. He goes, pint for me, one for the road. Oh, come on. Oh, dear. That was a really good one. Okay. I used to have a handle on life, but then it broke. Tom, come on, Tom. That's funny. Don't laugh, whatever you do. Don't laugh. Okay. Don't you hate it when someone answers their own questions? I do. Wow, you guys are like steel. That does make sense. Oh, right. Yes, yeah. Well explained. I know they say that money talks, but all mine says is goodbye. Okay. Let's see if we can find another one. Right, this is a good one, and this is the last one. Okay, if you don't laugh at this, then I'm going home. Never trust atoms. They make up everything.
My science teacher said that.
Yeah. Well, you guys and girls are like steel. That's it. I can't make you laugh. Just get out on track, have a good time. I'm going to sit here and cry now. Bye, everyone. Right, Ashley Gregory. Right, I'm a little bit confused. Normally, we see you, of course, in the Mini Challenge Trophy, which you are competing in this weekend. However, this doesn't look like a Mini to me, and you've been out in the British Truck Racing Championship in the practice sessions today. How did this come about?
To be honest with you, it was a little bit of a last-minute thing. I've known Callum Eason for a couple of years, and his dad phoned me up, gave me the opportunity, and you know what? Why not take it with both hands? So here we are with a big truck.
So a little bit different from a Mini, 5.5 tonnes. What was it like out there?
To be honest, the driving style wasn't too hard. I just massively struggled with the gears, but once I got going, it was fine. Rear-wheel drive, lock diff. It was great fun, but here we are, we're smiling.
You are smiling. No, I'm really sorry to do this. I have to bring it up. But in your first session, there was a little off, wasn't there?
Yes, I didn't find a tyre wall, but I did find a gravel trap. So I styled it out, didn't hit the barrier. And yeah, it's all part of the learning, isn't it? The first time I've ever driven anything like this, the first time with the splitter box.
How did you feel then when you first got in behind the wheel today? Was it a bit like, wow, I'm not used to being so high up here?
Well, we did a seat fit an hour before I was due out, and I had to learn how to use the gears, what buttons I needed to press, and everything. So when I first got in it to set off, I was like, what have I done? How am I going to get going? But once I got going, I was fine. It's just that initial knowing what to do. But then it soon comes second nature.
I imagine, look, you're a proper racer, Ashley, so I imagine once you got comfortable, the lap times were just going quicker and quicker. Did you start to feel really comfortable?
Yeah, I think the first session it was really, really rainy, so I found it really hard to just adapt because I was trying to learn the truck. The second session it was quite dry. We had a couple of lockups, but you know what? We was keeping up with a couple of the Division 2 guys, and yeah, I seemed to come to grips with it quite quickly towards the end.
So is this a clue as to what might happen in 2026, or was this just a one-off?
Can't possibly tell you that one. You know what? We might come and have a play next year. Who knows? But yeah, we'll see what comes our way next year.
Right. Enough of that. Amazing, by the way. What a wonderful experience. And you certainly entertained everybody here today. But we've got the important stuff this weekend of the racing action with the Mini Challenge Trophy. It's been some season for you, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been incredible. I mean, you know, this is our third year in Mini Challenge. The first year we finished 17th overall, last year 10th overall. This year we haven't been out of the top 6. You know, we've been fighting for podiums, race wins, everything with the top boys, you know, still a privateer. So it's been absolutely amazing, and to be honest, it's quite surreal to even be on this grid. So yeah, we're just going to try and finish it off in a good way, and hopefully finish in the podium places.
Ashley, it's been a treat this season. Thank you so much, and hopefully, go on.
When's the next running race?
You want to go again? We do need it. Okay, deal. Next year, I will be on my toes. You will be in that. We'll have a race. It's a deal.
Perfect.
Ashley Gregory, thank you. I'm here with Stuart Oliver. Now, Stuart, we're obviously in front of the trucks here, but we're going to talk about a different type of truck now. For 2026, the pickup trucks are coming back onto the BARC roster, but you've got quite an involvement with them, haven't you?
That's right, yeah. You know, obviously the pickups have followed the truck racing for many years, you know, probably as long as they've been going, they've been on the programme. They sort of took a different direction in this year, 2025, you know, sort of went on the MSV package. But yeah, it was an opportunity that arose that we can get them back with the big trucks. So we're looking forward and excited about it.
Now that means Truck Sport, you guys, you're managing all the promotion of them. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes. You know, it's no secret. The deal is that BARC have the permit with the Motorsport UK. And we have a commercial arrangement and agreement with BARC to promote, manage and organise the championship along with the truck championship. So
why was it important then for you to bring the pickups back onto the British Truck Racing Championship bill?
It's such a good fit. You know, the pickup trucks is a good fit. You know, for the spectators on the bank, for the competitors as well. A lot of them are up and coming big truck races. So you know, it's a good feeder in both directions. You know, so some I'm quite sure we'll see some truck races go into pickups, and we'll see some pickups come into trucks. But there's a definite, dare I use a phrase of synergies there with the two, plus the sponsorship that we need to make the championship work and the partners that we have. It excites them because the light commercial, which is the pickups, is what. Is what we see as a great opportunity.
It's a natural fit almost, isn't it? You could say, look, 2025, it's been a good year for you.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's for me, for Truck Sport, for the championship. It's going up and up. You know, sort of Donington was, every event this year has been good. You know, not specifically. It's just all been. Going in a good direction, and we'll just keep going.
How proud are you then of yourself and everybody involved with the British Truck Racing Championship this year, and particularly this event at Brands Hatch? It's a season finale, but it's a sellout, Stuart.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, you know, that's it exactly. You know, and just what I've just said. You know what I mean? It's just going up and up and up, and it is a sellout. You know, which is a great thing to think that sort of truck racing, is got the recognition that can bring an event to a sellout situation.
Well, Stuart, thanks for talking to us. Really appreciate it. Best of luck this weekend, and of course for 2026. Yes, the pickup trucks are back. Come on.
Bigger budget, and we finished third last year. We bought a new truck for this year off of Tom. We've had to really rebuild it and get used to it. So unfortunately, I had 4 DNFs in the first 2 events this year, so I left here stone dead last, even behind Division 2. Even my brother John was in front of me and he didn't complete a race. And I don't like it when people say, I'm going to have it as a test year, but unfortunately that's what we've had to do. Now the lorry's got some really good pace now, so we're looking forward to it. And I know it's the right thing to do because Bella, the old one, was good, but everyone ups their games, and if I'd have stayed the same, I would have just got lost. Now, if I'd have kept it this year, it might have been a different story because everyone's been a bit closer, but Division 1 is so much tougher than Division 2, and to have 13 of us out there this year, it's really good. And when you do get a podium or a win, it means so much more than a Division 2, if I'm honest with you, because there's not many of them. They go back years ago, there used to be 18 in Division 2.
Oh, I remember, it was massive,
To win a championship.
It was separate races at one point,
To win a championship in Division 2 with 18 trucks, I mean, there was only 4 in Division 1. It was that was the thing to do, and yeah, it's had a bit of a turn now, but we're happy with what we've done, and Neil's with us now on board, and we had Graham and Treble 3 Motorsport it's doing really, really well, and I'm enjoying it. Lex is out there doing really well, and yeah, I've had a tough season.
Yeah.
But I'm hoping.
But you're not the only person. I
No,
suppose.
no.
That is the thing you notice across the championship as a whole, is that every truck in this paddock has had something wrong with it at some point this year.
This year has probably been one of the toughest, I think, for all the competitors. Like I said, if I was in Bella and my results last year, I think I'd be winning.
Yeah.
And I mean that. Like I say, Ryan's had it, Stuart's had it, Michael's had it, but it's good. It levels it out a bit, and like it's nice not to see Ryan run away again with it. It's good for the spectators. It's good for all of us. We all want to go out there, and everyone in the top 8, I think, probably 9 or 10, have got a chance of winning.
Yeah.
Which is really, really good, and it's a great championship. It's growing. We as Trucksport are doing a great job with the pickups next year. Is really, really good. Even you, boy,
with the
do a good
pickups.
job.
Oh, well, I don't know about that. Let's not go too far. When it comes to pickups, do you think that'll have any bearing on the trucks? Do you think it'll be not a clash, for example, more of like an integration thing? Do you think we'll see them racing back to back, or?
I think so. Yeah, I think they're going to run on our calendar. We're going to promote them. And I think it'll make good, so the paddock's going to look a lot tighter. We're going to have the trucks one side, the pickups the other side. We also have a mini championship that's coming on board for 5 events as well. So we get it organised so everyone knows, and I think it's good for everyone. The profile just lifts.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And it's a pleasure to be asked to do it so it shows that we're doing a good job.
Yeah.
So and we all are, like yourself.
Yeah, of course.
I mean,
I don't know where I'm going to find the time to do 2 lots of this.
I mean, it's taken a long time to get where we have, but not really in motorsport. And the trucks have always got the thing to advertise. Now you just got to utilise it, and that's what we are doing now as a company. But everyone, the drivers are helping, the fans are helping. It's great. The atmosphere in this paddock's brilliant.
It is.
It's really,
coming
really
back,
good.
isn't
Yeah,
it?
it's great.
Coming
yeah,
back.
it's
We're
really
getting
good
there.
to see. So it's I would just sometimes the racing gets it away from me for Division 1.
I think you should just give up, mate. It'll be fine. Just stick to hanging out on your buggy.
She's not about. Do not say that in front of my wife. 'Cause she was no, we are going out on a Blaze of Glory this weekend.
Right.
So yeah.
That means trophies, not an actual fire, right?
Absolutely trophies.
Right, Steve, thank you very much.
Thank you,
Great
boys.
start to
Cheers,
the
thank
weekend. Plenty of racing left to see from Steve Powell. 4 times Division 2 champion, but you didn't know that.
No one knew it, 'cause no one ever met.
So here we are in Division 2 Championship contender with a little year roundup, I suppose, with Callum Easton. Of course, you've been drawing with Jake Evans for a little while now. It's kind of been that 2-horse race for Division 2 this year. But looking back all the way to April, I think it was, when we were last here at Brands Hatch, what journey have you been on, to kind of get to where we are this weekend?
Yeah, so it's not really been a tricky journey, really. So we did a bit of a, and I said at the start of the year, we did a bit of a sort of like, it's not really a test day, but it was a sponsor day. And we went up there, and it was at Anglesey Circuit as a part of Napa Racing UK. And I was stood there, and my dad went, "You want to have a go in that, didn't you?" I went, "Yeah, I fancy it. I do fancy it." So
I do fancy it.
Yeah. So we was just literally doing a hairpin. And first of all, I had to learn how the gearbox went because it was all round the wrong way. So Ashley found out not long ago, in testing yesterday, at turn one in the gravel.
That's not. Yeah, I heard about that. I wasn't here to. Is the truck going to be okay?
Yeah, it's fine. So she was testing my old truck.
Right.
So, yeah. So that wasn't. It was. She could have written it off. It wouldn't have done nothing. So.
Got spares.
Yeah. That's currently out the back of our awning. So, yeah, no. So the journey's been all right, to be fair. Once we finally got it sideways at the hairpin at Anglesey, we was away, and I loved it then. And then Dad made the decision, I think it was the week before Brands, to bring the ex-Andrew Fulcher truck out, which is the one we raced all year. And, we come to Brands. We was down on power, as I have said all year, probably wound everybody up, keep mentioning it. But
we're down on power.
Yeah. But, yeah, so through the year, we've just been there or thereabout, and consistency is key, just to be there or thereabouts, pick up the points when everyone's struggling. So, we was...
You did quite well at Snetterton in the wet. Obviously, we all remember that. Very good result. Quickly back to your trucks then, and just on the evolution of the trucks. What trucks have you actually raced in this year? Because I know there's been a couple of chops and changes. So run us through where you started and what you've been in since and what you're in now, and a bit of history with each one. Because we know in truck racing it was so and so's 2000 and whatever it was truck. You know?
Yeah, I'm not too good with the history on them.
That's fine. You don't have to go too deep.
Yeah, so we started off the year in the Andrew Fulcher truck. That hadn't been on circuit for 7 years before we got in it, so there was a few changes to make to it. And then we had a bit of an engine problem at Snetterton. We was just nursing it, and we got the wet race, which we was praying for. And we got 7 seconds in the lead in one lap, so we was pretty good in the wet.
Good, yeah.
And then obviously we were leading the championship after Snetterton, so we had about a week to get everything ready to go to Le Mans. That was find a truck, sort a carne out, so on and so forth, all the boring stuff that comes with motorsport.
Still blooming hard work though.
Yeah, it was, yeah. So then we got hold of Steve Powell, 333, and Neil, which we grateful for letting us use their DAF. So we used that DAF at Le Mans, which got us there or thereabouts, and how the D28s work and so on. So we was pretty good out there with, I think we got a 2nd and 3/3. Nice. So kept the points up there. Come out of there on level on points, and now we're in the truck that Paul Rivette run in 2020, was it 2023?
Yeah, so of course the last time we saw the Paul Rivette truck, was it the gearbox or the engine that had given up on him in that weekend, and it was I think that was Snetterton as well, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That it decided to finally lose its way.
Yeah, that was in, I don't know if that was in qualifying, and they spent all weekend just still showing the truck off, and even though they had a sour weekend, but we were on about putting a show for everybody here. So we left it there. There was people in and out the cab, and it was a good weekend still, even though they had the problems. But now it's back in full flesh. It left our ownership and went to 333, which Graham Paul raced this year, and then he decided to take a step back, and now we're in it to show it what you can do now.
Show it what you can do. Big words there from Callum Eason, and still those results left to come for the 2025 season. I'll shake your hand now in case I don't get a chance. Callum, it's been a fantastic year racing with you, and let's see who crosses that line first on Sunday evening. Callum Eason, Division 2, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello everybody, welcome down to the assembly area for the final time in 2025. The Milltek Civic Cup will take to the track, and it is the title decider. Yes, Liam McGill versus Alistair Camp. In about half an hour or so we will know who our champion is. Now Phil Kinch very, very kindly sent me a text message with the multiple ways in which each driver can become champion, so I thought I would share this information with you. Might be worth getting yourself a little pen and pad of paper, because there's quite a few ways. So Liam McGill is currently your championship leader. If he finishes first or down to fifth, so finishes in the top 5, regardless of what Alistair Camp does, he will be champion. If McGill finishes 6th with Campy second or lower, then McGill will be champion. If McGill finishes 7th with the fastest lap with Camp second or lower, he will be champion. If McGill finishes 7th without the fastest lap with Camp 3rd with fastest lap, or 2nd without fastest lap or lower, McGill will be champion. Is this all making sense so far? If McGill finishes 8th with Camp 3rd or lower, McGill will be the champion. Let's get some of them for Campy, shall we, as well. So for Campy to win the title, he has to finish first with Liam McGill 6th or lower. If he finishes 2nd with fastest lap, then McGill has to finish 7th or lower. If Campy finishes 2nd without fastest lap, then McGill has to finish 8th or lower. If Campy finishes 3rd with fastest lap with McGill 9th or lower, then Campy will be the championship winner. This is what it looks like, okay? That is the multiple ways in which the championship can be won for each driver. So I'm not going to run through them all. Basically, if McGill finishes in the top 5, he's the champion. If Campy has to win the race, mate. Sorry, Danny, I'm going to move you around here. Campy has to win the race to have any chance, realistically. His car is up here. I don't know where he is. Oh, they're both up there, actually. Look, the top 3 in the title all standing together. Oh, guys, you couldn't have made this any easier for me. Thank you so much. I've just been running through the multiple ways in which the championship can be won for both of you. Basically, top 5.
Yeah, pretty much it. I mean, Ali's going to be on a charge for sure. He's fired up and good to go. So, yeah, I need to at least be 5th.
Campy, it's Brands Hatch. It's dry, it's sunny. You're ready, aren't you?
I'm ready, I'm pumped. I'm ready for action. Love it.
Lewis, not quite been your season. We spoke yesterday, not quite your season, but it's still, I don't know, you still had a good campaign, haven't you? Still smiling?
Yeah, it was all right. I'm just going to wind these up now. I'm just going to roll in roadblock. Yeah. The widest CP3 you've ever seen.
Yeah. Guys, between you two, can we get a handshake, but maybe a menacing look? Can we get the old boxing pose like we're about to? Go on, come on, let's see it. Let's see. Look at that. Oh, McGill versus Campy. All right, let's move around. Sorry, I'm trying to move us around about wiping everybody out. Sorry, guys, can we knit through as well? Right, come down with me, because you may remember yesterday, Graham Ross did take a little bit of a tumble in his car. If you didn't see it, I believe we caught it on the live stream, so do go back and watch yesterday's stream. He is out. He is down. Here is Graham Ross, so let's go have a quick chat with, when I say out, he's going to be taken to the track. So he's down here. Look, he's smiling, is Graham Ross. Look at that. Hello, Graham. It's really good to see you. It's good to see you facing the right way as well. Are you okay?
I'm fine, thank you. Yes, I'm a bit dizzy, but I'm all right. Yeah.
It was quite a day for you yesterday, was it? For those who didn't see it, explain what happened.
I rolled at the bottom of Paddock Hill in the gravel. Just a gentle roll. It went over just the once, but yeah, kind of ruined my race slightly.
Well, I can imagine. Yeah. So look, you're out now. Mm-hmm. Okay, it's the final race of this season. You're going to have some fun, right?
Yeah, I mean, I felt I've not been out much this season with one thing and another, and I felt yesterday I was doing all right. I was making progress. I really quite enjoyed it. So hopefully, car seems to all be pointing in the right direction.
Good.
So hopefully, I can make a few places up at the back, from the back, and just have a nice end to the season. Be good.
Look, we are at the end of the season, so let's talk about next year, Graham. Can you tell us what your plans are? Have you got any?
I think I'm going to do this again.
Yeah.
I don't see me changing, to be honest with you, unless the wife tells me otherwise.
Yeah. Well, who knows then? We might or might not see you then.
Well, you see, because I didn't expect this to happen, and I got the car into a good place mechanically, because I had mechanical issues throughout the year, I thought this is going to be a nice easy winter. I'm going to get all the jobs done in the house. Now I'm going to go home and my wife's going to tell me whether I'm going racing or not, because the jobs in the house have kind of taken a back seat. I've got to sort this thing now.
Please let Graham come racing next year, please.
Is this going on the live stream, by the way?
It's on live right now.
Yeah, well, I hope you'll see it. Hi, darling.
Please let him race. Please let him race next year. Great, it's great to see you again, mate. You take care, won't you? Let's move around a little bit, shall we? We've got a little bit of time. Here we go. There's Mr. Will Butsey. Will, how are we doing today? We're feeling ready today, mate, aren't we? Hey, come on, this is your day, right?
Hopefully. Yeah. Well, anything's going to be better than yesterday.
Give me a prediction for the race from you.
What, as in who's winning it or where I'm coming?
No, you. I want to know what
well,
you
I'm
can
in 24, so anything inside the top 15, I'm happy with.
Okay.
So we'll be on it and going for it, don't we?
You coming back next year, aren't you?
Of course I am.
Yes.
Of course I am.
Love it, mate. Great. Take care, buddy. Yeah, enjoy final outing of the season. Let's move down a little bit, shall we? It's our old friend Charlotte Birch is here as well. Charlotte, I'm asking her, look, it's final race of the season. What are we? What's your expectation from here? What can we do?
Well, I'm not being funny. I can't really go further back.
You said it. I didn't want to say it. I didn't want to be that guy.
No, you're fine. Rode an issue in qualifying, 2 laps. My best lap was a 1:10.
Okay.
That's good, isn't it?
Yeah.
So went a little bit further forward in race 1. Now race 2, last race of the year. Nothing to lose.
Nothing to lose. Next year, okay. What's happening next year? Are you back?
I hope so. See, I hope so.
They're great, these things.
Oh, good. It's good racing.
I'll let. Ooh, unfinished business. Did you? Oh, I like that. Let's move around a little bit. Let's jump in. Actually, have a quick chat over here if we can, guys. Sorry. Yeah, very quickly. We'll jump in with season. How's it gone for you? And what's the plans for next year?
So Civics again next year is the plan. If the team will have me back, that is, because my performance in the minute hasn't been fantastic. So it's
Where's team boss? Who's team boss?
Yeah, that's it. Maybe I've got to try a bit harder. But it's been a real good first weekend for me, getting to know the car, getting to know the grid, and 26 looks exciting.
Excellent stuff. Look, I'll let you crack on. Give us a good show, yeah, for the final one of the year. Let's move up a little bit. Somebody who's looking for a better day after yesterday, Josh Bromley up here, and no better place to have a good day from, is there, Josh, than P1?
I know. The air's a bit different. I'm this far up, aren't I?
Feeling all right?
I'm feeling okay, yeah. No, hoping for a better day. Yeah, we had a few issues yesterday. No diff in race 1, so we were hanging on for dear life, but yeah, managed to hold on to P-Tang knowing I was reverse grid pole. So yeah, hopefully a better day today.
I like that. So that was the tactic. You know, we actually don't want to finish 9th. We want to be 10th.
Exactly that.
You're all smiles. You back next year, by the way?
I will be back. Yeah, hope so. Yeah, I mean, I'm really fortunate to be here. You know, with box construction, SPH roofing, rapid scaffolding, and wheel line. So I'm hoping to have them on board next year and have another good go at it.
Do you remember at Donington Park when I was on my feet and I beat you in a race? Do you remember that?
No, I can't remember.
I hope you're going to be a little bit quicker today.
You were lining that one up then, weren't you?
So, best of luck, Josh. Thank you very much. Right, let's keep moving around, shall we? Let's jump up here and have a quick chat, shall we, with Daniel Petters and find out how he's gone. How are we doing, Daniel? You all right?
Yeah,
it's good to see you.
You too?
Tell us about your season.
It's not been too bad. I've had a lot of mechanical problems. I think I've been through 3 or 4 engines this year. So I've had more DNFs and DNSs and all that than I'd like, but we're here now and see how we get on in the last one.
Last race of the season then, do you come into it with a slightly different approach as you would if it was sort of midway through the campaign?
No, not really. It's just another race, isn't it? We'll get out there and we'll have some fun and see what we can do from the front. Be nice if my brother was out there and all, but he's got a wiring issue in the garage. And
has he? Oh, no.
Yeah, they're working hard on it now to try and get it out, but it's not looking promising.
He's literally got like 4 minutes left, maybe less than that, to get it sorted.
I mean, it's all right because we had a bet that whoever wins the points out of us two's got to buy the beers later, so it's looking like he's got to get his wallet out, but I'd still rather race him for it.
Right, I spoke to Charlotte Birch. She said she's got a little bit of unfinished business after this year in this series. Have you got a bit of unfinished business to come back next year and have a go?
Absolutely. We'll be back next year we got a second at Alton Park, so we'll be trying to better that by 1 if we can at some point, but we'll keep chipping away.
Awesome, mate. Best of luck, yeah?
Thank you very much.
Thank you for talking to us. Let's keep going. A little bit of time, not too far. I think this race is due to start at 1:45. As you can see, the drivers are starting to get their helmets on now, getting into the car. We've got David Marshall here. Let's just see if we can just chuck the mic underneath here. Sorry, Dave. I don't know. I'm just walking around, really. I just saw you, so I thought I'd come and have a quick chat because you're always lightning fast, aren't you? What can you do in this race? Final race of the season.
Final race.
honest with you, I'm always a realist. Them area boys behind have got a good chunk of pace on us.
Yeah.
It just depends on the start, really. If we can get the cars next to us that's starting ahead, and we can get a gap between, put them as like a buffer between me and area, we might stand a chance. If not, it'll be probably a case of get area through, and we'll see what happens. But it's I think it's going to be an interesting one to see what happens with the boys behind me.
It's set up really well, isn't it, with them a little bit further back as well. Listen, Civic Cup, it's not your first rodeo. Why is it so good?
Why is it so good? 4-year-old car, still on original body panels. Engine's done 133,000. I'm starting 6th.
Not bad, is it, eh? Not bad at all. Top man indeed. Right, there we go. Do you want me to shut this, Dave? There we go. A bit of action starting to happen. In fact, the cars are starting to fire up as well. Just come up here with me. This man here, Liam McGill, right here. If he finishes 5th or higher, he will be the 2025 Milltek Civic Cup champion. If the man next to him, Alistair Camp, finishes in 1st and McGill finishes 6th or lower, it will be Campy who will make it a 2nd Milltek Civic title. He won it back in 2021. McGill was going for his 1st title in the Milltek Civic Cup. We are about to get underway. The gates are open here at Brands Hatch. The marshals are making their way out. The cars are being told to start leaving assembly area for the final time in 2025. It is time for the Milltek Civic Cup to take to the track. I am delighted for the first time this weekend to introduce a different commentary team. Please give it up for Andy McEwen and Paul O'Neill. Over to you, boys.
Thank you very much, Ian. Got my name right today. The things are improving already. It's going to be a great day, a great afternoon of racing here at Brands Hatch with the final round of the Milltek Civic Cup and the TCR UK Championships coming your way. As we've been seeing, it's the Civics up first for their title decider, the closer of the two championships actually, and Liam McGill and Alistair Camp set Paul O'Neill, I think, to put on quite a show for us.
Yeah, really looking forward to this, as I have done all year. You know, they've battled hard. Shame to see Lewis Kent not involved in this championship battle and the final race of the weekend, but it's been a great advert for Milltek Civic Cup, and yeah, I've really enjoyed this year, and whoever wins will thoroughly deserve it.
Definitely so. They both had periods of the year where they've been really strong. Remember, Camp won the first race of the season at Donington Park, but then didn't win again until we got to the 3rd event at Silverstone. Got a win then at Croft, and has been winless ever since. Croft in, June, about halfway through the season. Alistair Camp hasn't been on the top step of the podium for a while, largely because Liam McGill, who started off steadily in the first couple of rounds, went on this incredible streak of wins through the middle part of the season, and he is the man who has this points advantage going into the final race of the season, which, as always, is a top 10 grid reversal. So Josh Bromley 10th in yesterday's race after a slight change to the result after the race due to some contact. He lines up on pole position alongside Jamie Petters, with Dan Petters on row 2 alongside Aidan Mitchell, though we did hear one of the Petters will not be there. It is, of course, Jamie, who was set to be on the front row. Dave Marshall and Lewis Kent together on the 3rd row ahead of yesterday's pole sitter Jake Hewlett, and then the two title contenders. Alistair Camp will start 8th and Liam McGill will start 9th, with Spencer Stevenson in 10th. Now, why are they not 9th and 10th, I hear you ask, since they were 1st and 2nd in the race yesterday? Well, that's because Wes Swain was given a penalty after the race, a grid penalty, I believe, for contact with Spencer Stevenson in the early stages heading through 30. So Wes Swain should have been back there in around rows 4 and 5, but has ended up being knocked down to 11th on the grid, where he will share that 6th row with another of the FM2s, Harry England. So two FM2s together. Then Jay Renshaw and Francisco Howitt, with Charlie Constable returning. Charlie Constable alongside Adam Parker, row 8. Row 9 for Jack Riddell, who was yesterday crowned the Paul Winfield Trophy champion. He's got Adam Jackson for company. Then it's Charlie Budd and Ben Bateman to complete the top 20 of what we're hoping will be a 26-car grid. We'll have to wait and see. Well, we know that one of the Petters is not there, so 25 starters perhaps. Charlotte Birch is next ahead of Mark Hughes, who wrapped up the Goodyear Diamond Award yesterday and told us this morning he's going to get properly stuck in now that that championship's been wrapped up. Anthony Gannon and Will Butt on row 12, the back row of the grid. Newcomer Josh Turnbull in only his 3rd ever car race here this afternoon, fresh out of karting. He's got Graham Ross, who is fresh out of the Paddock Hill Bend gravel trap after his retirement yesterday. They line up at the back of the grid. So, one final time, Paul O'Neill, Liam McGill and Alistair Camp. It's a decent buffer that McGill has, in all fairness. 17 points the distance back to Alistair Camp. A top 5 finish guarantees the championship for McGill. but you and I both know, I think, that Alistair Camp is not going to give this one up without a fight.
Yeah, we've seen this championship and covered it enough over the years, haven't we? We've had some fantastic battles at the end of the year, and even then we couldn't call it, even on the last lap. So you never know, but it is some buffer. It's just how steady is Liam McGill going to be? Is he going to go full tilt, which he needs to do? You need to grab the bull by the horns, because Campy will be doing nothing but getting as high up as he can. Will they get into each other? I wouldn't have thought so. McGill will drop away from Camp just to see what he's doing. He's just got to watch what he's doing. But Campy's a wily old fox, and I'd be very interested to see how he plays this, because it could change as the race goes on depending on where they are position wise. And you know, the lads at the front, they're going to want to win this race, so they ain't going to be moving over for no one.
Well, that's the thing. Josh Bromley has never won a race in this championship. Dan Petters has never won a race in this championship, nor has Aidan Mitchell. You have to go down to Dave Marshall 5th on the grid to find a former race winner. So all of the drivers right at the front, okay, they've maybe not had the ultimate pace this weekend, but give them some track position and 15 minutes to try and defend that track position. They're going to put up a fight, aren't they? So how much of a risk dare Liam McGill take here to try and keep up with Camp? He only needs to get into the top 5. He's got 15 minutes to get there, but if he backs off too much, that can put him in the danger zone.
Exactly, and these cars look nervous. It's a little bit damp where you're looking now on the inside and the outside of Clearway, so there's going to be a lot to play for. And who would I rather be? Do you know, if you were to ask me that, I really don't know, but I just know Campy is going to drive differently from Liam McGill. But our pole man, Josh Bromley, I really want to see this lad do well, because he's been outstanding as a Civic driver. I'd love to see him get a win. His dad Sean isn't here this weekend. He gave me a quick message on Instagram and just said, he didn't say look after me, Bobby, he said give him a shout out. You don't need any shouts out, this lad, because he is super fast, and I would love him to see him win this race.
He starts on pole. He is the only car on the front row, because Jamie Petters, it would appear, is not going to be able to start the race. That's a great shame. Both of the Petters brothers have shown real speed, particularly through the second half of the year, but Dan is still going to be there from the inside of row 2, and you have to go back to the 4th and 5th rows respectively to find the 2 title contenders: Alistair Camp's black, green and pink car, and Liam McGill in the blue and pink EP3 Civic. One of them will be champion in 15 minutes time. Who is it going to be then? 15 minutes, one more race to go in the Milltek Sports Civic Cup Championship in 2025. The marshals at the back of the grid, I believe, have waved the green flag, and all eyes now to the starting gantry, where our final round of the championship is about to burst into life. The lights go out now, and nowhere, I'm afraid, goes Aidan Mitchell. That was a really poor start. Campy will immediately pick his way past him and gets alongside Jake Hewlett, with whom he clashed yesterday, remember. Alistair Camp late on the brakes in the midfield. It's Bromley who leads sideways for Petters. Marshall might be through to second here. Dave Marshall from the third row of the grid. There's a car off further back. That might be Francisco Howard. The leaders, though, arrive at Druids together, and Alistair Camp already getting stuck in, but not necessarily making the progress I expected.
No, he's not. It looked like he'd actually cleared Hewlett, but he's not now. And look at McGill. He's having to fend off. Is that Lewis Kent as well? But look at Campy. Absolutely flat out round the outside. It's going to have to be to clear him. Can Campy get it done? He's actually got 2 of them done. Good lad.
Oh, he's on the inside of Petters. There's a bit of paint traded, and that allows Hewlett back on the inside of him. This is all getting very dicey indeed, but Camp needs to make progress. All Liam McGill needs to do is latch onto the rear bumper of that FN2, follow him through the pack, and stay out of trouble. So, single file at the front. The first side-by-side battle is Camp versus Hewlett as they battle away for 5th position. Hewlett on the inside line into Paddock Hill Bend. Is he going to hang on? Petters is a little bit wide and a little bit slow in front of them. They're 3 abreast, and Camp is in the middle. Where does McGill go? Alistair Camp trapped in the middle. Hewlett to his inside. Petters to the outside. Petters in the end of the right thing, I think, Paul, there, and did not get too involved.
No, he did, but what does McGill do? Because he won't want to pass Camp. He'll just want to watch him. He doesn't need to, but Petters is now down the inside. Well, that's actually McGill going round the outside of Petters. So this is working out okay at the minute for McGill, because he's just watching where Campy is. But Campy is going to be lunging and doing all sorts of things that he can. Talking of lunging, Lewis, who's that?
Spencer Stevenson.
Spencer Stevenson, great move down the inside of Petters.
Yes, he was making some good moves there yesterday after his spin early in the race. He's up alongside Petters and brings maybe Wes Swain in his Area Motorsport car with him. Leaders across the line. It's a three-way fight for the lead, by the way. Let's not lose sight of that. Josh Bromley, Dave Marshall and Lewis Kent. Local boy Lewis Kent saw his dad and brother Brad here earlier on this afternoon. Dave Marshall having a real nibble though at Josh Bromley for the lead, and this is going to bunch the whole pack back together.
Yeah, Dave Marshall was outstanding yesterday, wasn't he? Coming from near the back of the grid, and talk about outstanding. Lewis Kent round the outside of Dave Marshall, brilliant. Can hardly get it slowed down, and that's going to help the leader out Bromley as he gets a great run out of Grey Mill Bend.
To the inside now goes Hewlett, who's still ahead of Camp and McGill after all of that early scrapping. Alistair Camp tries to follow him by, can't quite find an opening through Surtees, and in fairness, Marshall standing his ground has got the inside line for Clearway's corner. This for third position then. Dave Marshall might be a bit frustrated actually with how this lap has gone. At the start of it he was challenging for the lead, and now he finds himself nearly off the podium places. Someone's been through the dirt further back, but manages to get it back together. Towards Paddock Hill Bend we run them. The top two absolutely together, less than 2 tenths between them, and behind there is a championship to be settled. At the front though, Lewis Kent's having a go for the race lead. Look, he's on the inside of Josh Bromley. They're side by side still behind, but they are side by side, Paul, for the lead.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. I was going to say job done, but it doesn't look like it as Dave Marshall gets into the back of Hewlett. That's going to help McGill out. What does McGill do? Does McGill do it? No, he doesn't. He backs out, and that's what I said. He is just watching brief.
You said that he was going to drive differently to Campy. He has to. He doesn't have to take the risks, and that was, I think, the first real time I've seen him back out of what, in any other race, I think would have been a dead-done move. So, Kent leads, Bromley second, Hewlett third, this for 4, as McGill gets into the back of Mr. Camp. I'm sure it wasn't intentional, but Camp will have noted that.
He won't like that, and like you say, McGill isn't that kind of driver, I don't think. But when you get a hit like that, oh, I'd be careful. You know what you say? Don't pull the tail of the tiger, Andrew.
I've learned that working with you over the years, Paul, that's for sure. Through Paddock they go. Steve Group gets bigger and bigger by the corner, it would seem, although maybe Kent just starting to get away at the front of it. This is for second. Hewlett, who was quite disappointed, I think, underneath all of the smiles yesterday afternoon. He was quite disappointed not to convert pole position into a maiden race victory. And could he now maybe reverse that in race number 2? He's on the inside of Bromley down the Cooper straight. Josh gives him the squeeze, though, and that gives Dave Marshall a run. This is all the kind of action, though, that could so easily trip up any one of the cars in this group.
Yeah, they can trip them up, but not just that. Look at the concertina, and that's Camp. He will get this done on Dave Marshall. He will get this done, and that is going to be a move, is it? Let's see, because look at that. It's a dead heat, isn't it, to come across line. Dave Marshall knows what Camp he's got to do. I'm sure he'll let him through.
Well, he's up to the inside, but will McGill choose to go with him here? Is he close enough to go with him? I'll probably still defending from Jake Hewlett. Look, Camp has gone through, but McGill is going with him. Alistair Camp now to the inside of Jake Hewlett. Now, these two had words after yesterday's race, I believe. Keep it clean, boys. Into Druids they go 2 by 2, Paul. This is fantastic.
This is proper stuff, but I can feel a pinch point coming. McGill is in an awful place now. He's got cars all over him, swarming around us. Where's his Swain? Is he dropping back? But look what's happening now. It's 4 of them are going to go forward rest. This is proper stuff.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the issue is for Wes Swain. Possible.
He's been turned
around. Camp sideways. He's on the grass. He's coming back on there into Hewlett. And up goes McGill. Off goes Liam McGill. The championship leader is off the road. Can Alistair Camp continue? Is the FM2 too badly damaged? He gets going, but Liam McGill, I fear, might be out of the race. Where have McGill gone? He rejoins. You said there was going to be a pinch point, Paul, and that is exactly what we feared.
Wow, what's going to happen? Campy's still going, but where is he? Campy comes across the line. And where is he? He's 14. Campy's 14. I think he's hobbled, though. He could be hobbled.
How much damage has that done to both cars? Camp is sideways down the hill. Did McGill continue? I think he did. McGill came across the line in 19th, but still running. Can you believe it? The championship contenders, ironically, it wasn't the two of them coming together, was it? It was Hewlett again in the middle. Camp's car, though, I think is wounded.
Oh, he's wounded. It's over. It's gone. Camp is out. Campy is out. He's just been passed by McGill, and McGill is damaged, but he's off. Out the comms box, I can see, McGill is off.
I think they're both out of the race, Paul, but that doesn't matter. That will seal the championship for Liam McGill, but in the most dramatic of fashion. You could just see that coming. I'd love to get a replay of exactly what happened there. Hewlett, Camp and McGill, they were 3 abreast through Surtees. Camp, by the way, has seen McGill stopping and is now carrying on because he knows he needs to try and score some points, but that car quite clearly is too badly damaged to run at the competitive pace. What drama, Paul?
A massive drama, huge drama, but it's always going to happen. It was so close as other drivers were getting on with it. What happened there? So where's Camp? He gets Hewlett again. Does he get tagged? Bang! Oh, does he get tagged? We don't know, but it did look a little bit like Hewlett may have just lent on him a bit, but I don't know from just seeing that one. That is a massive shame for this championship. It didn't deserve that.
No, you're absolutely right. If it was contact, and in fairness, if it was contact, it was before they came into shot, but if it was a contact, then that will be a major talking point. Either way, it will be a major talking point, because Alistair Camp and Liam McGill, we heard from them both before the race, they just wanted this to be a clean, fair fight all the way to the flag, and unfortunately that's not been the case. Lewis Kent, by the way, leads the race by 2 3/4 seconds over Josh Bromley second, and Spencer Stevenson is third. He started 10th on the grid, remember. He was 11th in race 1, but had been running near the front before a spin, actually at Surtees, exactly where we just saw that drama, and he is now on course maybe for a podium. Marshall 4th, Petters 5th, Mitchell, Aidan Mitchell is in 6th position. I'm not sure where he started, but it was deep in the order, I'm pretty sure. And then it's Harry England, Jake Renshaw, Charlie Constable and Will Butt inside the top 10, Paul.
Oh, very nice. That's what we like to see from Willie Butt.
It is indeed, and he might have actually just overtaken Charlie Constable, I think, for 9th I saw out of the window. Camp is in the pit lane. Is he paddock bound? No, he's heading back out onto the circuit again. So Alistair Camp then continues on. We'll wait and see. I guess he's just hoping for a miracle. Maybe Liam McGill doesn't finish the race, or there are penalties to be handed out. I don't really know. We will watch him with interest as he heads up the hill towards Druids Corner, Paul.
Have you ever watched Days of Thunder?
Once or twice, yes.
Yeah, do you remember when your man come in the pits? Put me new badge tyres on, and he went out and got drilled someone. I know Campy isn't that man, but that's all I could think about.
Well, I mean, it's not the first time we've seen something like this happen to Alistair Camp, is it? Famously, back in 2022, when he was battling Matt Luff for a championship, it was nip and tuck in the last race, and a driver not in title contention got involved in contact with Camp. He was in the wall, and he was out of the race. He was pretty miffed that day, I seem to remember. But anyway, the car is back up and running. Suggests that maybe it was just a puncture that was the worst of the damage from that.
Looks like he's a big hit. Well, there's McGill on your right-hand side. He is just trying to get round and stay out of people's ways. Listen, McGill and Camp are class competitors. That was a joke, obviously, me saying that they were going to go out, make sure the car was working, and maybe drive into someone. That's never going to happen. But talking of which, Spencer Stevenson, wow, that was some move when it didn't come off, but didn't get that slowed down very well, did he?
I tell you what, though, Spencer Stevenson is top of Dave Marshall's Christmas card list now, because he's just inherited second. Brilliant racecraft. What else would we expect from Dave Marshall? Josh probably will not be happy about that. Behind, meanwhile, Camp and McGill are together down the Cooper Straight, as Marshall's car is doing Dave Marshall car things, really, sideways through Surtees. He's off, though.
Wow, that was proper, that was, wasn't it? They're so nervous, those cars round here. Unbelievable, proper stuff that from Marshall. But yeah, but that, like you're saying, the guys up the hasty now for the podium positions.
Yeah, proper race. There's some great battling up and down the order, actually. I'm watching most of it out of the window and some of it on the screen. Spencer Stevenson here challenging Josh Bromley. This is now for a position on the podium, and he looks to challenge into Druids Corner. He's on the outside line, and then you've got Dan Petters in the battle too. All three of these drivers would love to end the season on the podium, and all three of them have a genuine chance.
Yeah, this is what we're liking, isn't it? This is spot on stuff. Look at that, just a little bit of a missed apex from Bromley, and Stevens is just getting in there. He wants to be right in there, Stevens.
Liam McGill, look in the background, going very slowly. His car is clearly a bit of a handful. Stevenson to the inside of Bromley, who left the door open in fairness, then tried to close it. There's contact between the two of them. Petters could be the beneficiary here. Bromley's in the gravel. Oh, what a shame. Josh Bromley bounces back onto the road, but loses 2 positions as a result, and that is Spencer Stevenson into third. Paul, there was contact there. Oh, what's all that smoke about across the line? Dust, perhaps, that's been laid down. I think it was just cement dust, but caught everybody's attention, that, I think. What did you make of that then? Spencer Stevenson, the door was left open, he went on the inside, and then there was contact.
Yeah, I don't know whether he's got a bit of a long pedal, actually, to be honest, because what we've seen up here at Druids was him fly past with no brakes locking up, so I don't know whether he's got a little bit of a long pedal. There was a little bit of a gap, but I couldn't quite see from the angle, but yeah, I don't think Josh is going to be that happy about how he's got past him, but it did look like there was a gap. Whether he opened it with his car, I don't know. We will see. So bouncing off the curbs, Josh Bromley. Spencer Stevenson, look, the car doesn't look like it's slowing down. There's a gap there. He's in there now, but it's just a little tag, isn't it? It looks a little bit 50-50, that, but if you ask each of the two drivers, they're going to say, well, it was absolutely not, and it was this, and it was their fault. So, yeah, difficult angle to look at, to be honest, but yeah, I just hope they shake hands after this and say sorry about that.
Yes, it's been a feisty race, this one, hasn't it? We sort of anticipated it, I suppose. Last race of the season. There is Alistair Camp still going. For reference, he is in 19th position, which is not enough to take the championship, even with McGill out of the race. Now, if McGill did not score, that might possibly open the door for Camp, who is still on the lead lap, by the way. He could still pick up positions if other people fall by the wayside. So, wouldn't necessarily say this is absolutely a done deal just yet, but McGill is not going to score. Camp's car now seems to be running back at full speed again.
It must have been. There was a bit of switch back there from Bromley, but McGill's really hobbled, isn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, you've got to be careful doing that, because I know it's all over really, because his car's hammered as well, but you've got to be careful doing that, because you can ruin someone's race by being in the wrong part of the circuit at the wrong time. Say like into clearways, going 30 kilometres too slow, and next minute you've just had someone drill the inside of you by accident. So yeah, not ideal, but it's nearly over now anyway.
It is indeed. Just to clarify, by the way, Alistair Camp would need 8th position if McGill did not score. That seems rather unlikely, you'd have to say, since he's about 30 odd seconds behind 8th position as it stands. Minute and a half to go. This race has absolutely flown by, and at the front of the field, Lewis Kent, well, he might not be leaving this weekend as a champion, but he is, by the looks of it, going to pick up another race victory in his home track, Brands Hatch. Good battle here between Jake Renshaw and Harry England, meanwhile. This for 7th position, and they have got Aidan Mitchell just ahead, so a three-way fight for 6th, actually, as they head out of Clearways Corner, out of the window. I can tell you that both of the BSR cars have managed to find a way past Harry England. The leader then starts the penultimate lap of the race. Lewis Kent, uncontested really, at the front of the field, whilst all of the attention was on the championship battle further back. Lewis Kent put in a brilliant performance, picked his way through, and is well on course for a victory.
Yeah, he did well when they were here last as well, I think, didn't he?
Yes, I think so.
He was flying, as we expect Lewis to be. He's had a bit of a shame this year. He's been really, really hot when he's been hot, but then he's had a bit of bad luck as well.
Yeah, missed a couple of races, didn't he, because of the birth of his first child, understandably. Did have a win here at Brands Hatch in the spring, though, as you quite rightly said, which was then immediately followed by a non-finishing race 2, which sort of tells you all you need to know about Lewis Kent's season. That is Graham Ross's car.
Picking up his shopping.
At least he's still on his wheels at the moment, but that's a drama up at Druids.
That's the new car for next year with DRS.
Yes, the FN2 is just getting a little bit too quick, so they had to add some extra drag to the back of it. Look,
go upsetting everyone.
It's the last race. I'm allowed to get a dig in if I can. Yes, Graham Ross's car rejoins and the boot manages to pop closed, thank goodness. Right, podium battles now seem to be more or less settled, I think, actually. Kent 4 seconds ahead of Marshall, who's a second ahead of Spencer Stevenson. They'll both be very pleased with a podium finish if they can bring it home. We are half a lap away from the checkered flag, and Lewis Kent is going to pick up a race victory. Had a win at Donington at the season opener, another here at Brands Hatch, the second event, and a third at Alton Park. This is going to be win number 4 of the season for Lewis Kent. It's too little to keep his championship hopes alive, but he will be very happy to celebrate a win. Lewis Kent wins the race. Dave Marshall and Spencer Stevenson will join him on the podium. But further down the order, a lot further down the order, Liam McGill is about half a lap away now from provisionally clinching the championship. He's just turning into 30s towards the end of the lap, is Liam McGill, and he is en route to claim the 2025 Milltek Civic Cup Championship. He's just up there at the top of shot through the final corner, and eventually he will make it home and maybe take his first proper breath in about 15 minutes. Liam McGill in a wounded car after a pretty bruising race. He's going to come across the line, see the checkered flag, and all the way down the order, outside of the top 20, he will win the Milltek Civic Cup Championship here at Brands Hatch. A brilliant performance, but really all of the hard work done earlier in the season to allow him to have a bad race and still come home with the title. A deserving champion, but I think a few things to be discussed after the race, Paul.
Yeah, I think that picture there sums it all up. If they put a roller underneath that, he ain't staying in the race, is he? But obviously it's damage, and that is something he can't do anything about. Absolute congratulations to Liam McGill, the area team. They've been faultless throughout. Can I just say, is there any chance of tickets for the debrief at Area Motorsport?
I think they'd sell out as well, Paul, wouldn't they, pretty quickly. Lewis Kent then, an Area Motorsport car, gives them something else to celebrate, takes the race win. Dave Marshall and Spencer Stevenson on the podium with him. Then Dan Peters and Josh Bromley, Aidan Mitchell and Jake Renshaw, with Harry England, Will Budd and Josh Turnbull in the back of the top 10. Then it's Charlie Constable and Charlie Budd. It's a bit more like it. That might just about do enough to convince the team to let him stay on for next year. Then Bateman and Adam Jackson, 13th and 14th places respectively. Then Mark Hughes, who said he was going to get stuck in that race, the Goodyear Diamond Award champion, came home in a strong 15th position ahead of Anthony Gannon and then Liam McGill. So Liam McGill actually 17th. I said outside the top 20, he was 17th at the flag, and he managed to at least get to the finish, and actually ahead of Alistair Camp, I think, in the end. Yes, he was. Camp was 19th. So Liam McGill in 17th position and manages to do enough for the championship. Not the first time, in fairness, we've seen an Area Motorsport driver win a championship with a wrecked race car.
Yeah, it's happened a bit, isn't it, in the championship, which is, it wasn't obviously meant. Whatever's happened, we'll find out a little bit more. But Josh Turnbull and Charlie Budd, great weekend for them.
Yeah, well pointed out, actually. Joshua Turnbull, top 10 in only his second ever race in the championship. Really impressive stuff. Had a chat with him. He's a young driver, obviously fresh out of karting, and said that he wanted to come to the Civic Cup because he knew it would challenge him. He knew what a competitive grid it was. He knew it wouldn't be easy, wouldn't come straight in and be immediately at the front of the field, but to get a top 10 and survive the attrition in that race, he will be absolutely made up with that, I am sure. As will Liam McGill, although I really do want to see the reaction of Liam McGill as he gets out of the car, because the emotions will be running high. I mentioned it a couple of times, but shades of 2022 when Matt Luff dragged what was left of his car across the line, and it was Campy again on that day who was the one on the outside looking in, got involved in an unfortunate incident, and he'll be feeling history's repeated itself. But that race aside, Paul, Liam McGill, it was that mid part of the season, wasn't it, when he did all of that winning that gave him this buffer, so that even if it did all go wrong today, it ultimately didn't matter.
Yeah, exactly. He did the hard work in the middle of the year, but he did everything right today. I've got to say he did everything right, but he was very fortunate that the car actually kept going round and it wasn't terminally damaged, and Campy couldn't do anything about it either.
Indeed so. Right then, let's get the reaction, shall we, of our podium finishers, and possibly, if we've got time, our champion. Ian, over to you.
Yes, welcome down to Parc Ferme. Look at what it means. Liam McGill, your provisional 2025 Milltek Civic Cup champion. Liam, I know you came out of the car going, have a one. We have to use the big P word, provisional. But from our reckoning, yes, congratulations, the 2025 Milltek Civic Cup champion. Boy, oh boy, bit of a wild race, but forget about that for now. How does it feel?
Feels like a bit of an anticlimax, to be honest. I think it's just because I was out of the race. So because I was out of the race the whole time, I was just driving around like, what's happening, have a one, or what's going on?
Oh, brilliant stuff. Campy coming over, giving him a hug. A wild race indeed, but great spirit from the two guys as well. Nice one, Campy, top man. Yes.
No, I mean, like, it's honestly, it's took its toll on me this year, to be honest. I know I look calm, but behind the scenes, you know, there's a lot of thinking going on all the time. But no, I'm really glad to have bounced back. I mean, I remember halfway through the year, people kind of still were counting me out at that time. And I said to, I think it was maybe you, I'm not sure, I said, I've turned this around halfway through a season before.
I think so.
So yeah, here we are. Yeah, I mean, this morning I was full of nerves, to be honest with you, on the lead up to this. And then when I ended up in the barriers, I was like, here we go. Well, obviously Ali was in the barriers as well, and Jake. I thought I had a puncture the whole time, but it just looks like there's nothing left at the split.
You know, I was down here actually in Park Film and I heard you coming through, and me and Richard over there were like, oh my god, he's got damage.
I thought I was on 3 wheels for most of the race, to be honest. And turning left, it just wouldn't turn left at all, so I was having to slam on the brakes. But no, I'm delighted. It's just a shame that it never ended, you know, with a proper battle up the front, and it had to end in that kind of way, you know.
Do you know what? In 20 years, it doesn't matter. Yeah. Whatever happens now for the rest of your life, 2025 Milltek Civic Cup champion.
Yeah.
Come on, give me a hug. Right, now, go get away from me. Go celebrate your friend, family, teams. Go on, you deserve it. Great stuff indeed. Right, let's just move downhill. I do want to find Lewis Kent. He did win the race and he was absolutely magnificent. Really classy there of Alistair Camp as well to come up and give his title rival there a big hug indeed. He's been brilliant, hasn't he, Alistair Camp, all season long. Let's just go grab Lewis Kent. He did win the race, so let's grab Lewis. Can we borrow you for a second? I'm really sorry. Normally, the race winner gets the interview first, and but I'm sure you can appreciate we had to go catch up with Ian, but you were magnificent, Adam. What a way to end the season. Eh?
Yeah, probably the best way to do it. I knew I had to get past the front four ASAP, otherwise I was going to have a bit of a bother, which, as you saw, the others had a bit of bother.
Best place to be out of it, isn't it? Right up front.
Yeah, literally. I think Aidan had a bit of a bad start, bogged down a bit, and just picked him off straight away. I was like, okay, that's cool. Went up to the top corner. I think I did Dan on the way back down the hill. He sort of ran into the turn one, got all caught up, and I got round the outside. So that was 2 done straight away in 2 corners. Dave didn't make it too easy, but again, he got a bit of a really bad run coming out of Graham Hill, and I got down past done perfect, and then Josh just caught him sleeping really. I know that I'm really strong on the brakes into turn 1, so I was like, if there's ever going to be a time, now is going to do it. Lap 3, perfect. So dove in, got on the brakes, just stopped it on the apex and held him there. So yeah, and from that point on, just drove away.
I've got a feeling this could be a bit of a warning to your competitors for next season. Eh?
Well, yeah. If I come back, I think I've got a different route for next year. But yeah, everyone's got to be a bit cautious of what's going on for next year for me.
Okay, Lewis, we look forward to the announcement, and thank you for everything this season. It's always a pleasure, it really is indeed. I did see, if we've got a bit of time, the VERTU Mini Challenge Trophy race out next. Sorry, Danny, to keep moving around. I did just want to grab a quick word with Alistair Camp. He's been a magnificent competitor all season. We will just very quickly have a quick chat, just chatting there with Jack. Campy, really classy of you there to come over and congratulate Liam. It'll probably hurt a little bit, but hey, you've been a champion before, you'll be one again.
Yeah, and hurting, nah, it's not hurt, because we all went out, I said to Liam, I said, realistically I've got a mountain to climb here, I said, no, I don't climb mountains, as you can see. So I said to him, I said, let's try and bring this A1 and 2 in style, let's do it, let's show the fans like what Civic Cup's about. We've got a lot of people here, and unfortunately ruined again. But I'm still smiling because it's bittersweet, isn't it, really?
Listen, you're a class driver, you're a class act, you're a class man. Congratulations on 2025. We'll see you next year.
Hey, say vice champion, I've never been that before.
Vice champion, here he is, vice champion. Yeah, nice one, well done, good stuff. Right, you can hear the VERTU Mini Challenge Trophy. It's their final race of the season. Alex Keanes has already wrapped up the title, but let's hand over to commentator Dave Goddard to take you through the action. Enjoy.
We certainly will enjoy. Thanks very much, Ian. Thanks to Andy and Paul as well. They'll be rejoining us shortly for the final race for the TCR UK Championship. The sun already just beginning to set here at Brands Hatch, but it is time for the final race of the season for the VERTU Mini Challenge Trophy. Let's take a look at the lineup out there. This grid was set by the qualifying session yesterday because, of course, qualifying sets the grid for race 3, the fastest times in the Mini Challenge. They do it a little bit differently. So it is Ashley Gregory who is on pole position in car number 22. She's not had a lot of luck this weekend, so looking for a change in fortune here. Luca Marinoni Osborne, number 81, lines up alongside. Second row, number 88, Alfie Garford, and 138, Henry Foote. Reese Hurd, number 59, winner of race 1 yesterday, starts alongside Leo Purchase, number 171. On row 4, 96, Ronnie Smith, 185, Jensen Mason. The fifth row, Louis Capozzoli, number 99, was second in race 1 yesterday. Olivier Algieri completes the top 10, number 38. He's got a 2-place grid penalty for some contacts earlier on in the weekend. Then on row 6 we have the new champion, number 62 Alex Keanes, alongside 7 Stephen Chandler. The 7th row 40 James Sherrington, and number 8 Murray Richardson. On the 8th row, Monroe Renard, number 69, started on pole for race 2 and finished in the top 10, starts alongside Josh Wilby, number 95. The 9th row, number 66, James Taylor, 6'10", Louis Fleets. Row 10 is number 13, Jacob Baldry, 72, Matt Luff. And the final row, Paul Manning in the 46 and 43 of Cameron Wood. It looks like, looking out of the con box window, that all 22 cars are out there. So we have a full complement for this final race of 2025. Alex Keens has got to come through from the 6th row of the grid once again. He struck lucky in the reverse grid race, drawing the front row in the reverse grid draw, and was able to control the pace all the way, having made the start from the outside of that front row. I think it'll be 2 green flag laps for the VERTU Mini Challenge. It has been for the rest of the weekend. It's the ideal way for them to let their hair down a little with the title settle. Ashley Gregory, she starts on pole. She's already had her first run in a race truck this weekend, trying Callum Eason's truck earlier in the weekend, as we were hearing. Very different to one of these little 1600cc Mini Coopers. As for the runner-up spot in the championship, it's provisionally going to go to Alfie Garford ahead of Reese Hurd. We'll have that confirmed later on. Luca Marinoni Osborne was on pole position with the 2nd fastest time from qualifying for race 1 yesterday. Starts on the outside of the front row here. Looking back at the previous results of the season, Alex Keens had a couple of wins in rounds 5 and 11. Ashley Gregory is a previous race winner. Cam Richardson has had a win as well, but only contested a part season. Gabe Fairbrother, we know, had a couple of wins, but not here this weekend out due to injury. Jinson Mason, Josh Wilby, Leo Purchase, Louis Capozzoli, and Olivier Algieri and Reese Hurd have all been race winners this year. Of course, Algieri excluded from 2 rounds of the series, from 6 races in total due to car irregularities earlier in the season, which took him out of title contention, sadly. So drivers get warmed up for their final 15-minute race of the season. Many of these drivers will be looking to move up to the Mini Challenge JCW class for next season, just as last season's champion Harry Hickton did for this year. Sadly, his season ended with a big crash here at Brands Hatch towards the end of the 2025 Toka package season, supporting the British touring cars. We've seen these cars a couple of occasions supporting the BTCC as well. So as they start to make their way up to the grid, let's see what Alex Keens can do from P11 here. It'll be the blue and pink car of Ashley Gregory on pole position. Luca Marinoni Osborne, the white car with the orange and blue flashes down the sides, will be alongside. Cameron Wood starting from the back, the number 43, that's one of the Chandler Motorsport cars. Second row of the grid sees one of the Wera Alliance Racing Academy cars, number 88 Alfie Garford, the black car with the turquoise trim on the second row alongside 138 Henry Foote. That's a race car consultant's car, the purple and black machine. A little tricky to see the colours in the late afternoon sun here at Brands Hatch. So 15 minutes around the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit, getting underway very shortly indeed. We'll await the signal from the marshals, then the 5-second board will be displayed. When the red lights come on and go out, we will be underway. The revs are up and away they go. We've got a wheel spin there from Ashley Gregory from pole position. Decent start for Luca Marinoni Osborne, but he has to slot in behind Ashley as they go towards the first corner. It's side by side for 3rd place. Reese Hurd trying to get around the outside as well in the number 59. Ronnie Smith in 96, the white and turquoise car, trying to go with them. They head up towards Druids for the first time. It's Gregory who's got the lead. Luca Marinoni Osborne and Henry Foote side by side for second. The second group, if you like, is headed up by Alex Keens at the moment as they all make their way round Druids, all okay for the first time. Who's going to emerge with the lead? There's Gregory who leads the way. Henry Foote in second place. Reese Hurd is in third. Looks like Marinoni Osborne is down to fourth. One car bouncing down the grass there, and a spinner towards the back. That's Cameron Wood, I think, that's gone off. One car taking avoiding action to the outside. We've got another spinner further back. I can see out of the window. It's Louis Fleet that's gone, the number 610. He's rejoining. So the rest of the pack makes their way round to complete the opening lap, with Ashley Gregory in the lead ahead of Foote, Hurd, Luca Marinoni, Osborne is fourth, and Alfie Garford rounding up the top five. There's Ronnie Smith side by side across the line with Jensen Mason, the 185. Leo Purchase down the inside, hoping for a better run this time. They go 3 wide through Paddock Hill Bend. Purchase creeping up, trying to make it 4 wide is Olivier Algieri, a very forceful young racer in the number 38. Alex Keane's onto the back of this group now as well. Absolutely frantic in the midfield, but it is still Ashley Gregory and Reese Hurd. Has Gregory been shuffled back there while we were watching the midfield? She certainly has. So a bit of contretemps possibly through Druids there. Hard to know where to look in this race. Louis Fleet bringing his car into the pits, I can see, but it's still frantic further back. You can see there's been some damage on the front of Henry Foote, so he must have made contact with Ashley Gregory there, I would think. Foote has dropped his way down the field, and it is Reese Hurd now who leads the way as they will come across the stripe for the second time. Reese Hurd leads it. Marinoni Osborne is second. Ashley Gregory is down to 4. Look at this 4 square as they go towards Paddock Hill Bend, and Louis Capozzoli is trying to make it 5. You can't go 5 wide through there. Jensen Mason up on the curb. Yes, the big loser in all of that was Henry Foote. He's dropped down 7 places, down into 9th. So a bit of a tangle with Ashley Gregory coming through Druids a lap ago, as they start to sort themselves out. Reese Hurd starting to get away now a little at the front of the field. It's Marinoni Osborne second, Leo Purchase is third. They're still all over each other in this fight for second place. Henry Foote is not finished yet. You can see the bumper, part of the bumper hanging off the front of his car. He's going to try and make it 3 wide through Surtees. That rarely works. Stephen Chandler there on the inside. He's got, I think that's Louis Capozzoli behind him. One car running out a little bit wide there. That's Jensen Mason under fire from Ronnie Smith. There's Alex Keane's the new champion in the 62. Still they lean on each other. The 22 of Gregory fighting back on the inside of Leo Purchase, going for P3 as they head towards Paddock Hill Bend, but diving underneath both of them. That's Alfie Garford. Is he going to get the move done? 3 wide through Paddock Bend. Gregory fights back on the outside. They've got past Leo Purchase up towards Druids, and Alfie Garford could get 3rd place here with a bit of luck. That was a brave move through Paddock, and I think he's done it. Bit of push and shove further back. James Taylor was under fire in there, the red and black car. I was about to say the race settling in, but it certainly isn't. They're still absolutely frantic. You can tell it's the last race of the season. They're still absolutely all over each other. Reese Hurd will be looking in his mirror thinking, well, if you're all going to scrap like this in the last race of the year, I'm going to clear off and win it. Looking for his 2nd win of the weekend. Luca Marinoni Osborne in 2nd place. Then this solid scrub of cars for 3rd. Olivier Algieri giving chase. There's a surface flag out there, the yellow and red stripe flag meaning slippery surface or possible debris on the track. As Reese Hurd continues to lead the way by 2.3 seconds now ahead of Luca Marinoni Osborne in 2nd, and all leaning on each other, Algieri and Alfie Garford. You're not getting past me, says Alfie Garford. 4th place Algieri, then the 5th place fights. Ashley Gregory's been shuffled back there by Jensen Mason. Leo Purchase in behind, and then it's Ronnie Smith. Chandler and Capozzoli rounded out the top 10 at the line. I think it's a bit different to that now. There's Chandler on the outside. Ronnie Smith going side by side. Looks like he's trailing a bumper as well. Like I said, you can tell this is the final race of the season for the VERTU Mini Challenge trophy category. Henry Foote's car now looks very second-hand. The front bumper damaged, the wing mirrors hanging off as well. Alex Keane's on his tail. There's Ronnie Smith with his bumper trailing behind him. Side by side with Leo Purchase down the Brabham Straights. Side by side behind Stephen Chandler on the inside of Louis Capozzoli. Foot up on the curb. Somehow they're all holding it together up towards Druids. Still Garford and Algieri going at each other. And Jensen Mason, Garford's teammate, is in behind them now. But all this is allowing Reese Hurd to run away at the front of the field. He still might get runner-up in the championship at this rate. Number 40 is James Sherrington, the ex-junior Saloon car man, side by side with Alex Keynes. They're absolutely loving this. In behind them is the 95, that's Josh Wilby up on the curb there through McLaren. And then Monroe Renard, who's he battling with? Matt Luff in the 72, former Civic Cup and Audi TT Cup drive. Still 9 minutes of this frantic race to go. Look at the traffic jam here coming down the Brabham Straight. Murray Richardson on the back of it. Thankfully not too much damage to his car after his roll yesterday. Reese Hurd now leads by nearly 3 seconds. Fastest lap is with Jensen Mason, who's now up to third. Mickey Lunge at the inside there is the number 7 of Stephen Chandler, attacking the race car consultant's car of Ronnie Smith. Just under 57 seconds, the quickest lap. He's the only one into the 56s so far, Jensen Mason. The leaders make their way through Surtees and towards clearways once again for the 7th time. It's VERTU Mini Challenge race, and problems there for Ronnie Smith. That's broken his steering. See the front wheel at a drunken angle there. That's going to be end of race for Ronnie. I think he went a bit too hard over the curbs there at Surtees. Hopefully he can get that car into the pit lane and we won't need a safety car. As the pack heads in, up the inside there, that's one of the Weir Tools liveried cars, going very sideways, still sideways through Paddock Bend. That was a good save. Now which one was it? Was that Mason or Garford? I think it was Jensen Mason. He's side by side with Stephen Chandler now. I thought he was going to go flying off into the gravel. So that's going to change third place. It's Garford and Algieri fighting for third now. Ashley Gregory in behind them. Jensen Mason still bouncing all over the curbs. Let's take a look at that again. Watch the inside line. Jensen Mason, he thought about a move on Luca Marinoni Osborne for second place, and I don't know how he saved that car. That was a Code Brown moment certainly for Jensen Mason. He's still going and he's still in the fight for second. 3 wide out of Clark Curve here. This is Alfie Garford on the outside, leaning on Luca Marinoni Osborne. Goodness me, that could have been a disaster. Ashley Gregory squeezes through on the inside. Olivier Algieri had already got through, and Jensen Mason's coming back into this. Stephen Chandler behind him. This is brilliant stuff. Reese Hurd missing all the fun. He's up the road leading this race. And what up goes somebody there. Who was that? That was Luca Marinoni Osborne into the wall. Well, something had to give there. You can't fit 5 cars abreast going into Druids, and the something that gave was Luca Marinoni Osborne, unfortunately, into the barriers. I suspect that might bring out the safety car because he stopped on the exit of Druids. Gives us a chance for a pause for breath, at least, in this race. As the battle continues on. There's the 2 Weir Tools livery cars. Josh Wilby side by side with Leo Purchase. Behind them is Monroe Renard. Reese Hurd has increased his lead even more as a result of that. In second place across the line, I think it's Algieri, then Gregory, Garford and Mason next in the order. That's your top 5 as they cross the line, but I imagine the safety car is going to have to come out because Luca Marinoni Osborne's car is stranded on the outside of Druids. You can see the yellow flags waving there. That means no passing, slow down through Druids. They make their way through on the inside. Just got a glimpse of the car at the top right of the picture there. Well, the race is continuing on at the moment. One of the Weir Tools cars as a result of that looking rather second-hand. That's Alfie Garford in 4th place. With Jensen Mason on his tail. I think that's Capanzoli behind them. Getting into the back of Jensen Mason there. And then it's Stephen Chandler next in the order. There's the front end of, I think that's Alfie Garford's car. They're still going at it here. Another car on the grass on the inside, but the safety car is now being deployed. The safety car is coming out. Stephen Chandler was the car that was on the grass up there. There's the reason for the safety car. Luca Marinoni Osborne's car looking very second-hand on the outside of Druids after being pitched out of that second place battle into the barriers. Okay, just under 5 minutes of the race to go. Chance to pause for breath for the first time in this race. Reese Hurd is your leader. Now his lead was up to over 3 seconds, but it's going to be wiped out now by the safety car, which will pick him up on the Cooper Straights, the blue number 59 Westbourne Motorsports car, the man from just north of London. Second place is Olivier Algieri. The number 38's the North Wales driver, driving for Accelerate Motorsport this weekend, and the red flag is coming out. In fact, the race is being stopped. So the red flag is out. 10 laps had been completed, so I think this might be a result declared. There were 4.5 minutes left on the clock. Luca Marinoni Osborne is okay, that's the main thing. Now, let's see where the safety car takes the cars in. If it takes them into pit lane, then we'll know that means the session is not going to be restarted. No, it is bringing them to the grid, just looking out of the window there. Maybe the officials feeling that the recovery can't be completed up there at Druids because it's a fairly narrow section of the circuit and it'll be tricky to navigate past them behind the safety car while they have the recovery vehicles there to repatriate Luca Marinoni Osborne's car to the paddock. But we'll await news from the clerk of the course on what's going to happen here with this finale for the VERTU Motors mini challenge. 4.5 minutes left on the clock at the time of the stoppage. Let's have a look again. Watch behind our leader, Reese Hurd. We'll see what happened. It was just too many cars in too small a space, I think. In they came. It was Algieri and Gregory, and yes, contact between Alfie Garford and Luca Marinoni Osborne, and wallop straight in went the number 81 car. I think maybe tried to cut across and take the line into Druids there. Didn't realise Garford was still alongside him. But we only saw the end of that, so a rather dejected looking Luca Marinoni Osborne. Speaking to the recovery crew up there. Big thanks to Steve Bewers and the trackside recovery team. They've had a very busy weekend. Flatbed lorry being brought in to recover Luca's car. Big thanks as well to all our volunteer marshals and everybody else here at Brands Hatch, the medical staff, race control staff and so on. We could not go racing without them. A big thanks to all our camera crews here this weekend as well. Heavy rain here this morning. You wouldn't know it looking at the conditions now, but it was hammering down at Brands Hatch when we arrived this morning. But you can always be cheered up by a good breakfast in the Kentagon restaurant. Big thanks to the catering staff here as well. Thanks to everybody who has viewed BARC TV so far this year. There is one more meeting to go. Next Saturday, it's here at Brands Hatch again. It's the final for the Britcar Endurance Championship. Their Into the Night race will take place next Saturday evening. A pair of 45-minute races on the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. We'll also see the Hyundai Coupe Cup for its final meeting of the season, and also the Classic Touring Car Racing Club have their all-comers handicap races to end the season, with everything from pre-66 saloon cars, minis and Anglias and so on, right up to the Classic Thunder Saloons, all on track at once. As I said earlier, I won't spoil the surprise, but in the Classic Thunder class, Tim Evers is entered in that. Wait till you see what he's got. So the car's waiting on the Sir Jack Brabham straights. And still no news on what is going to happen here with this VERTU Mini Challenge season finale at the moment. One car being pushed towards the pit lane exit. That is Louis Capozzoli, number 99, in the Accelerate Motorsport car. Now, he was running 6th. But he's being pushed towards the pit lane. So if there's a restart, he won't be in it by the look of things. Had a second place in race 1 yesterday. The recovery operation still in progress up at Druids. And we see the Mini is now almost on the flatbed. 2 more races to come after this here at Brands Hatch. We're back to Andy and Paul for the TCR UK season finale. With Adam Shepherd, the champion-elect there in his Cupra Leon. We'll see if he can wrap up the title. And then, of course, we have our season closer for the British Truck Racing Championship. Ryan Smith already confirmed as the Division 1 champion for the 10th year in a row. And we'll wait to see what's going to happen in Division 2. I make it just 8 points between Callum Easton and Jake Evans at the top of the championship there. Both first season drivers. Whoever wins it will be a very worthy champion in them. The cars are still on the grid, so it's possible we are going to see a short sprint for the line here. I suspect it might be about a 5-minute restart, but we'll wait to confirm that. It'd be good if we do get a restart for definite, because it was an absolutely frantic race up to that point, as the Mini Challenge Trophy always are. Just checking there the medics that Luca Marinoni Osborne, sorry, is okay. He'll most likely be taken to the medical centre for a quick checkup. The car is now being taken back to the paddock. That's the end of Luca's weekend. Now we await news on a possible restart to our VERTU Mini Challenge Trophy season finale. Now you can see the size of the crowd here at Brands Hatch. It's absolutely packed here. They're a sellout crowd. Many of them waiting for the firework display later on. Mentioned trackside recovery, thanks to their helpers as well, NWVA and also Mick Gould Commercials. They've got their giant Peterbilt recovery vehicle here to help out with any recoveries needed in the British Truck Racing Championship this weekend. Well, I imagine that will be in the show truck parade later on. That will be led by the Dines Motor Group fleet of recovery vehicles. They're a whole lineup of them at the back of the hospitality suites here at Brands Hatch this weekend. Big thanks to Dines Motor Group for their support. Big supporters of National Hot Rod Racing as well. So the order at the time of the stoppage was Reese Hurd from Olivier Algieri. Ashley Gregory in third. She's been yo-yoing up and down the top 10 in this race. Bit of contact with Henry Foote earlier on. He's still going in 8th place in a rather second-hand looking car. Alfie Garford in an equally second-hand looking Mini is 4th. Jensen Mason, his teammate, in 5th. Louis Capozzoli was 6th, but has now pulled into the pit lane. Ronnie Smith's car has been recovered as well, and I think we are going to restart behind the safety car very shortly. Yes, the clock has started counting down again, so we are going to simply restart over the remaining distance. So it's going to be a sprint for the line of about 3 or 4 laps for the VERTU Mini Challenge Trophy. We're going to pick up where we left off. We saw Ronnie Smith drop out as well, broken steering on his car. There are the leaders. There's the 2 Wera cars. Stephen Chandler in 6th, Henry Foote in 7th now. Alex Keens, the champion, is 8th. Josh Wilby and Monroe Renard rounding out the first 10. 18 cars still running. We've lost Capozzoli, Marinoni, Osborne Smith, and also Louis Fleet, who spun off on the first lap and retired into the pits. Safety car quickens up then. Field has dropped a long way back from it. Reese Hurd backing up the field here, and then we'll try and get the break. He'll try and get his foot down and anticipate the restart, try and catch out his rivals, try and build that lead back up again. Here we go. Power now starts to come on. Reese Hurd, no, he hasn't gone yet. He becomes the safety car now with the Ford Focus Estate, driven by Evelyn Buanik in pit lane. Can't pass until the timing line, of course. So we're just under 3 minutes of the race to go. Now we get back underway. Cars charge past the pit wall and up towards Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. Hurd gets away, but Algieri's gone with him. Up the inside, Ashley Gregory holds that 3rd place. The 2 Wera Tools cars. And that Algieri's gone off. Algieri overshoots Paddock Hill Bend. I'd imagine that was cold tyres. And he's back down the field. There's another car going off further back. I think that's Paul Manning that's spun into the gravel in the number 46. He ended up in there in qualifying yesterday as well. So the race gets back underway. A couple of cars possibly caught out on cold tyres. Garford and Mason fighting it out there for 4th place ahead of Stephen Chandler. But Reese Hurd's broken away once again as a result of that little schmozzle behind him. Ashley Gregory holding 2nd place. Here comes Stephen Chandler now going for 4th on the inside of Jensen Mason. Henry Foote in behind him. Then it's Alex Keens. Less than 2 minutes to go, so they'll get a couple more laps out of this in this sprint for the line in the VERTU Mini Challenge Trophy. Stephen Chandler's got his headlights on, side by side there over the line. That's Jensen Mason alongside him. Alex Keane switching to the inside as he attacks Henry Foote just behind. There's Paul Manning's car in the gravel on the outside of Paddock Hill Bend. Reese Hurd, though, continues to break away just as he did on the first start of this race. Ashley Gregory still holding 2nd. Alex Keens down the inside on Josh Wilby, the 95. It's Gregory still in 2nd place. She's ahead of Alfie Garford in the remains of the number 88 car. They're starting to build up again now for 3rd place. There's Stephen Chandler, under fire from Jensen Mason in between the 2 black and turquoise cars. Now Garford's got a run here coming into Clark Curve and the Brabham Straight. He's going to take 3rd place, 2nd place I should say. And Chandler follows him. Ashley Gregory stuck on that outside line, and now Chandler could go for the inside here into Paddock Hill Bend. They're going into what I think is the last lap. Chandler side by side with Garford. Jensen Mason's come through to 4th. Gregory gets shuffled back to 5th place. They can't go 4 wide into Druid, surely. Chandler up the inside, retakes 2nd place. And here comes Henry Foote back into the picture as well. Oh, this is great stuff. 5 of them going for 2nd place. Reese Hurd has escaped. He's going to win it as they come down into Graham Hill Bend. Chandler and Garford and Mason, the 2 teammates, are side by side again, this time for 3rd place. Ashley Gregory's not finished yet. This is going to be interesting as they come into Surtees. Gregory goes for the inside. Josh Wilby and Henry Foote are in there as well. Stephen Chandler has that 2nd place as they come into the final couple of corners. The checkered flag is being ready. Reese Hurd's going to take the win, but all the interest is who's going to be in 2nd place. Brilliant stuff. Reese Hurd comes out of the final corner to win the final mini challenge race of the season, and the rest of them come in a solid scrub over the line behind. Chandler takes 2nd, Mason 3rd, ahead of his teammate Garford by 0.2 of a second. Gregory 5th, and then Henry Foote, Josh Wilby, Alex Keens, Leo Birches and Monroe Renard complete the top 10 as quickly as that. Wow, what a superb race to round off the VERTU Mini Challenge Trophy season. Reese Hurd takes his 2nd win of the weekend. Garford was in 4th place, so it's going to be close for 2nd in the championship between those 2, I think. We'll have to await official confirmation of that. But Reese Hurd the winner by 1.8 seconds there over Stephen Chandler, the comeback man, in 2nd place. Jensen Mason completes the podium just ahead of his teammate Alfie Garford. Ashley Gregory, the pole sitter, ends at 5th. 6th for Henry Foots, then Josh Wilby, Alex Keane, the champion, at 8th. 9th for Leo Purchase, and Monroe Renard completing the top 10 ahead of Matt Luff, James Cherrington, Murray Richardson and Jacob Baldry. Completing the top 15 was Cameron Wood, and the only other finisher was James Taylor, because Olivier Algieri, after he's off into the gravel at paddock, retired into the pits. Of course, we lost Manning, Capitoli, Marinoni, Osborne, Smith and Fleet. Right, I need to pause for breath after that frantic finale for the VERTU Mini Challenge, and we will hand down to Ian Waterhouse in Parc Fermé in a moment.
Welcome down to Parc Fermé for the final time in 2025 for the VERTU Mini Challenge Trophy, and look what it means for that man, Reese Hurd. He has had one hell of a weekend this weekend, 2 wins and a P2 as well. Reese, when it all comes together for you, my word, does it all come? You were untouchable in that race.
Yeah, well, I knew I just had to get a good start, and the main aim was just beat Alfie. That's all it was. So from there, it was just get Alfie on turn 1, and then I saw Henry go for a move, a bit ambitious, but come out of there, knew I would have a gap and just had to keep putting laps in, be consistent like I was exactly the same yesterday. And the safety car comes out, so I was like, great, here we go.
You had it, actually, yeah, I felt for you because you had a massive lead in that safety car.
Yeah, and then I saw Olivier behind me and I was like, oh no, this is just going to be a hack. But yeah, luckily I think he made a mistake into turn 1, just gave me a little bit of a gap, and I was cheering him on because funny enough he's in my old car, so yeah, it was good for us to have 1-2 little mates. But yeah, it's P2 in the championship. So
it's sunny, P2 in the championship. It's been probably your best weekend of the season as well. Reese, a sign of more of this to come, yes? Top man, well done, congratulations indeed. Let's grab Stephen for a chat as well. Stephen, come on. Wow, that was one hell of a drive from you, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, maybe I'm not as old and fat as what I was. Well, I thought I was anyway.
Give it a rest, what are you on about?
Yeah, no words, really. Just, yeah, genuinely no words. Just to be standing on the podium in a mini challenge race after not being in one of these for a year and not having the best of time last time I was in one. I don't know what to say, I really don't. Yeah.
Well, go celebrate, you deserve it, mate. You really, really do. We've got Jensen over here as well. Jensen, can we grab you for a quick chat? Wow, what a wild race, wasn't it? But congratulations, must be delighted.
Yeah, I know, I can't believe it. Considering we started 9th, I was up to 2nd at one point, I had a massive moment through paddock.
I think I was watching about 4 of you come down to start putting straight together at one point.
Yeah, I know, it was carnage, yeah.
Look, it's just a perfect way to end the season for you.
Yeah, it is, and I just want to say thank you to Weir Tools, Tool Maniac, World Rubber, Alliance Racing and Green Group for this season. It's been amazing.
Excellent, congratulations, well said indeed. That is it then. The VERTU Mini Challenge Trophy season has come to an end. Well done, Reese. We are going to make our way very shortly on to the grid. Oh, we've got Alex again. Can we, I think he's going to watch this actually, stay with us. Go on, Alex, up you get. Alex Keens, our 2025 VERTU Mini Challenge Trophy champion there on his roof. Confirmation, there it is. Alex Keens, the champion for 2025. Brilliant stuff indeed. What a year it has been for Alex Keens. Mr. Consistency takes the title, and he did it in style a little bit earlier, didn't he? Winning race 2, and he just enjoyed his third. In fact, look at this. Look at this. Somebody got a hammer. There we go. Well done, Alex Keens. He is your champion for the VERTU Mini Challenge Trophy 2025. Reese Hurd, what a weekend he's come. He wraps up, well, becomes vice champion, doesn't he? Finishes 2nd in the championship. We're just going to make our way through. I'm going to head up to the grid now because coming up is our season finale for TCR UK, and I am going to go find a certain Mr. Paul O'Neill. I'll be back very soon. Don't go far.
Thank you, Ian. Well, yes, whilst Ian wanders over to the pit lane, which is filling up nicely with team personnel, marshals, etc., we can start the build-up to what is going to be an intriguing final round of the championship for TCR UK. It's not quite as close in this championship as it was in the Milltek Civic Cup about 45 minutes or so ago. The top two drivers in TCR are separated by quite a chunk of points. 38 points, I believe, is the advantage that Adam Shepherd has over Callum Newsham, but in some ways that makes it even more tense, because it only takes a tiny slip up for Adam, or indeed something that's completely out of his hands to not go his way, and it could still change hands. I spoke to Adam yesterday on the podium after his race win, another race victory that he added to what has been an incredibly successful tally in 2025, and he said how he's gutted that he hadn't got it wrapped up with a race to spare. It meant that he could have gone to bed tonight, had a good night's sleep, and turned up today just to get stuck in, but as it is, he's got to get the job done in this title decider for TCR UK. The British Truck Racing Championship will be up after that for their final race as well. That's well worth sticking around for, and people are still piling in to the Brands Hatch circuit at the moment, I can tell you, because that is of course all in anticipation of the evening's festivities after racing is concluded here at Brands Hatch. We have the now famous fireworks display, there's live music, there's all sorts going on here at Brands Hatch, and so people continue to arrive at the track, and just in time to witness this final race of the season for TCR UK. The situation is reasonably simple. Might as well start going through some title permutations whilst we're waiting to hear from Paul and Ian down on the grid. If Adam Shepherd can finish 14th or higher in this race, he will be the champion regardless of what his title rival Callum Newsham can manage. So even if Callum Newsham were to win the race, that's 40 points, a bonus point for the fastest lap. If Adam Shepherd can finish 14th or higher, we believe that he will be the champion. And then on the other side of that, for Callum Newsham to have any chance of taking the championship away, he has to win. He doesn't necessarily have to win with the fastest lap, but he does have to win. Anything less than a win for Callum Newsham, and it wouldn't matter at all what happened to Adam Shepherd, the title would go the way of the Cupra VZ driver. So that is the situation in the Drivers' Championship. There is also the small matter of the Teams Championship to be decided as well. I believe Area Motorsport have now lost their lead to Capture Motorsport by something like 2 or 3 points, I think I was told before, with this final race still to go. So it's all up for grabs in the TCR UK Championship, and we've seen drama in final rounds in the past. Adam Shepherd, I'm sure, will be feeling that pressure. His car just nosing out of the garage, third garage along in the pit lane. Adam will be sitting in the car. The Capture Motorsport team will be doing their best to keep his nerves down as much as possible. And a lot has been documented, by myself mainly, about the struggles that Adam Shepherd has had over the years in TCR UK. It's remarkable to think that Adam started racing in the championship quite a few years ago now. It was about 2020, I seem to recall, maybe 2021, when Adam Shepherd first appeared in the championship, and he was a front runner immediately, always had a quick car but often had a slightly unreliable car. He raced a Hyundai i30N at first, then he got hold of a Gen 2 Cupra, which are just relentless mechanical issues that kept him ultimately out of contention, and then start in that Gen 2 Cupra. Before the Silverstone event, the second event of the year, he decided, no, I'm going to buy myself a new car. He got his hands on a shiny new Cupra Leon VZ, the Gen 3 spec car, and seemingly a different man. Yes, he was still as quick, devastatingly quick as he'd always been, but now didn't seem to have to worry too much about the mechanical issues, and that has carried him now to an incredible tally of victories. He already has in TCR UK history. He's the driver with the most podium finishes, 3 more than double former champion Lewis Kent. He's led more laps than any other driver. He's had more fastest laps. He's had more pole positions. The only sort of meaningful record that he hasn't yet got is the overall race wins tally. He and double former champion Lewis Milltek Civic Cup earlier on are both tied on 14 race wins. They both have won 14 times in their TCR UK career, and Adam would absolutely love to make it win 15 here today. especially since I would imagine he's probably eyeing up maybe a move to another TCR Championship next year. That's certainly not confirmed, but I'm sure it's on his radar. And if he were to move on from TCR UK, it would be quite fitting, I think, if he could have all of the records. The chances of him going on and winning that 15th race today, well, in ordinary circumstances, I'd say there's a very good chance. He will be starting 10th because it's a top 10 grid reversal, as it always is, for the second race of the weekend. And normally we would see Adam Shepherd come absolutely charging through the order and have a very good chance of doing the double. He's done it already this year. He did the double at Alton Park a couple of rounds ago, won race 1, started 10th for race 2 and came through to net the race victory. That's going to be an awful lot harder to do today though, because he just can't afford to take any risks. If he gets involved in even the slightest bit of contact, it could damage the car, it could put him out of the race, and there's a very good chance that Callum Newsham, who starts 1 place ahead of him on the grid, could also get all the way through to the front, especially given how racy that Hyundai Elantra looked in the early stages yesterday. So Adam will be very mindful, and I know he's very mindful of the fact that he has to finish the race. It looks as though we might be down to 14 starters for this one after a couple of issues for drivers earlier on today. So in other words, if he finishes the race, he should be champion. So how risky he's willing to go, we'll have to wait and see. Right then, down on the track, I can see that more and more people are starting to swarm the Brands Hatch start-finish area. In amongst them all is Paul O'Neill.
Hello everybody, welcome down to the start finish straight here at Brands Hatch. Now we put a call into the hierarchy at the BARC and TCR, and look who we managed to find, the one, the only. Yeah, the guy we wanted wasn't available, so we got Paul instead. Paul, it's great to see you. Listen, sell out at Brands Hatch, the sun is shining, final race of the season for TCR. Come on, you must be missing this a bit, huh?
It's amazing. You know, I was only thinking on the way in, it said, big board said, sold out, sorry, and you never ever see that anywhere. So BARC, the truck racing guys, TCR being here, the other formulas are here. It's one of the best packages I've seen for a long, long time. I've got to admit, I watched the truck racing, never seen that properly. And then I was getting told off by the TCR lads, supposed to be working. So I was like, oh yeah, so amazing, absolutely love it. Great to see the fans here. Look they've all stayed, they want to see this race. We've got a championship to sort out, mate.
We certainly do, and actually just behind us we can see the cars there. We'll talk about that in a minute, but look at the fans, as you can see. We've got the fairground rides in the back, and I understand, Paul, you've been on the Dodgems, is that right?
I am dodgy, mate. Yeah, do you know, Stuart Lyons, the promoter for TCR, was like, come on, mate, I've got 20 quid, let's get on the Dodgems.
That's the best accent I've ever heard.
Never tried to do that before. Thought it was a good one take. It was. So I was like, yeah, all right then, mate. So me, Andy McEwen, Jack Finlan, who runs the championship for Stuart, and Stuart Lyons, we all got on there, honestly, and we were sat there, there was only 4 of us, and we were like, this will be ace. And then we were waiting, and there was 3-year-olds getting on with this dads, and next I was like, this is going to end badly. And what happened? Andy McEwen, I think he tried to kill some people on there.
I was going to say, I would predict that Andy McEwen was probably the worst Dodgem driver out of the line.
It's more of him being a silent assassin, if I'm being honest. Yeah. He's a bit of a wrong-un, Andy McEwen, lead comms on TCR. Yeah. You have to be a wrong-un to be involved in this championship.
Do you know, he comes across as such a nice lad, doesn't he? But there's something there, isn't there?
He's not right, mate. He's not right. Do you know what? Actually, he was actually pretty good, but he's dead funny. There's only one pedal, and he was like, Paul, what do you do with the pedal? I went, just press it, mate. And he went, how do you slow it down? And I went, you keep your foot on it hard, and then you turn the steering all the way around. And I said, it slows it up by going in. And I just seen him fly backwards at 1,000 miles an hour. So he's had a good day today.
Right, so we had one hell of a finale for the Milltek Civic Cup, didn't we? Congratulations to Liam again. What did you make of that race?
Amazing. I was a bit on Liam's side, where it would have been better if it was won while they were racing. You know, I know there was a bit of an incident, which I've only seen once, where it took both of them out, but it could have went either way, couldn't it? And I think if we look at the whole season, Liam McGill has been the guy to beat and to win. But isn't Campy great? His interview was fantastic.
He's a class act, isn't he?
He's an absolute class act. I would love to see Campy racing in something, stepping on, moving on from where he is because he really deserves it. He's been brilliant for that FN2. He's really brought it on. That new car's been great.
And of course, he has won the championship before, so it's not too bad. We won't feel too sorry for him, will we? Now we can hear the TCR cars. They're just making their way out of the garages now on to the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. Before you go and talk to them, let's just talk about this, because it could be a very big day for Adam Shepherd, and all going well, it probably should be as well, shouldn't it?
You'd like to think so. You know, Adam Shepherd's, the team have invested in the new car, the VZ. He's come so close to winning the title so many times. He's been the class act of this championship for a long time now, but for one thing or another, it's just not happened for him. This has got to be his year now. I've got to say though, Ian, I've just walked up the pit lane and his team and his family are so nervous, really? And I'm a bit like, mate, he's got this one, hasn't he? Don't be surprised if this lad starts from the pit lane. I think that's how nervous they are. Honestly, that's the feeling I get. No one's told me that. I'm just a bit like, I think they want to stay out of trouble. No one ever knows what's going to happen on the reverse grid into the first corner. There's a lot of nervous people out there, but like you say, the contender in all this, Callum Newsham, you know what? Both of them deserve to win this. A bit like the Civic Cup. It's going to be interesting to watch.
Right, Paul, I'm going to hand you the golden microphone. You're going to go chat to some of the drivers, I believe. I'll hang around to take it off you after, because then you've got to make... By the way, this is what Paul O'Neill has to do today. What a trooper. He's got to run all the way up to that roof and then back down again after as well. Have you got your step counter on, yeah?
Well, kind of. Well, I'm already on 5 miles, and I'm glad you think it's funny.
Yeah, I do think it's funny. There you go. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Ian. Top man. Ian, thank you very much for that. Right, so I was going to start with the championship guys, because that's who we want to know about, isn't it? But obviously they're not coming here yet. But the one thing I will say is I'd be very interested to see where our championship leader, Mr. Shepherd, is going to start from. I've just got a feeling that he may look at the start of the pit lane, because that'll keep him out of all the trouble, and then he can just pick people off as he wants. He's a racer. I don't think that will happen. I could ask the question quite quickly. I know the cars are coming around. I was going to ask one of the team members, but they will definitely know if that's going to happen. I'm actually going to ask Adam himself. Adam's just going to be pulling up in 2 seconds. They're waving him in. It's really difficult. If you have a look how low the sun is now starting to get. As you can see through the camera, people usually have a better sunscreen than they've got on, and it's an always difficult one. As you get round the back of the circuit, you get towards clearways. I know from racing front-wheel drive touring cars around here myself, it's always a difficult call. You can hardly see that last corner. So let's go and see Adam. Adam is actually come out from me. He's just getting his tape all sorted out. We heard about Lando Norris and the tape gate at Texas. Well, there's none of that now. It sounds like he's just going to be getting his tyres all sorted out, crossing them. Let's just have a quick word. Need to get a word off him. I'm sure he'll talk to us quickly. Adam, I know you've got a lot on your mind. You want to win this. Would you start from the pit lane? No one said anything to me, but I just thought, is it a shout? You're not. You're a racer, aren't you?
Yeah, we thought about it, but it opens another can of worms, and we're just like, okay, let's just start where we start. We're not going to go for the win, I don't think. We're just going to try and stay out of trouble, move forward where we can, and try not to do anything silly.
Top man, I'd usually ask you another question. I'm going to let you go, mate. All the very best. Good luck and give me your best, mate. Well done. Right, let's leave them to it. They'll probably drop that car on the floor. Follow me. I'm so sorry, I'm all over the place here. There's a lot going on. Let's go and speak to Callum Newsham if we can. Dave Newsham, his son, I hope it's not his son, it's his dad. Dave's just having a word with him. Let's let Dave say what he's got to say. Let's quickly just get a word from him. Callum, all the very best, mate. What have you got to do? Just win this, or you're going to be looking behind you. What are you going to do?
I mean, I have to win this race to stand any chance, don't I? So let's just see what happens to Adam. But he's only got to score 2 points, so we'll see what we can do.
Top man, you've always got a smile on your face, mate. All the very best. Give it your best shot. Right, I'm sure there was a lot of words of wisdom from his dad, Dave, and he's probably just going to give him last one now. Probably follow me, actually. I haven't heard anything going off yet. People are starting to leave the grid, but I was quite interested to actually speak to Luke Sargent if we can, because I think Luke and George Jackson have got a good chance, because the reverse grid has thrown up a lot of people who have not been at the front or on the podium. Let's get a quick one with Luke. Luke, quickly, I know we're going to have to get thrown off the grid. Good position here. Weren't supposed to be here. You're supposed to be at a birthday party, but you're racing.
Yeah, my daughter's 5th birthday party. My missus is not happy. Neither my daughter. But no, hopefully we can come home with some pots and she'll be somewhat happier.
Be nice if you can win this one, mate, for everyone at home.
Yeah, it'd be good. I think the cars in front shouldn't be too much of a problem if they get out of the way. They can head down, get going, and so we finish.
Top man, I'm expecting big things, Captain.
Thank you.
Have a good one, boss. Right, so that is Luke. We'll walk down the front here as well. They'll start whistling us to get off in a second. We'll start moving off actually because they're going to be going round. I need to get to the comms box, so follow me. We'll get out the way here. And we're going to throw back to you guys in the comms box.
Thank you, Paul. Well, a couple of interesting little nuggets from that grid walk. Adam Shepherd is not going to be starting from the pit lane. He's going to start from the grid, which it goes against what he said to me last night. Now, he didn't say it was a definite plan, but he did say that was the safest, most sensible thing to do, was to start from the pit lane and avoid what he predicted would be some lap 1 drama, because we've got a reversed grid, we've got low track temperatures, cold tyres, a few drivers at the front who will be desperate to try and hang on to that track position and maybe go for a first win. The last thing he needs is to get involved in any contact. We saw that happen in the Civic Cup race after all, but he's decided, nope, I'm going to start from where I was due to be starting on the grid. 10th on the grid then will be Adam Shepherd, and that's right in the middle of the 18 car field. It will be 18 starters, by the way. The grid sheet I had was wrong, so all 18 of them are out there. They're headed by Greg Saunders in his Gen 2 Cupra, alongside the similar car of Mark Smith, who had a spin on the green flag ball, the outbound from the pit lane. Then Rick Kerry and Will Beach will be on row number 2, ahead of Luke Sargent and George Jackson, with Brad Hutchison, last year's vice champion, having Sam Laidlaw for company on the 4th row. Row 5 then for the title contenders. Callum Newsham has to win the race to have any chance of the championship, with Adam Shepherd alongside needing only 2 points, so either 14th or 15th with the fastest lap would nick the championship for Shepherd, regardless of what Newsham could do. Darryl Wilson then in the trusty Astra has Jordan Kerridge's Audi alongside on row 6, row 7 for the Gen 1 Audi of Cedric Block, and Jeff Holden's Gen 1 Astra, which has had some turbo issues, I believe, this weekend. Max Hall further back than you might expect after the Lincoln Co.'s smoky end to the race yesterday. He should move forward from there. He's got Alex Jones's Gen 1 Golf alongside, and Jenson O'Neill going, keeping everything he's got crossed that Subaru WRX STI will get to the end of the race in one piece. It didn't yesterday, but it was rapid. He gained 5 places, did Jenson, between the launch off the line and turn number 1, and if he gets a similar start today, he could be right up there towards the top 10 as well, and he will be lining up on that back row of the grid, potentially on his own then, because he's at the back of the queue of cars as they weave their way down the hill. There's the championship leader then, Adam Shepherd. Adam Shepherd, who just needs to net 2 points. However he does it, 2 points will give him the championship. And Callum Newsham in the Hyundai Elantra ahead of him, needing to win. Now, if you cast your mind back to about this time yesterday afternoon, those two started on the front row of the grid together. Shepherd had pole, Newsham was second. Shepherd held the lead off the line, but in the early stages, Callum Newsham was all over him. We didn't catch it on the stream, but actually Callum got right up the inside of Shepherd into this corner here at Clearways. On cold tyres, that Elantra was definitely the more secure and the faster of the 2 cars. So Callum will be desperate to try and capitalise on that here in the early stages, get to the front, win the race, try and get the fastest lap, and keep the pressure on Shepherd. We have to keep our eye on these two. If they get caught up in any drama, as we saw in the Civic Cup race, then it could still very much change hands. So the second green flag lap gets underway. They're giving them 2 green flag laps. These cars, of course, run on slick Goodyear tyres. Those slick tyres need an extra lap just to get some heat into them. We saw from Mark Smith on that outbound from the pit lane how easy it is to spin when he lost it at Paddock Hill Bend and did a 16-point turn in front of the pack to try and get going again. Mark left the pit lane second in the queue and lost it right in front of everybody and in front of Paul O'Neill. A packed Paddock Hill Bend grandstand. And the rest of us are very happy to see so many people here. Mark Smith perhaps was less so.
Yeah, I think Mark might be insta-famous after that one, isn't he? Listen, I'm not going to take the mick too much because
I know what it's like, and I've done it, but halfway round, as in half spin. I've done it on live TV, and it was a half spin. Is
that the only incident you've had at Paddock Hill, Ben?
No, I barrel rolled the touring car through there as well. But I forgot it was front wheel drive, so the rear tyres were
easily done. Easily
very
done.
cold. I would love to pay for you to do a race actually to see what Billy you are.
There's a reason I've never got my licence, Paul. I do not want to put my money where my mouth is, that's for sure. I am going to ask you to put some money, if you've got it, on who you think is going to win the championship. Yes, by far the odds are in Adam Shepherd's favour, but he's choosing to start from 10th on the grid. He's not playing it safe and starting from the pit lane. Anything could happen, couldn't it?
It really could. I mean, the only thing I could see stopping him in his tracks is something happening at the first corner, him getting caught out and Callum Newsham not. But I'd like to think that the luck he has had over the years has all gone and is all behind him now. It's got to be. I've got to say Adam Shepherd for this. It has got to be. What you've got to commend him and the team on, not just his driving, the prep of the car. They went for it and bought the top of the range car to get the job done. That was a big thing.
Would we be talking about Adam Shepherd leading the championship at this point if he hadn't gone for the new car, do you think? Big question.
Oh, that's a big question. I would say I couldn't answer that if I'm honest, but that just shows you how much the championship's moved on. Look at Callum Newsham driving around in the Hyundai. Now he's still in the championship hunt with the new Elantra. It just shows you, you've got to do what other people are doing around you. And listen, they both deserve to win it. Callum Newsham's led this championship for a long, long time, and now Adam really, he does deserve to be leading it because he has been super fast. But yesterday was proof that he might not be the quickest person around this circuit in the race trim.
Yes, it was those safety car restarts that allowed him to pull a gap. Before that, though, Callum Newsham was all over him, and Newsham said that there are many changes that they wanted to make to that car overnight that could have made it even quicker. Right then, one final race. 20 minutes on the clock. It is the final round of the TCR UK Championship in 2025. Revs start to rise. The red lights go on. Out they go now, but a creeping from some of those further back. Newsham's had a good start. There's no effort to go, though. He's boxed in. Sam Laidlaw goes right round the outside of everybody. And Adam Shepherd, as we expected, just hanging back from the melee at Paddock. They tip into the corner, so they all get through. So far, so good. Newsham is up to third already. Callum Newsham to third position. What an absolutely dream start for the Hyundai driver, but it's going pretty well for Shepherd as well. He's avoided the drama at turn one, and we'll be hoping now to just settle into a rhythm.
Yeah, exactly that. And is that Greg Saunders got wide?
It is Saunders wide, Laidlaw to the lead. That's Sam Laidlaw, remember, but Newsham's up the inside. No, can't get it done at Surtees, so Callum Newsham already from 9th on the grid is in second, and now he's in the lead. He is so confident on cold tyres, not a hint of oversteer from the back of the car, although there was almost contact on the exit and Sam Laidlaw came back at him. Callum Newsham, though, will go from 9th to 1st in the opening lap of the race. He leads at lap 1.
Yeah, job done there for Callum. That's all he can do now. All he can do is go as fast as he can. Battle with Laidlaw. Oh, Laidlaw has a massive moment into Paddock and has to come out of it. But yeah, Callum is doing all that he can do. Now we need to see what the other contender is up to. And Shepherd is in an okay place, but I wouldn't like to be where he is.
I'd rather be where Newsham is, that's for sure. He's got side-by-side cars ahead of him. He's got Max Hall behind him, on the inside of him. In fact, that was a lunge from Max, who knew, I think, that Adam Shepherd wasn't going to put up too much of a fight there. And Adam Shepherd, who, remember, only needs 14th. There is a yellow flag. Oh, there's a car off to the right. Is it one of the Astras? I can't quite see. It might be George Jackson, actually, the Cupra, possibly, who has pulled over to the side of the road. Yes, Jackson and Darrell Wilson did not make him round the first lap. Wilson was a non-starter, I think, so George Jackson possibly is off at Surtees. That's being dealt with by the marshals. The race continues on, though. Newsham leads. No, it is Darrell Wilson, actually, sorry, the other Alco liveried car, which has stopped, I think, at Surtees.
What are they going to do with that? Because that could pull a safety car.
To be honest, if Max will get into the side of Mark Smith, which he has. Oh, and around goes the Cooper right in front of everybody. That was a little bit clumsy. Mark Smith, who had been running a very solid 5th place, unfortunately turned around the nose of the Lincoln Ghost. Safety car is out. 2 cars potentially that now need to be recovered. That was an ambitious move from Max Hall, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a little bit ambitious. A bit like the Civic Cup before. It looked like it was a long brake pedal, but it was never slowing down. Mark didn't deserve that. He was running well, actually, fair play.
and was on course potentially to score valuable points for Capture Motorsport in their ongoing team championship battle with Area. There's the Darrell Wilson Astra then. He's been plagued with issues, hasn't he? Managed to come home a Gen 1 Cup winner yesterday in spite of that, but will not be able to secure another victory today. It would seem that car's going nowhere.
Right, okay then, so let's take heed of what's going on. Shepherd in a comfortable 6th. Newsham will have time to look in his mirrors, and the only thing that'll surprise Newsham, I think, is how far Shepherd hasn't got up to him. So, is this the Max Hall move? Late lunge. He's locked up. Yeah, I would put the blame squarely on Max Hall there. I think he'll go and apologise to Mark. I tell you what, Shepherd did not need that car slewing towards him. Look at that.
And then Will Beach almost T-boned Mark Smith as well as the car was going around. That could have been a big incident.
Mark Smith, I think, has not braked on purpose, because if he'd have braked, he'd have been drilled.
Yeah, he wanted to get off the track, didn't
exactly that, yeah. Wow, that was close, wasn't it? That was close. O'Neill going well.
Yes, it is. Nice to see the O'Neill name inside the top 10 and leading in the Gen 1 Cup as well, Paul.
I'm going to turn your mic off, you little horror.
The opportunity presented itself, you can't blame it. In all seriousness, that car finds some wood to touch, is going very well. It's not yet broken down. We believe it might be the last time we see the Subaru out, at least in the hands of the Jam Sports squad anyway. And Jensen, all he wants from this weekend, is what was telling us before, is a trophy. Well, he's on course 1 at the moment. If he can stay, he's got dodgy transponder, I think, which isn't helping matters, but if he can stay at the front of the Gen 1 Cup, then he will take home a trophy at the end of the race, and that is the very least, quite frankly, that he and the team deserve.
Yes, exactly that. They've worked hard to get this car here, to get the deal done. He deserves to just have a good run at it, and I'm sure he will. He's a super talent, and I think someone that we'll be seeing a lot more of.
I hope so. I hope so. 16 years old, the youngest driver ever to start a touring car race in the UK, and that's not just TCR, that's all touring car races. A very, very talented young man indeed. Right, the Marshals have done an excellent job. They've got the track cleared, and with just now a quarter of the race gone, we are ready to have a restart. Callum Newsham bolts early. That's exactly what Adam Shepherd did to him yesterday, interestingly. He's learned from that. Will Beach's car's going nowhere, though. That looks like a problem, and only now does it maybe get up to speed, but that's backed up the whole rest of the pack. It's a very disjointed restart. Jensen O'Neill going, I think, suffered from that as well. Leaders across the line, though, and Newsham was gone.
That's unfortunate. That is really unfortunate. Yeah, I mean, if someone's that slow and you can see the gap, I would overtake. And talk about overtakes. What a move. That was Brad Hutchison on Saunders, wasn't it?
Great move. That's 4th place now for Hutchison. The 2 Gen 2 Cupras doing battle. Then Max Hall into his favourite overtaking spot, and Druids tries to come up the inside as well. And Adam Shepherd, well, he's got no pressure from behind, Paul. That's good. But seeing these 3 battle so hard in front of you is less good.
Yeah, he really won't want this. Shepherd, look how far away Shepherd is staying. It's like trying to get a wasp out of your car. He really... Ooh, and that was Saunders again, I think, really wide. Coming out of Grey Mill Bend, was squeezed onto the grass, one or the other. Anyway, Shepherd is now taking that place off him. So, yeah, another place gain for Shepherd.
Yeah, said that he wasn't necessarily going to go for the win, but at the very least, I think he'd like to be on the podium, wouldn't he? And he will feel that he's got the pace to achieve that. That puts him into the top 5 now, which is more than enough to seal the championship, by the way. There is Mark Smith, so he's still going after that spin up here at Druids, where the race leaders arrive pretty well spaced out, actually, don't they? With Newsham ahead of Laidlaw. The 3rd car in line was George Jackson, who I believe has been in the pit lane, or was a pit lane starter, so he's a lap down, not actually running in podium contention. Will Beach, meanwhile, still going. I don't know what was going on that restart, but I don't really know what's going on now either. He's leading there on Luke Sargent, and the Audi driver has to settle back in line.
Yeah, there's a proper race going on here, isn't there? Look at these 3 going at it. It's good to see Rick Kerry there as well in the Hyundai. I haven't spoken to him yet, but I'll be thinking he's loving that car as he runs maybe fast and wide through Surtees, and so does Luke Sargent. That's a bit of a strange one going in there. Looks like he's slowing a touch.
Yeah, looked like maybe Will Beach was having a moment in front of him. Don't know whether that maybe distracted Luke. But yeah, Rick Kerry, that's the ex-Callum Newsham car that Rick Kerry is in. He's bought the Hyundai i30, and the Callum Newsham raced to several race victories over the last year or so. And so it's a car with good pedigree. Rick said he's absolutely loving it. And he has definitely made a noticeable step forward in pace in that car compared to when he was at the wheel of the Gen 1 Cupra. So good to see Rick Kerry going well. There is the the newest shaped Cupra, that is Adam Shepherd, and he's quite content, I think, in 5th position, just watching Max Hall have a go at Brad Hutchison. This could be an interesting battle where he's on the inside. Remember, these two made contact at Snetterton last time out whilst battling for a podium place, and here they are again, battling for 3rd position, side by side, as they come through Clearways and Car Curve. The Lincoln Co on the inside, the Cupra on the outside. Nothing to choose between them in a straight line, but Max Hall's got the better line into Paddock Hill Bend. He's late on the brakes. Brando stands his ground right around the outside. Fantastic race between the two of them. They're still side by side as they head towards Druids Corner on the inside line. Max Hall can't get the job done. Still Brad is there. Look, as they come off the corner. Oh, there's a little bit of a touch as they drop down the hill. Through goes Hall. No, Brad's back on the inside again.
Fair play, Brad Hutchison. That was mega, that one. But look, now he's coming back at him. Shepherd does not need this. What's Shepherd going to do? But Hutchison has laid down a marker for Hall because he opened the door because he thought he was coming through, which he nearly did again. And as he did that, he was like, why have I done that? Because he didn't go for it. But great racing between these two. And that is some of the best racing from Hutchison I've seen all year.
Now Shepherd gets involved. Look at the inside of Hall. That was interesting. Max seemed to almost step out of the way of Adam Shepherd, knowing probably that Shepherd is quicker. But that puts Adam right in a hornet's nest now, doesn't it? Because he's got the two squabbling drivers either side of him. Yes, he'd like to get on the podium, but is it worth the risk?
Yeah, this is the other thing. It'll have to be a clean pass. Max Hall ain't going to care who you are. At the end of the day, he's not going to take you out on purpose, but he ain't going to care who you are. He'll race you hard. Shepherd now needs to wonder about dropping back, or he's got to pass Hutchison clean and get away. For him to be in the middle of these two, that is a worrying place to be, and Hutchison will want a podium. Is the move coming now? He'll have seen the door was open last time, but if it goes wrong, he's in a load of trouble because Newsham's leading this race.
Yes, exactly. Newsham leading, so if Shepherd were to fall out of the points, then Newsham would be champion as it stands. Brad ain't going to let him through. There's been a lot of talk from Brad Hutchison and his team this year about how having the Gen 2 Cupra hasn't really been the right thing with all of the Gen 3 Cupras coming in. He feels they're at a disadvantage, and that, if nothing else, will just spur him on even more to try and keep this newer Cupra behind, regardless of the fact he's the points leader. Shepherd on the outside into Druids. Max Hall sniffing around again. This is perilous stuff for the championship leader.
Does Adam need to be doing this? No. He doesn't be dropping off. He needs to drop away from this. All this needs is for somebody to have a mechanical or a misgear shift, and you are in big trouble. This is not good. I hope these two lads, which I'm sure they have, I know pretty well, have got the respect for what's happening here, because I tell you what, I wouldn't want to be there, Adam. I wouldn't want to be. They'd be having kittens in the pit lane, mate.
But yeah, absolutely. They'll be screaming at him to get out of there because there's a huge bit of empty racetrack behind that group that he could quite easily drop into. But you said it to him on the grid. Adam Shepherd is a racer. He wants to try and get the best result possible. He will do it with the least risk possible, I'm sure. But he's sort of taken a bit of that power out of his hands now, hasn't he, by putting himself right between these two. He runs a wide line into Druids, cuts back to the late apex, looks for the drive down the hill to maybe have a go at Brad Hutchison into Graham Hill. He's thinking about it. Does more than think about it, does he? No, couldn't quite commit to the move. But Brad Hutchison, to his credit, is not overly defending. He's defending when he has to, but he's positioning that car really well, isn't he?
He knows Adam's got more to lose than him, but listen, Brad will do this now. Is the contact? Oh no,
my word.
There's contact. The front left on these cars do not like contact like that with steering lock on. That is when you get big problems. Adam, you've got to now calm it down. You've either got to pass, mate, or you've got to drop back.
But that has shown Adam Shepherd that Brad Hutchison is not going to step aside just because Adam puts his foot in the door. And he's going to have to make the move completely stick. Otherwise, Brad is just not going to roll over. He's going to hang on to this third place, as he has every right to do. He's out there to race for himself, to get the best result that he possibly can. He has no obligation to move aside for the championship contender.
Doesn't this just show you the difference of an Adam Shepherd racing for a race and an Adam Shepherd racing for a championship? Let's see if he can have a look down the inside again. But no, what happened on the last lap was exactly what happens in rugby when you go and tackle someone half-heartedly because you don't want to get hurt. And what happens is you get hurt. Look at this now. There's nothing that you don't want to be there. Oh, does he lift and let it past? That was an easy pass, was it? No. This is horrendous. Adam Shepherd is just in the worst place ever.
Max Hall's going to come back at him. Yeah, here's Max. He's looking to the inside. Hutchinson's defending. That's an indicator on. Is it for Shepherd? I think he's finally decided to admit defeat and allow Max Hall through, but probably about 5 or 6 minutes too late as far as his team are concerned. So Hall back to 4th. And the thing is, Max Hall's almost certainly going to have a pop at Brad Hutchinson here. It could be that a podium falls back into Shepherd's hands anyway.
The only thing I will say is he's probably not behind him. He's got a friend in Will Beach.
Yes.
He's got a friend in Will Beach. Will Beach can back him up if he needs to. Talking about backing up, here we go then. Max Hall wants this podium. Max Hall's got an overlap.
And they made contact once and twice past the pits. That was nearly disaster as they came through Clearways and Clark Curve. What was that all about? So we cut away from it just at the crucial moment. Max Hall and Brad Hutchinson, like I said, they have history, these two. They are absolutely nose to tail as they head up the hill towards Druids. And Max Hall is going to give this absolutely everything that he's got. Round the right-hander. Much tighter exit for the Lincoln Co, but the Cupra will have the inside line for Graham Hill Bend and should be able to hang on to the advantage. Sideways for Hutchinson. What was that all about? Brad got sideways out of Graham Hill Bend and moves right across in front of Max Hall. This is getting very, very feisty between the two of them, and it's all happening right in front of Adam Shepherd, who does not need this. He doesn't need to be anywhere near this. He could drop down to 12th place and still be crowned the champion, but he wants to try and be involved if he can. The three of them across the line, 6.25 minutes to go. We're into the final third of the final race of the season. It's been an absolute thriller, this one, and the nerves in the Capture Motorsport garage. There isn't a reasonable way of describing them, really. I don't think they will be on tenterhooks waiting to see this race finish. The sooner the checkered flag waves for them, the better. The sooner it waves, the better for Brad Hutchinson as well. There are more and more cars now, though, starting to close in on that group. Callum Newsham, meanwhile, doing everything he has to do. He leads the way comfortably now, actually. He was only about 9/10 ahead of Sam Laidlaw, but in traffic, he's built that gap up now quite significantly. Hall into the inside of Hutchinson. There's contact again at Clearways, but the wider line for Brad might give him better traction off the corner. No, not really. Max Hall is fully alongside this time. Hopefully no more contact as they come past the pits, and they are absolutely neck and neck at the line. Bit of a side draft maybe for Brad to drag back level with the Lincoln Co, which has the inside line for Paddock Hill Bend. Brad, though, has shown he can go around the outside before. He's doing it again. Look at this. This is sensational racing. Can he close the door at Druids? Answer, no. Max Hall climbs the curve. They trade more paint, and finally Max Hall breaks his way through into 3rd position after a battle for the ages between the two of them. That was terrific touring car racing. And Adam Shepherd thinks, thank goodness, now can you two please just get along and stay where you are for the rest of the race. He didn't really like being in the vicinity of these two, who, like I said, had that little contretemps with Snetterton earlier, or last time out, and might have a few more words to exchange after this one. From what I can see, though, that was largely clean racing. There was a bit of paint traded, but that's just good hard touring car racing, isn't it? Mark Smith, meanwhile, nips up the inside of Darryl Wilson, who's got the Astra going again, so that's good news. I think we still have 18 cars running as a result of that. Jensen O'Neill going behind in the Subaru is, I believe, still leading the Jeff 1 Cup. The Gen 1 Cup, which has been won by Jeff Alden already, but Jeff is right behind and would like to try and get a race win in that class if he could. Callum Newsham, though, 4.25 minutes from home. In all of the excitement of what was going on behind, we didn't really get the opportunity to make mention of the fact that the lead gap had come right down from a couple of seconds to under a second at one point. It's now starting to creep back out again. Sam Laidlaw just not quite able to live with Callum Newsham's speed, and the Hyundai Elantra driver is now just 4 minutes away from claiming another win. It was what he had to do to have any chance of the title, but in the end it looks as though Adam Shepherd, at the moment at least, is in a position in which he would beat him. We've got a slowing Astra, and I'm afraid that is Jeff Alden. So I said that he was giving Jensen O'Neill going a run for his money. Now, he's had turbo issues all week, and we've got two cars in the tyres at Paddock. We've got Will Beach and Luke Sargent in the tyre wall. Look, you can see at the top of shot, they're both in the tyres, and the red flag is out. That is it. Race is over. The red flag flies as a result of two cars quite heavily in the barriers by the looks of it at Paddock Hill Bend. Will Beach and Luke Sargent. Well, Luke has been involved in incidents at Paddock Hill Bend in the past. I seem to recall one of note with Brad Hutchinson, and unfortunately is embroiled in another. Well, that's a shame that the season ends with a red flag. I don't see them restarting that one because we were inside the final 3.5 minutes of the race. We'll await official news, of course, from race control. The drivers for now are being told to line up on the start-finish line. But in all likelihood, I don't see that race being... Yes, in fact, already we're being told the session will not be restarted. So that is the end of the race. So Callum Newsham then gets the race... Oh, Alex Jones is off as well. Now, I wonder, we saw fluid coming from the front of Jeff Holden's car. At the time, I thought it was maybe just smoke from the turbo because he's had turbo issues all weekend long. But I wonder if he was dumping fluid on the track at Paddock Hill Bend, and that's caught maybe these three drivers out. To the left of shot is the Golf of Alex Jones. We might get a replay here. Look to the top of the screen. Who's the first to go? It is... well, there's the smoke from Alden. Then immediately, look, Alex Jones goes off. He was the next car in through the corner. And then Will Beach and Luke Sargent are going to come through. They were battling for position at the time. They were fighting over 7th position, I believe. And yet they both just skated off. Nothing they could do. And a glancing blow for Sargent. Similar, really, for Beach. So actually not as much damage done as I feared. And I do believe that was fluid from Jeff Alden's car, which had expired rather smokily in front of them. Well, there is the Luke Sargent car. I bet Luke's happy that he missed his daughter's birthday party for this now, ending his day in the gravel trap. Actually, that's not true, because if it was a late start today, he was able, I believe, to spend some time with the family back at home, I believe in Northampton this morning, and drive down to the circuit to take part in the race. Sadly, a race which ends in the tyre wall at Paddock Hill Bend. So, lots to unpack after that one, but the main story is that Callum Newsham wins the race and Adam Shepherd wins the championship. It's all provisional, of course, until post-race scrutineering is done, but Callum Newsham gave it everything he had, as he did yesterday, really. A near perfect weekend. Second yesterday, a win today, and he got the fastest lap as well, so a maximum 41 points for Callum Newsham. He won the race ahead of Sam Laidlaw, George Jackson, Max Hall, Brad Hutchison, but in 6th position, scoring 21 points, Adam Shepherd. I reckon by 18 points is provisionally the TCR UK champion in 2025. Luke Sargent probably won't be classified in 7th because, of course, he was in the gravel at the time of the red flag. So was Will Beach. Rick Kerry therefore might move up a couple of positions. Likewise, Greg Saunders and Harry Blur, Jordan Kerridge and Mark Smith were next. And Jenson O'Neill-Going does get a trophy at the end of the weekend. He was probably the only driver who was happy to see the checkered flag, apart from maybe Adam Shepherd, because or the race finished early. They haven't actually been shown a checkered flag yet. But that means a Gen 1 Cup victory will go his way, and it will then be, I think, Cedric Block and Darryl Wilson, the last of the finishers. So, a dramatic conclusion to a very tense race, some brilliant battling going on in the midfield, and much of it centred around Adam Shepherd, it seemed. But 6th position is enough. Adam Shepherd is your 2025 TCR UK champion. So, at last, Adam Shepherd has done it. Years of trying, years of frustration, and many a time where great results and ultimately proper championship campaigns have slipped through his fingers, it seems. It's very easy, I think, to say that he's won this because he's got the new Gen 3 Cupra, but it's not just that. He was not the only Gen 3 Cupra, let's be completely honest here. You know, he had the Laidlaws, who brought those Gen 3 Cupras right at the start of the year, actually, so he wasn't the only driver in new machinery. And of course, Callum Newsham, once he turned up in the Elantra, that is a Gen 3 car as well. So it was a lot of tough opposition that Adam Shepherd had to come up against, and he has proven once again this year his immense talent behind the wheel. You don't just win championships by having quick cars, and Adam Shepherd has done an incredible job of doing what he needed to do with the machinery that he had at his disposal. And yeah, I don't think there are many people who will begrudge him this. It's a shame that Callum Newsham got involved in that accident at Snetterton. Had it not been for that, then it might have been an awful lot closer here this weekend. It's impossible, of course, to say exactly where he would have finished that race and exactly how that would have affected things this weekend, but there is an argument to say that he might have ended up winning the championship had he not been involved in a nasty accident in the second race in wet conditions at Snetterton, demolished the back of the car, and there were big question marks over whether Callum Newsham would even be here this weekend, given the damage that was done to the Elantra. But mercifully, he was able to get the car sorted, and is now able to call himself a race winner once again in TCR UK. But the championship is won provisionally by Adam Shepherd, whilst we await the drivers who are still on the start-finish straight. They've not yet been released because of the recovery operation going on down at Paddock Hill Bend. Whilst we wait for the drivers to be released back into the pit lane, let's get the thoughts, shall we, of Ian and Paul.
Yes, hello everybody. Welcome down to a very empty Parc Fermé at the minute. But Paul, we believe provisionally Adam Shepherd the champion.
Yes, that's what I believe. I've seen on the TSL they've checkered the race. Asked the marshals. The marshals weren't too sure. They said that's news to them. So provisionally, I would say that they're going to send the cars back around here into Parc Fermé, and then we'll be able to crown our champion Adam Shepherd. But he made that hard for himself, didn't he? Did you watch any of that?
I watched all of it. And you said to me, and I heard Ollie from the BARC also told me that Adam Shepherd's going to start from the pit lane, and he didn't.
No, he didn't. And I asked him the question, didn't I? I did ask him, and he went, "We've thought about it, but we think we should be out there." And I think that was a great move from him. But
do you think that's the right call? Because it's obviously worked out well in the end, but Callum Newsham was just ahead of him, so actually he's got him in his eye line. Isn't that what you want?
You do, but when you have reverse grids and pressure on the front row who've maybe not been on a podium to get away well, and then they lift off the throttle going into Paddock Hill Bend, it can all go wrong. And it's no disrespect against the lads at the front's talent, it's just you've not got a marker to brake. And when you're at the front, I've had it before where I've had a front row and I'm like, where do I brake? I'll try it here. And to be fair to the lads at the front, they did brilliantly getting away. So they helped out a lot. But if you do have that problem, you can just be taken out. But Adam Shepherd was close here, wasn't he? He had banger wheels with Brad Hutchison. That was just racing. Half-hearted manoeuvre because he's championship.
How do you think his team told it? Because Callum Newsham got into the lead, right? And as soon as Callum Newsham, in the lead, if anything happens to Shepherd, Newsham's the champion. Do you think Shepherd's team told him Newsham's got the lead, or do you think they just kept quiet and said, "Look, where you are right now, stay where you are. This is good"?
No, they can't tell him because there's no radio.
Oh, is there not?
No radio.
What answers that?
Yeah, but no, it's a good question. But that's why, as a driver, you've got to keep a watching brief. And Adam wouldn't really have had a watching brief from starting from the pit lane. And anything can go wrong from the pit lane. You can have any sort of drama, So, I mean, look, thinking about it, the restart was really bad, and the big gap. If Adam was at the back of that with a big gap and he's seen Callum bleeding and he's trying to get up the front to get points, could have gone even worse for him. He made the right decision. He had to take the bull by the horns.
We were sat in the media centre whilst that restart happened, and we saw a few cars come through. We're like, where is everybody else? It was quite the gap, wasn't it?
It was quite the gap. It was like Will Beach had a problem, I think it was. Will had tried to go, and then the car looked like it was chugging. There'd be no reason for Will to be silly or trying to back people up. That happens sometimes, but I've seen it in championships before. If I see that as a driver, I just drive past them, because if it's a clear and obvious problem, you don't just wait for them to indicate a wave, so you just got to get on with it. But a lot of the guys in this championship are very respectful, which I hate. I'm joking, that was a joke.
Were you? Nose is growing. Right, Paul, you've been with TCR Civic Cup this year, 2025. What's been one of your best memories of the season?
Best memory?
You didn't know I was going to do that. I really put you on the spot.
You really have, Do you know what's my best memory of the season?
Oh, go on then. Go on.
I just... yeah, it's you. Working with you at the first round.
Yeah, that nose has just got even longer.
Do you know what? I'm going to leave it with working with you, because if I mention a driver in particular, then I'm going to be in a bit of trouble, aren't I? But
No, I'll tell you what. Rather than that, your favourite race meeting this season?
Okay, favourite race meeting this season would be Snetterton, where it was a great race and it was wet, and I thought George Jackson drove out of his skin and put a lot of things to bed about what people thought of him as a driver. So I really enjoyed that weekend, and just seeing how well developed the Laidlaws have been, and Croft was a good one as well, with a bit of needle. I'll say a bit. There was a million quid's worth of needle. Yeah. It wasn't great that, but it's been a good year, and I've just seen Shepherd's team just over the way with the board saying 2025 champion.
If we could just turn the camera, we'll carry on talking, but we'll just pop the camera there. A Shepherd, TCR UK champion 2025. Another poster just been unveiled there as well.
Yeah, I'd like to think that they know better than us what's going on, because the cars will probably be released from the circuit back round to here. But yeah, I think that sums it up, doesn't it? You know, it's been a hard-fought championship for Adam. And listen, I think Callum Newsham's absolutely come of age. Did you see the speed of that boy in that race? That's proper stuff. And I think that, you know, we should remember where Callum's come from. When he come into this championship in his Hyundai, he was good, but he was kind of like, he was average. And I said to Dave, I said, the boy good. I said, he seems like he's got a head on his shoulders. He's not crashing all the time. And look at him now, he's like, that was such a set of decisive moves. Literally, all he had to do was get to the front and win, and that was it. When you interview him, or I'll interview him in a bit, he'll say, couldn't have done any more, and he'll have a smile on his face. He is going to be a champion of some sort in the next few years to come.
Right, we're going to hand back to Andy very soon, because I think we've done enough. We've done a great job of filling here, haven't we? We're desperately filling to wait for the cars to come around. Before we do that, I've asked you this question before, and I'm going to ask it again until I hear the answer that I want to hear. Is you do all the talking. When are we going to see you back driving again, Paul? We miss you. Come on,
mate. Do you know what? I don't know. I like a little bit of MX5 and club stuff. Yeah. Just started my own race team with a friend of mine, Alex Miller. We're doing Brit Car this weekend coming here. Yeah. So let's see what happens.
Which you can watch on the BARC YouTube channel as well, by the way.
Well, but you won't see me in the driving seat. You'll see me as a team manager, which will be hilarious, because we're like Keystone Cops.
Right, Paul, thank you so much. You've got to get yourself ready to interview our champion, Adam Shepherd, very shortly. The cars are just making their way back down. Whilst they do head around, let's just hand back, I think it's actually Dave Goddard, just for a couple of moments, so to get Paul into position, and then we will hear from your 2025 TCR UK champion, Adam Shepherd.
Yes, thanks Ian. Big thanks to Andy McEwen, who has headed back down towards the paddock, as has Paul O'Neill. Big thanks to them for their coverage of the TCR UK Championship and the Milltek Civic Cup Championship this season. The TCR UK cars are making their way towards Parc Fermé now. They've been released from the grid. The clear-up is continuing down at Paddock Hill Bend, where those three cars skated off, I believe, on oil from Jeff Oldham's car there, unfortunately. So a slightly early end to our penultimate race of the day. One race to go then as the sun sets here at Brands Hatch. It will be the finale for the British Truck Racing Championship. Division 1 is done and dusted. Ryan Smith with his 10th consecutive title. In Division 2, the gap is 8 points between Callum Eason, he's on 487, Jake Evans on 479. And with the way the point scale works, I think the only way Jake Evans can win the title now is if Callum Eason fails to finish. So it's almost there. Callum Eason just needs to finish this race in order to win the Division 2 title for the first time. We will hear from our TCR UK drivers fairly shortly, though. Marshall just pushing Jeff Oldham's car off the grid after his looks like an engine failure towards the end of that race, unfortunately. The clear-up is continuing. Alex Jones's car has yet to be recovered from the edge of Paddock Hill Bend. We'll give you the grid for the British Truck Racing Championship very shortly, but we can now head back to Paul and Ian down in Parc Fermé, hopefully to talk to our new TCR UK champion, Adam Shepherd.
Your 2025 TCR UK champion is Adam Shepherd! And the yell says it all. Wowzers, forget about 1, 2, 3 for a minute. I have never seen somebody look like they don't want to win a championship. You're just a racer, you just needed to be there, didn't you? You wanted to get involved.
I don't think I've ever driven a race this slow in my life. It was so hard to... I could see... Big props to Will, the teammate, because he'd done a blinding job to keep him off me behind, but I just couldn't drive any slower to not stay with them because they were battling, and I could see them catching behind, so I got to speed up, and I was like, I'll give it a quick go, and then obviously Brad was defending hard. I was like, what am I doing? And over the pit wall they're telling me, you idiot, slow down, and So God, yeah.
Oh,
Slowest, weirdest race to feel. Oh God, yeah.
I was laughing because I was thinking, when you get back to the pit lane, they're either going to celebrate hard or kill you, or both, because you must have been giving them pittance. But what do these boys and girls behind you mean?
Oh, unbelievable. We've had a lot of ups and downs, as you know, in TCR, but this year, we think it's fair to say we pretty much dominated. 8 wins, 5 pole or 6 poles from 7 rounds. The team's been unbelievable. Capture Motorsport, Shipper Motors, 5G Communications wouldn't be here without them. Yeah, everyone, it's unbelievable. Thank you.
Who's getting the bill for the fence?
Oh, God, Dad'll pick that one up.
Top man, well done. Enjoy your night. Fantastic. Well done, boys and girls. Excellent work. Right, let's get on to 1, 2 and 3. What a great race. Callum Newsham, who finished second in the championship. Where's Cal gone? Hello, Callum. I said that you would probably have a big smile on your face and tell me that there was nothing else that you could do. Would that be true? And how are you feeling? Because you led the championship for such a long time, mate. Just one of those things, innit? You did everything.
Yeah. I mean, that's the best we could have done, is win that race and get the fastest lap. So, yeah, no, well done to him. Adam, he's done a mega race and mega year. So, but yeah, no, we ended on a high, didn't we? So, yeah, I'll take it.
Was it a test for next year? You'll be out again in this car?
I hope so. Yeah. Don't know if it will be here or maybe in a different country. Who knows? We'll see what happens.
What, Scotland?
No, maybe not Scotland. No, it's a bit too cold.
Well, listen, mate, you've been an exceptional competitor. I think you've shown us everything we needed to know in that last race, what you're about, mate. Enjoy your day.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Top man, right. Second place was Sam Laidlaw, another impressive driver from this year. Where is Sam? Can I see Sam? Oh, he's over there. Let's quickly go and get him. Sam, can I just quickly grab you? Well done, mate. Great race. You kind of had a bit of a wobble coming out of clearways, and it looked like it wasn't actually oversteer. It was like, I need to get out of the way of this lunatic.
No, bit of wobble. That's all I'll say about that one. Nah, good race. A lot of fun. Shame Dad's not here to see it, but yeah, mint.
Interesting podium, mate, an interesting championship. Everyone I'm speaking to, they just all come of age. Someone was asking me about the highlights. Ian was asking me from BARC about highlights. Just to watch, yourself, your dad, a lot of the drivers just come of age and come through the pack and be able to win races now and be upset if they're not on the podium.
Yeah, it's now... it's not so much a privilege, it's like I want it every time I'm on there. It's like a necessity to me now. I've loved this year. It's been crazy going from the back to the front. From Mendy last year at Silverstone in the Cooper, and I was dog last almost, and now fighting for front positions. It's just, it's awesome.
Top man, well done. Enjoy it, mate. Enjoy it. Right, where's George Jackson, the man in form? Wow, I didn't see where you come from, mate. When I left the comms box, you weren't in third place, so fair play to you. Well done. Good end of the year.
Yeah, cheers, mate. The start was a bit leery, to be fair. I remember seeing Shepherd on the outside of me. I was thinking, I don't want to touch Shepherd, do you know what I mean? And obviously I knew what was on the line then. And then I see Brad, he sort of lost the rear at T3, so I dived up the inside, and then that was it. I was P3 from there. And just lapping, mate, just cracking on.
You've had a good end to the year, haven't you?
Yeah, mega. I can't wait for next year now, mate. Loads of off-season testing, and then come back and try and get right at the sharp end, like it.
Championship charge?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, 100%, mate.
Good
I've
man.
got the belief.
I like it, mate. I'll come and get some of your belief later on.
Top man.
Nice
cheers,
one.
mate.
Well done, mate. Right, let's go and speak to another couple of people. I need to speak to Jensen O'Neill Going. Where is he? Jet, come here, Lid. How are you, boss? You're nearly as big as George Jackson. Bet you'd probably knock him out in a fight, wouldn't you? Mate, 16, winning cups, driving a Subaru. Sounds ace. Well done. That was some race, wasn't it?
Yeah, the start was really good, but I think the main thing is that the Subaru's finished another race. It's been a really good race. Obviously at the start it was phenomenal. I was getting past most of the Gen 2s, and then just towards the end it was just starting to get hot again. And I think I may have missed that the safety car was going in at some point in that race. But yeah, no, other than that, it was really good.
No, I don't think you did. I think Will Beach had a problem, and there was a massive gap when the safety car come in. So don't beat yourself up over that one, mate. But was you glad to see not glad to see the red flag, but glad to see the race had ended?
Yeah, I was. I saw everyone going off into turn one. I thought, I'm going to go a bit slower into paddock next lap, and then went red. I was like, simple.
That's how you win these things, isn't it, mate? But well done to you. Back next year, pretty please?
Yeah, we'll see.
Okay, cryptic. No worries, mate. Send my best to your mum and dad, lad. Spot on. Right, we need to go and find, just quickly, Will Beach, who had a little part to say about what went on. He was lurking around in the background. Where is Will Beach? Is he? There he is, over there. Follow me. Let's go and see. It looks like a really bad Harry Hill, actually. Come here, Captain. That was all right, wasn't it? You won a cup. You did all right. You had a little bit to say about that, actually, because I bet you were just like flashing your lights, weren't you, at Adam going, it's okay, I'm here.
Well, on the restart, he selected false neutral.
Oh, is that what it was? We wondered what happened.
Yeah, he selected false neutral, but like it helped you out, didn't it? So, but then just we were having a right good battle with Luke, then it just went off on the bloody oil.
I'll let you apologise for swearing.
Yeah, is that swear word? Yeah, sorry for that, John.
Sunday. Well, great weekend though.
Yeah, great weekend. The lads over there have done a great job, and Adam's won the championship. So we just missed out, I think, on the teams one because I went off. It all depends. I don't know if they go in the lap back or what. I don't know.
We'll see on that one, mate. I'm just waiting for confirmation on a few things. But well done to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, and probably see you over the New Year.
Yes, you will. Let's have a date. Let's do some New Year stuff. We got a champion here. It's Mark Smith, Goodyear Diamond Award with Did You Know You Were a Champion? Yeah! He's the champion! He doesn't even know!
Is that the tango or what? I spun round about 20 times in that race.
Oh, but so I didn't see your attempt at the first one on the green flag lap.
Straight out of the paddock, straight pirouette. Oh, man.
It's a good job there's only 20 people here.
Yeah, good job, yeah. No, like I say, I've had a good weekend. I thank Capture big time because they've transformed my car. I had a misfire then, but apart from that, the car didn't miss a beat, and Capture have done something to it, but I can drive it now. It's good. So you wouldn't believe it. The stage I've just believed. I got turned round at Druids at the top.
We did see that, yeah.
Yeah, I got turned round. I don't know if it was who it was that turned me round, but I don't know video or something. But
I think without seeing it again, I think Max Hall locked his brakes maybe. He really didn't look like he meant it, but to be fair, he did a good job of getting out of the way because he nearly got sideswiped.
No, that took me from I don't know where to absolutely last again, and I struggled getting past the Gen 1 cars, and but it's been a good weekend. I've enjoyed it and I've learned a bit more, and that's it. So hopefully back next year.
Good man. Well, you're the champion for the Goodyear Diamond Award, and you won the Goodyear Diamond Award as well in the race, so you've had a great day.
Oh, fantastic. Oh, brilliant. Thank you. I didn't even realise that. So.
Don't you worry, that's what I'm here for. Right, we'll leave you to it. Top man, well done. Right, let's have a look where everyone is. You kind of left me to my own devices here. Should we just speak to whoever? Luke, quick one. Actually don't know what happened. Is your car okay? Are you okay?
Yeah, it was actually quite fun, to be honest. I hit it.
What did you hit? I don't know.
Oh, it was oil. Yeah. So I saw the yellow flag, and I braked for it, and then I just hit the oil off Jeff's engine that went bang. Alex hit it, went off. So I've gone just behind it, hit the oil, and just accelerated under the oil, and then most of it stayed under the gravel, hit the first bit of the barrier, bounced off into the next bit of the barrier, but no, it was fine. It was slow motion. I got out and was like, okay.
Well, as long as you're all right, mate. What's the sketch now? You've got to go and apologise to your wife and your daughter and go to a party.
No, the party's been and gone, isn't it? Yeah, she is going to be raging.
Your daughter?
Both of them.
Oh, no.
I missed the party and I got a big bill for damage.
Oh, no.
Sorry.
Well, listen, we'll leave you to it. Glad to see you're okay. Actually, I wanted to quickly get a word with Andy McEwen, my lead commentator. Andy, literally just left us with the microphone and the camera. What a fantastic year. A great winner. Deserved. This is not you, by the way. I think he's been brilliant for this championship, and I haven't asked him, would he come back and defend his crown?
Look, the whole idea of TCR UK is it's a stepping stone on the international TCR ladder. Adam Shepherd could go into any other TCR championship in the world and be competitive, so it must be tempting for him to have a look at that. If he does, we'll be sad to see him go. He's a class act, he's a hugely talented driver, there's a reason that he tops all of the record tallies, and he's a deserving champion. We don't have favourites. I'd have been equally happy to see either of them win it, but it's about time that something went right for Adam Shepherd. He's put together a magnificent championship campaign, and he's a thoroughly deserving champion.
And you've got to say the same, but not a champion for Callum Newsham. He's been exceptional. To see what he's done and where he's come from, He's been a level-headed driver, and he's a bit like Adam Shepherd, where he's led the championship a couple of times but had problems, hasn't he?
Yeah, similar trajectory really to Adam. You know, he came into the championship a few years ago carrying the Newsham name, obviously, so that brings with it extra pressure given the reputation his dad has for being pretty quick in a front-wheel drive touring car. And he was pretty solid straight away, but didn't have the newest machinery, didn't have the most reliable machinery, and you really felt that that was the only thing hampering him. I have a sneaking suspicion we'll see him back next year in the Elantra. Give him a full winter of testing and a full season in that car next year, he should be the championship favourite coming in, I think. So, yeah, it'd be nice to see him coming back, and, you know, hopefully he doesn't have his head down too much. He's achieved a lot this year. Vice-champion is a pretty good thing to be walking away with at the end of the year.
You've got to be happy with that, haven't you? I didn't quite see what Ian signalled to us then, but did he say you need to go to the comms
I think
box?
so, yeah.
Okay, we've had enough TCR for today. It's been great. Congratulations to all of our champions. Over to you guys in the comms box.
Thank you very much to Paul O'Neill and Andy McEwen. Great coverage this year of the Milltek Civic Cup and TCR UK. We'll see them back next year, but it is time for our final race of the weekend here at Brands Hatch, the finale for the British Truck Racing Championship. Division 1 is all done and dusted. Ryan Smith has won the title, and there is the champion-elect in Division 2, Callum Easton. He's 8 points clear at the top ahead of Jake Evans. He basically just needs to finish this race to win the Division 2 Championship. The Napa Auto Parts DAF leading them round this grid based on the results of race 3, the third race on the programme this weekend, with the top 8 reverse, and quite fittingly on their local circuit, it's a treble 3 motorsport front row. Stephen Powell on pole and Neil Yates alongside him. John Bowler and Ricky Collett on row 2, Michael and Stuart Oliver on row 3, son ahead of father. And then it's the Smiths. Unrelated, these two, Ryan and Nathan, they had a great battle earlier on. Ryan Smith, the 10-time consecutive Division 1 champion. Nathan, the new sensation, his first ever win earlier on. Martin Gibson and David Jenkins completing the top 10 on the grid. David down to 10th in the race this morning after going through the gravel. Row 6, we have number 5, Adam Bint, and alongside him, the first of the Division 2s, that's Jake Evans, Sammy Oyanen and Bradley Harvey on row 7, Willem Bredick and Callum Easton on row 8. So Callum with a bit of work to do if he wants another Division 2 win here. On row 9 we have John Powell and Tom O'Rourke. Should be down there. I'm not sure if he's there actually, just looking down on the grid. Oh, he is there. He's lined up a little bit out of position, so maybe an amended grid has been released. We'll check that in a moment. If not, Tom O'Rourke's lined up slightly out of position, and Archie Handy completing the field. Unless we have lost somebody else, of course. I'll just do a quick head count looking over the commentary box window. No, we have got 19 trucks there. So possibly Tom O'Rourke has lined up slightly out of position, but he is there on the grid. That's the main thing. It is the last one of the season in the sunset here at Brands Hatch, and as we know from previous years, this final race of the season usually presents the drivers with a chance to let their hair down somewhat. But let's hope it doesn't turn into a destruction derby, as has happened a couple of times in the last few years. Local man Stephen Powell on pole, lives in Rootham Heath, literally just down the road from Brands Hatch, where he runs the Portobello Inn. I'm sure if he wins here for his what will be his first and only win of the season, there'll be a big party there tonight. Neil Yates alongside him, he'll be desperate for a first ever win, as well as the trucks move away. How long is it going to take Ryan Smith to come through from 7th on the grid? There's Tom O'Rourke, just ahead of Sammy Oyanen. Right at the back is John Powell. Obviously looking to pick up some points here. So the main battle we're going to be focusing on is in Division 2. Will we see a new winner in Division 1? We've had one already, Nathan Smith, although he's not registered for points, as he's not contested the full championship, but he will be next year. We're told he is going to come in for a full campaign at the wheel of his father David's MAN. There he is, the white truck on the outside of Ryan Smith, his namesake. Hopefully we will see Ryan back next year to try and beat the record he has equalled of 10 championships held by the man just ahead of him on the grid, Stuart Oliver. There's Jake Evans. The bright green and black truck there is Callum Easton. He'll be nervous. He knows he could be within 15 minutes of winning the Division 2 title. A truly magnificent setting in front of a magnificent crowd in the sunset here at Brands Hatch, the final race of the season for the 2025 British Truck Racing Championship. Over 19,000 horsepower about to be unleashed. The firework display may be later on, but we are certainly going to see some fireworks here for one last time in 2025. The big rigs on track. Treble 3 Motorsport in formation on the front row. Stephen Powell and Neil Yates. Jake Evans, the first of the divisions. And Callum Easton. 8-point cushion on Jake Evans. Sammy Oyen third in the points. Pace truck pulling into pit lane. The 3 and the 33 lead them off. Coming up towards the red lights for the last time in 2025 in front of this massive sellout crowd here at Brands Hatch. The power comes on and away they go down towards Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. 3 wide in the pack there. That's Sammy Oyen has got an absolute flyer. He's tagged Bradley Harvey. Bradley Harvey sliding off. Is he going to save it? He spins across the front of John Powell, who somehow misses him. Let's hope Brad can get that going again, and the race will continue. Meanwhile, the leaders heading into Druid. Stephen Powell has the lead from pole position. David Jenkins making a move on the outside of Nathan Smith there. He's got Martin Gibson up alongside him, almost on the grass there as he heads down the hill. Martin Gibson will move ahead of the former champion, but it is Stephen Powell who leads. John Bowler's come through into second on the outside of Neil Yates, who got crossed up coming off Graham Hill Bend. So they head down the group straight. Oh, there's contact. That was Callum Easton. He's clipped Sammy Oyen there. Now, let's see. Has Callum got away with that without any damage? I think he has. The last thing he wants is to pick up a puncture. He's going after Jake Evans there. We've got Tom O'Rourke to the outside of him in the 86. We'll all try and concentrate on the Division 2 battle in this one. There is Callum Easton. The truck looking a bit unsettled there after that bump with Sammy Oyen. They complete the first lap. Out of the sunset they come. Looks like Days of Thunder, doesn't it? Bradley Harvey's got going again, I can tell you. So the race will continue on. Callum Easton is closing up on Jake Evans. Leader at the end of the first lap was Stephen Powell ahead of John Bowler and Michael Oliver in Division 1. Nathan Smith was being pushed by David Jenkins there. As Adam Binns, a better run from him this time. This is the lead battle in Division 2. And Callum Easton around Druids there. You can see the front bodywork's a bit shredded on the Sisu after a couple of instances of contact so far, but they're staying with Jake Evans for the lead of the category. Willem Bradeacker's dropped back behind them, so trying to keep out of the way perhaps of the championship battle here. And you can see Callum Easton is not holding back. He wants to seal the championship with a class win. He doesn't need to beat Jake Evans, but he's trying. He's up the inside and bash into the side of Jake Evans. They go off. Jake Evans spins out. Has that just decided the Division 2 championship? I think it has. Is Callum Easton's truck wounded though? Here comes Archie Handy up the inside. Well, that wasn't needed by Callum Easton. He knew what the margin was coming into this race. He's still going. Now, has Jake Evans got going again? I'm looking out the window, but I can't see for the low sun whether he's still in the gravel down there. In the overall Division 1 battle, Stephen Powell is still leading ahead of John Bowler and Michael Oliver. Jake Evans is still stuck there. He's not going to get out of there in a hurry, I don't think. He's trying to. But MANs were not built for off-road trucking, and he's wedged in the sand. I suspect that might be a race stoppage. Yes, there's a red light on in the background. Race stopped. Well, if Jake Evans isn't able to restart, then that has decided the Division 2 championship, but I have to say, not in the most satisfactory of manner there. That is a bit of a shame. So the race brought to a halt then, and the trucks will stop on the grid. We will wait to get the decision of the clerk of the course what happened now. Let's have a look at it from the other angle. Jake Evans was leading Division 2. Callum Easton is clearly quicker than him. He moves one side, then the other, looks up the inside. Evans, I don't think he's seen that he's there. There's the contact. Round goes Jake Evans. Takes the side panel off Callum Easton's truck, who gets away. And that is such a shame if that has just ended the Division 2 championship fight. Here we see it again. into Surtees and McLaren. Callum Eason, it was a late move, he cut back to the inside, there wasn't really room there. And that's going to be a much debated incident there, I think. Now, hopefully, Jake Evans will be able to take the restart. I can see the heavy artillery is out on track. This is coming up towards Druid's Rick Gould Commercials enormous Peterbilt recovery vehicle. And we've also got another of the vehicles hired in by Trackside Recovery as well, the 3-axle DAF of NWVA, Nationwide Vehicle Assistance. Look at the size of that Peterbilt, certainly one of the most impressive vehicles here for the show truck parade as well. Custom built in America for Mick Gould, who is a former motorsportsman himself, a former drag racer, and now owns a fleet of America and other classic trucks. You can follow Mick Gould Commercial on social media. He posts diaries of some of the recovery work they do. And now he's got to recover Jake Evans's MAN. The pace truck is pulling into position on the front straights. Yes, it's just come up on the timing screen. Trucks 10 and 26 under investigation for alleged contact. Well, there certainly was contact between the two of them. But there'll be a big debate about that incident. Marshalled into action. Full credit to them as always for what's been a busy weekend for them. If Jake Evans doesn't take the restart, then that will give the Division 2 title to Callum Eason. So by my calculations, he was 8 points ahead coming into this race. So fireworks on track as well as off. Firework display coming up a little bit later on. That will be at around 5:15. We will have footage of that for you. The truck parade will take place around half an hour before that. You can see the fireworks being set up on the bank above Cooper Strait, on the old rallycross track actually here at Brands Hatch here today. In a few years since we've had rallycross here. You can see the MAN being pulled out by that massive Peterbilt. The trucks are in position, ready for a restart. They've actually lined up in the order that they were in when the race was stopped, so we may be starting from the point where the clock had stopped. There's the fireworks being set up. There's a lot of them. Our pyrotechnic specialists over there. Thanks to them for their hard work. They've been there all day setting up. Does this belong to you? There's one of the marshals there wielding a bit of bodywork. Now, what's the next move going to be there in this recovery operation? And is Jake Evans going to rejoin? The other 18 trucks are all on the grid, many with their headlights on by this stage. Jake's trying to get going again. A fair bit of muck on his tyres there, look, but he's got going again. The crowd will be cheering him on. Is he going to go to the grid or is he coming into the pits? He's going to the grid. So a quick sweep up there at Clearways and hopefully we'll get this race back underway as quickly as we can. There isn't a lot of daylight left here at Brands Hatch for this final race. Our cameras make it look a bit brighter than it is. So Stephen Powell on pole, John Bowler alongside, looking for his best results of the weekend. Then we've got Michael Oliver and Neil Yates. Ricky Collitz always goes well here at Brands. Stuart Oliver alongside him. And then the Smiths in 7th and 8th, Ryan and Nathan. Big thanks to everybody for tuning in on our stream this weekend. Sorry I haven't been able to read out any of your comments this weekend. There's a few internet issues here in the box, but we'll be back on that next week for the Brit Car season finale here at Brands Hatch. And as you just heard, Paul O'Neill's new team will be taking part in the Into the Night race, which will be the second race for Brit Car. We'll also see the Hyundai Coupe Cup and the Classic Touring Car Racing Club have their all-comers handicap races. Although this time we won't see Guy Martin in a Trabant. Remember that a few years ago? Recovery vehicles are back in pit lane. And the pace truck in position. Now, as we saw with the mini challenge earlier on, I suspect they're going to just pick up where the clock has stopped. It'll be a restart of just over 12 minutes. Awaiting confirmation of that at the moment. We've completed 2 laps with Stephen Powell in the lead. He's desperate to win. He's yet to win this year in Division 1. Jake Evans lining up at the back of the grid. I think the official's just checking that his truck is okay to run at the moment. I think the only way he can win the title is if Callum Easton fails to finish. Well, we've seen Brit Car Into the Night next week. This is truck racing into the night almost now. Sunset's only about half an hour away. Waiting for the grid to clear up there at the back. I think Scrutineer might be looking at Jake Evans there. Are we waiting for the recovery vehicles to get back in position, I wonder? Well, the grid moves away, and we are going to restart from the point where the race was halted. Yes, the clock has started counting again. Yeah, the recovery vehicle's going to head round behind the pack, I think, and take up their positions in the paddock. So it's going to be a single file restart, a safety truck restart, effectively. Big thank you to all the partner sponsors of the championships we mentioned earlier in the weekend. Jake Evans restarting from the back. Is his truck okay to continue? Now it's been extricated from the gravel. Stephen Powell with the lead. Now, who's leading Division 2? Let's just have a look out of the window. Further back down the order, it's Willem Bredek who leads Division 2. First point-scoring truck, I think, is Sami Oya. So the race effectively back underway now. You can see the clock is counting down. It's going to be a restart of just under 10 minutes. Will we see Stephen Powell's first win of the season? They're going a bit double file towards the back. How can Ryan Smith do? He's in P7 at the moment. Can he sign off his record-breaking 10th consecutive championship season with a win? Pace begins to quicken. Pace truck will head to pit lane this time. About to restart with the final race of the season for the British Truck Racing Championship here in this wonderful sunset of Brands Hatch. The pace truck is in pit lane. Stephen Powell will lead them off ahead of John Bowler and Michael Oliver. The battle in Division 2 will be the one to watch. Here we go then, ready for a restart. Off they go. There's the Division 2 leaders. Where is Callum Eason? In fact, he's pulled into pit lane. Callum Eason and Jake Evans, they're both into pit lane. Now, what has happened there? We'll pick up on that as and when we can. But the race is back underway. Stuart Oliver on the inside there, chased by Ryan Smith. But both of our Division 2 title contenders are pulled into pit lane. Jake Evans is rejoining. Jake Evans back on track. Now, this could change things. If Callum Eason doesn't make it back out, this could change things in the Division 2 battle. It's not over yet. Out on track, Stephen Powell has the lead ahead of John Bowler. The rest of the pack comes charging through Surtees and McLaren. There is Jake Evans. Now, he's back on track. I'll have to go to the calculators at this rate because Callum Eason is still in the pit lane. Something has gone wrong with the 26 truck. The pack heads over the line. There you can see it in pit lane. Is his title slipping away? He only needed to finish this race. Here are the leaders. Stephen Powell, John Bowler up on the outside. A while since we've seen John in the winner's circle. Comes out wide. Through Druids, he's almost out onto the grass there, and a spin further back. That was Stuart Oliver. Stuart Oliver has tangled with somebody. He's facing the wrong way at Druids. Everybody going wide to miss him, including Willem Bredek, the Division 2 leader. Hopefully Stuart can get that going again and we won't see another stoppage. Stephen Powell continues to lead in the number 3. John Bowler in second. Neil Yates is up into third place ahead of Michael Oliver. There's Stuart. He's finally got the number 7 moving. The Volvo VNL. He's going to get going again, but a long way behind. Callum Eason is still in the pit lane. Jake Evans is on track. He's just behind Stuart Oliver, I can tell you, heading into Graham Hill Bend. The rest race on into the sunset. Stephen Powell in the lead. His transponder isn't working, that's why he's dropping down the timing tower, but he's still there in front. Here comes Ryan Smith now onto the tail of the leading group on the back of Ricky Collins in the 95. There is Evans now. What position is he in? In 5th in Division 2. Now we know one of the trucks ahead of him is not scoring points. That'd be good enough for 14 points for Jake Evans. And if Callum Eason does not finish this race, that will give Evans the Division 2 title. So we'll keep an eye on that. The battle for second place intensified. John Bowler under fire from Neil Yates, but it's Stephen Powell who leads the way, looking for his first win of the season. 6.5 minutes to go. Ryan Smith going through on the inside of the 95 of Ricky Collins up into position 5. showing us 4 on the timing tower, but of course Stephen Powell's transponder's not working. Still leads the way. Alco, HGV Direct, Channel Commercial, Neil Yates Recovery, MAN. Michael Oliver having a go. He wants to reward Team Oliver with a win after they rebuilt his truck overnight. He's up the inside here, down into Graham Hill Bend on Neil Yates. They lean on each other. Yates goes off wide, onto the grass. Grass still pretty damp from the morning's rain, but Neil Yates keeps it going. Lost a couple of places though. Ryan Smith has come through, and Ricky Collett as well. So Yates down to P6. So it's Michael Oliver now in 3rd place. This is a train of trucks, a road train almost for the lead. With 5.5 minutes of the season to go. And Callum Eason, look left, he's still in pit lane. As things stand at the moment, the Division 2 title is going to Jake Evans provisionally. It will remain provisional, of course, after that incident earlier on. Here are the leaders, and the pressure is building on Stephen Powell. John Bowler has a look. He's trying to get the position for the inside for Graham Hill Bend, but Stephen Powell's having none of it, and that's backing. Something flew off there. I think that was a bit of John Bowler's truck flew off. Ryan Smith diving for the inside on Michael Oliver. Well, Ryan Smith may have already won the championship in Division 1, but he still wants another race win. He will stop at nothing to get ahead, Ryan Smith. He's going for 3rd, side by side with Michael Oliver. They can only just get 2 trucks through there at Surtees and McLaren side by side, and Michael Oliver's going for John Bowler now on the inside. And Stephen Powell saying, well, if you're going to squabble, I'm off in front. Bowler somehow holds 2nd, and somehow Michael Oliver holds 3rd. Ricky Collett's coming back into this as well in the 95. Terrific race here to end the season. So Stephen Powell's been able to pull out a slight gap here. Another incident under investigation, the incident between Michael Oliver and Neil Yates at Graham Hill Bend. Stuart Oliver's still going as well, but he's down in 17th place after his spin at Druids. Didn't see who he tangled with there. Still your leader is Stephen Powell. He's 1.5 seconds ahead of John Bowler last time through. Behind this group, Nathan Smith is up into 6th position. Then we've got David Jenkins, Martin Gibson, there they are. And Neil Yates behind them, so he's had another moment somewhere. He dropped to 9th. This is Sami Ojanen in the battered Sisu ahead of the slightly less battered DAF of Bradley Hunt. Hello, hello. Callum Eason's rejoining. Now, how many laps is he going to get in? There's 3.5 minutes left. He's already got 4 laps on the board, I think. Now, how many laps can he do in that time? Is he going to do enough laps to be classified? Or will he be too far behind and not count? We may have to look in the regulations to find out who's going to take that Division 2 title now that Callum Eason has rejoined. What position is he in? He'll be in 6th place, but 5th on points. So if he does complete enough laps to be classified, he'll get 13 points and win the title by 7. He's right in front of the Division 1 leaders here, Callum Eason. He'll have to be careful. Moves aside to let Stephen Powell through. The Division 1 leaders won't want their race interrupted here, especially with Ryan Smith having got Michael Oliver. Callum Eason moves out of the way. He just wants to take the checkered flag and keep his chances alive of winning the Division 2 championship, but if he doesn't complete enough laps, the high enough percentage in the race, he won't be classified. Will he do enough? He is currently 6 laps down on the field, on the leads. Here are the rules. Jake Evans is 2 laps down. Well, this is going to be a very interesting conclusion to the Division 2 season. We may have to find out from Pointy who's won the title. They're both still running, but a long way behind the field, the 2 contenders. There go the leaders. Michael Oliver having a look for 2nd place as they go through clearways. Ryan Smith on his tail at the same time. Stephen Powell still leading this with only 90 seconds just over left on the clock. I think Stephen Powell is finally going to take his first win of the season in the very last race of the year on his local circuit. Up towards Druids they come. Michael Oliver holding third ahead of Ryan Smith. Ricky Collett in fifth position. Nathan Smith still heading the second group in the white MAN. He's ahead of David Jenkins, Martin Gibson and Neil Yates. Less than a minute left on the clock now, so it will be last lap this time. There's going to be just enough daylight left to complete the final lap of the season for the British Truck Racing Championship. Across the line are about to come to start the final lap. Stephen Powell, after a frustrating year of mechanical problems and all-round bad luck, is he finally coming in to take a win? Good to see John Powell on the pace at last. He's in 13th. John Bowler might have other ideas on Stephen Powell here. He's again trying to get that line for Graham Hill Bend, but he won't get the overlap in time, I don't think. Down the hill they come. Michael Oliver's having a look as well. Is Stephen Powell going to hang on? Ryan Smith in fourth place along the Cooper Straights. Up to Surtees and McLaren, then into Clearways. He started from pole position, the local man. It looks like there's going to be a party at the Portobello Inn tonight, because Stephen Powell, here he comes, exits the final corner. Ryan Smith is going to have one last go for third place, but it's going to be a win at last in 2025 for Stephen Powell. He takes the win. Bowler second, Michael Oliver third, Ryan Smith is fourth. Fifth place will go to Ricky Collett. Now, what about Division 2? Here comes Callum Eason. He crosses the line 6 laps down on the winner. The Division 2 win is going to go to Willem Bredig, the Dutchman. But who's going to be the top scorer in Division 2? I think it's going to be Bradley Harvey. There's John Powell over the line. And yes, Bradley Harvey's going to come in as the top scorer in Division 2. He's not a championship contender. Stuart Oliver's next home. Sami Oyanen will come over in second place. And I think third in Division 2 is going to be, third of the point scorers is going to be Archie Handy. But being 6 laps down, it hinges on whether Callum Eason has completed enough distance to be classified and score points. So Division 2, as far as my calculation's concerned, remains provisional at the moment. In terms of finishing the race, Callum Eason has done enough, but it depends if he has completed enough laps. We'll have to confirm down in Parc Fermé. Stephen Powell has won the race, his first and only Division 1 win of the year, ahead of John Bowler, Michael Oliver and Ryan Smith. Ricky Collett completing the leading group. Nathan Smith in 6th, what a weekend he's had. Stuart Oliver signs off the season with some donuts up at Druids. Unfortunately, he did a couple of donuts during the race up there as well. We just had notification of a time penalty come through as well for John Bowler for exceeding track limits. He drops from 2nd to 4th, and Ricky Collett has got a penalty as well. He drops to 9th. Archie Handy sees out the season with some donuts. Careful, Archie, that's your dad's truck. Right, I think we can hand down to the pit lane with Pointy to get a word with our race winner and an update on, hopefully, on the Division 2 Championship.
Wow! Wow! Don't worry, mate, it's fine. It's cool, mate, it's cool. What a race! Holy moly, what just happened? No one has got a clue what's going on in Division 2, but all we do know is in Division 1, we've got Steve Powell over here taking a phenomenal win. Be very, very happy. The rest of the team gathering around him already at his home circuit, living just a few hundred yards down the road. Steve, congratulations.
Thank you very much. It was hard. It was really, really hard, yeah. We had an awful day yesterday for the team. And then today couldn't have gone better. Neil got his first trophy in the race before, which is absolutely fantastic. And yeah, to finish there with me for a win is the first one of the year as well. So I'm so happy for Neil, and I mean that. He deserves it so much, the amount he's come on. And obviously we've had some wins, but not this year. So to finish at home on the last race, yeah, he couldn't wish for much better, you know. So and you interview me, which is perfect.
Of course, finally got to chat to you.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it takes a long time.
And now we've got to go and find out what on earth's going on in Division 2.
What did happen?
Nobody really knows. Let's go. Should we go together? Come on, let's go. So we can see a lot of celebration going on all over, but there's still a huge question mark as to how much of the race was classified for Callum Eason going into the race. 8-point difference. Now, if he does classify the race, he'll have only lost 2 points off the Jake Evans result, which means he's still 6 points ahead for the championship. If he doesn't classify, because no one's really sure whether it's 75% or 50% of the race that needs to be completed as to whether or not the 6 laps behind that he was actually still counts as enough of the race. So, yeah, this is racing. The last hair of the year, the entire season. 13 wins against, 5 wins against, the amount of points and this weekend for Jake Evans. 3 truck changes for Callum Eason. This is what it's all about, and I wish I had a clear answer for you, but unfortunately, like a true politician, we haven't got a clue what's going on. So the whole of Callum Eason's team is waiting with bated breath in the background to find out some kind of information. Any ideas?
I think we're waiting on the race distance length in terms of how much Callum completed. I think that's what's going on.
So it's going to be the 75% total or 50%?
I don't know.
See, I've heard 2 stories. We've got 75, 50%. It really is going to come down to whether or not, after that sterling effort from the team over at WD Logistics, managed to get that back bumper on in time to get scrutineered on the day, to get back out to complete the race. So he did finish the race, but it was several 6 to be precise laps behind on a 14 lap race. Now, once we find out the percentage, that's going to be it. It really is anyone's. Jake Evans starting from the pit lane, of course, as he had to be recovered. That's why he did a drive-through. He didn't have to do a drive-through. Apparently was told he chose to. They're sending them back. I can't believe we're here. I mean, this is momentous, but so confusing. I mean, it could go either way, and I'm not sure whether we're going to be able to give you an answer here and now. It's going to be provisional, even on a good day. Ian, what a question mark to finish the year with. No one knows who's won Division 2.
Well, I think this one might be settled upstairs, Pointy, mightn't it? I think.
To be a fly on the wall.
Can we not get a camera up there?
Oh.
No, I mean, what a season it's been. No, congratulations, of course, to Ryan Smith. He's equalled Stuart Oliver's record.
Yes.
Can he go and beat it?
Well, I asked him this question at the end of the last race. He's already confirmed he's doing his 11th challenge, so it's going to be a fun one. But of course, what we've got to remember, we've still got that one European if he wants to beat that rival of Stuart Oliver.
Very true. And for those of people who don't know, now we move into the winter. Pointy actually goes and hibernates now, don't you? He goes into a little cave and disappears for the next 6 months.
I start hiding underneath people's boilers, because just as busy as we are with racing all year round, I now get to what we call in the plumbing industry a silly season, and we just work every hour of every day until about February, when everyone else comes out of hibernation.
Right, yes, very good. Now, Pointy, for those watching right now, I don't think we're going to get official classification, certainly in the next hour or so. So we'll have probably ended the stream by the time you know who it is. Where's the best place for people to follow the action here for the British Truck Racing Championship and find the official result when it's announced?
Well, the official results will of course come down onto the notice board on the BARC website, so you can head over to barc.com to find those details out. Of course, I'm sure we'll be pretty quick off the mark as well, so official BTRC on Instagram, British Truck Racing Championship on Facebook. Those were the places we'll make the announcements.
Maybe Pointy social as well.
Actually just follow Pointy Plumber and I'll let you know. Just watch me on the stories, because I'll tell everybody first.
Pointy, thank you so much for this.
Ian, it's been a pleasure. Yeah, it's been a pleasure working with you. you. And I just want to say on behalf of everybody from the trucks, it's been a great year with regards to the media team, the marshals. We've got to say a massive thank you to the marshals, and of course all the incredible guests and fans that have been here. Look, just get a shot if you can of that incredible crowd. You cannot even see grass.
I am terrified of the car park and getting out of there.
Well, the car park way out will also be a car park when everyone tries to leave.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean. Ponty, thank you so much.
I've got to figure out who to hand trophies to now.
Yeah, go do it. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Good luck with that. Well, good luck. Yeah, the trucks are making their way back out. We're going to be bringing you the fireworks very soon. I just want to say a big thank you as well to the team who bring you all of the live pictures this weekend. They spend their entire time out getting freezing cold. It was chucking it down with rain this morning whilst they were setting up. Big thank you to Danny, of course, who walks around, holds the camera for us. Richard as well, who stepped in and has been making sure everything's working tickety-boo. Great job there. Elliot, who's been all the way up there on the roof. I don't know if we can pop the camera up there. He's been all the way up there. Ray's been here as well. Jimmy's been here. Who am I missing, Richard? Who am I missing? I think that's everybody. Massive thank you to Dan, of course, our producer, who's done a great job too. So massive thank you to everybody. Big thank you to TCR UK, Civic Cup, Junior Saloon Car Championship, Track Action, British Truck Racing Championship, and of course the VERTU Mini Challenge Trophy. However, we are not finished with BARC TV yet in 2025, because next Saturday we will be right here again at Brands Hatch for the Brit Car Endurance Into the Night race, and of course the season finale for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. Thank you so much, everybody, for watching. Please hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and don't forget we have the firework display coming up for you very, very soon. Thanks for watching.
Thanks very much to Ian and Pointy down in pit lane and Parc Fermé today. I think they've signed off about as best we can here. That does end the race action here at Brands Hatch. That's about all you'll hear from me. We will have coverage of the truck parade and the firework display. Big thanks to Elliot, our cameraman, up on the roof of the hospitality unit. You can see a shot from his camera now. He'll be filming the fireworks later on. He's got the best seat in the house for the firework display. But I won't keep boring you. You don't want my voice over the fireworks, of course. So that's about all from me. Big thanks once again to everyone here at Brands Hatch, all the volunteer marshals, especially the recovery crews. They've had a busy weekend. The medical staff, race control staff, everyone else who's made this weekend possible here at Brands Hatch. Sorry for one or two technical issues over the course of the weekend, but they've ironed out eventually, and we got in a really good weekend of racing. Congratulations to our champions, Ryan Smith, Ollie Kerr, Alex Keynes, also Adam Shepherd, Liam McGill, and also the remaining provisional, of course, in Division 2 for the trucks at the moment. But that result will be broadcast online as soon as we are able to. Big thanks to all our camera teams, as Ian has already told you, for bringing us the pictures this weekend. Thanks to the drivers, their entertainment, and all their backup crews in the paddock. Most of all, thank you everyone for watching this weekend. Do join us next Saturday for the last action on BARC TV this season. We're back at Brands Hatch for the Brit Car Into the Night race, plus classic touring cars and Hyundai Coupe Cup. But that's about all from this weekend from myself, Dave Goddard. Do stick around for the truck parade and the fireworks, but that's about all from me. Thanks very much for watching. It's goodbye from me.
great candidate.